You're watching 11 Alive Plus on this Sunday, September 21st. I'm Dane Kennedy reporting from Atlanta, and we are here with you streaming for the next few hours as we take you to Arizona for live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral. President Trump and Vice President Vance are among those set to speak at today's service at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Security is tight as officials expect big crowds. Let's take you now to our sister station, KPNX, for live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral from Arizona.
Look for you right now. This is Troy Hayden, who is inside State Farm Stadium. We are just a few hours away from today's memorial service. It's set to begin a little later this morning at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so we will check in with Troy in a bit, but in the meantime, here's a look at some video earlier here. Actually, it does look like this may be live. No, this is video from earlier, just showing all the people lining up there, and you can see it just got very long as so many people were wanting to get inside of the stadium.
And we are going to take you now inside the stadium. We just have these people who are still outside. Yeah, still lining up. Now, doors to the stadium, they opened right around 7 a.m. We showed you Troy Hayden's shot just a second ago, and we checked in with him earlier before we went on air, and we saw the moment that they opened the doors to the public, and people were just walking their way in. It seemed like, you know, everyone was really minding their P's and Q's.
Very respectful. Yeah. And so, as you saw, we had our Sean Rice outside of the stadium as well. So much to get to today. But first, if you're planning to head there or maybe to get around anywhere on your Sunday, we want to get you over to meteorologist Lindsay Riley right now with more on just kind of how toasty it could end up being.
Yeah, it's going to be a warm day out there, even though temperatures are only going to be right around 100 degrees for the high today, which we typically see around 3 to 5 p.m. It's going to be extremely muggy, so it doesn't feel too bad out there right now, but things are going to steadily heat up throughout the day. We have some clouds out there this morning, and we do have the chance for a few isolated storms for the lower deserts later in the afternoon. Here's our current temperatures, 86, but again, it is a muggy 86. It's only 64 in Prescott, 69 up toward Page. Here's a look at the hour by hour, 10 a.m. as folks are heading into State Farm Stadium, 92 degrees, few scattered clouds. Notice by 11 a.m. though, it is overcast, 95, and by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we're rising up to about 98 out in Glendale. Winds out of the west at about 10 miles per hour. These are our forecasted highs today, right around 100. That's actually average. It's where we should be for this time of year, but with the added humidity, you're going to notice the heat out there today. A cloud-sun mix, a slight chance for a storm. We're going to map out those storm chances hour by hour coming up in my full forecast. Emma?
You know what, Lindsay, you're feeling for those people who are waiting outside thinking, I'm in Arizona, where's the dry heat?
Not here today.
Not today. I'm hoping people have water out there. We're going to check in with Lindsay in just a second, too, and take a look at your roads. But we want to get you back over to the latest on what's happening at State Farm Stadium and the heightened security measures in place as the large crowd continues to grow.
I mean, we saw people lining up since early this morning. We're talking like 1, 2 a.m. just to get a spot. Some waiting in line in camping chairs. Now, our Troy Hayden, he made it inside of the stadium, as you saw a second ago. We want to get to him now. Troy, I mean, what are you seeing and what are you hearing from the people who are there attending?
Well, we just got in a short time ago. Security was very tight for the media as well. It took us almost 2 hours from where we met this morning to get inside here. And I want to set the scene for you if I can. We are on the floor of State Farm Stadium, about the 40-yard line if the Cardinals were playing out here, about 3 hours away from the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. They opened the doors out here about a half an hour ago, and the lower bowl, as I'm looking around, I'd say it's about 75% full at this point with people still streaming in. And then down here on the floor are more reserved seats. They're in red, white, and blue bins. This is blue back here. And if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes ago. So that's where everything will happen in about 3 hours. But you talked about traffic a short time ago. We have some VO that we shot some video a little bit earlier. Traffic was tough in the early morning hours. So people drove down to the stadium 5 a.m. and earlier, but the parking lots were still closed. So the streets surrounding the stadium became parking lots. They opened the gates about 7:40 for people to come in. And again, about 3 hours from now, you talk about dignitaries, President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, several cabinet members are going to be speaking up here. So we're just getting started out here. We're going to have coverage for you all day, Emma and Allison. But as you said, everybody was very calm coming in, somber in a way, but there's also a sense of celebration and coming together, people smiling and hugging. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day out here.
Question for you, because we were talking to officials earlier leading up to all of this. I know you had been just talking to Turning Point and everyone trying to get a sense of what today's going to be like. We are hearing they're expecting 100,000 people. How much can State Farm Stadium hold? And then where does everyone else go? What's the plan?
So, and if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes ago. So that's where everything will happen in about 3 hours. But you talked about traffic a short time ago. We have some VO that we shot some video a little bit earlier. Traffic was tough in the early morning hours. So people drove down to the stadium 5 a.m. and earlier, but the parking lots were still closed. So the streets surrounding the stadium became parking lots. They opened the gates about 7:40 for people to come in. And again, about 3 hours from now, you talk about dignitaries, President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, several cabinet members are going to be speaking up here. So we're just getting started out here. We're going to have coverage for you all day, Emma and Allison. But as you said, everybody was very calm coming in, somber in a way, but there's also a sense of celebration and coming together, people smiling and hugging. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day out here.
Question for you, because we were talking to officials earlier leading up to all of this. I know you had been just talking to Turning Point and everyone trying to get a sense of what today's going to be like. We are hearing they're expecting 100,000 people. How much can State Farm Stadium hold? And then where does everyone else go? What's the plan?
So, and if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes ago. So that's where everything will happen in about 3 hours. But you talked about traffic a short time ago. We have some VO that we shot some video a little bit earlier. Traffic was tough in the early morning hours. So people drove down to the stadium 5 a.m. and earlier, but the parking lots were still closed. So the streets surrounding the stadium became parking lots. They opened the gates about 7:40 for people to come in. And again, about 3 hours from now, you talk about dignitaries, President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, several cabinet members are going to be speaking up here. So we're just getting started out here. We're going to have coverage for you all day, Emma and Allison. But as you said, everybody was very calm coming in, somber in a way, but there's also a sense of celebration and coming together, people smiling and hugging. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day out here.
Question for you, because we were talking to officials earlier leading up to all of this. I know you had been just talking to Turning Point and everyone trying to get a sense of what today's going to be like. We are hearing they're expecting 100,000 people. How much can State Farm Stadium hold? And then where does everyone else go? What's the plan?
So, and if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes ago. So that's where everything will happen in about 3 hours. But you talked about traffic a short time ago. We have some VO that we shot, some video a little bit earlier. Traffic was tough in the early morning hours. So people drove down to the stadium 5 a.m. and earlier, but the parking lots were still closed. So the streets surrounding the stadium became parking lots. They opened the gates about 7:40 for people to come in. And again, about 3 hours from now, you talk about dignitaries, President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, several cabinet members are going to be speaking up here. So we're just getting started out here. We're going to have coverage for you all day, Emma and Allison. But as you said, everybody was very calm coming in, somber in a way, but there's also a sense of celebration and coming together, people smiling and hugging. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day out here.
Question for you, because we were talking to officials earlier leading up to all of this. I know you have been just talking to Turning Point and everyone trying to get a sense of what today's going to be like. We were hearing they're expecting 100,000 people. How much can State Farm Stadium hold? And then where does everyone else go? What's the plan?
So, and if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes ago. So that's where everything will happen in about 3 hours. But you talked about traffic a short time ago. We have some VO that we shot, some video a little bit earlier. Traffic was tough in the early morning hours. So people drove down to the stadium 5 a.m. and earlier, but the parking lots were still closed. So the streets surrounding the stadium became parking lots. They opened the gates about 7:40 for people to come in. And again, about 3 hours from now, you talk about dignitaries, President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, several cabinet members are going to be speaking up here. So we're just getting started out here. We're going to have coverage for you all day, Emma and Allison. But as you said, everybody was very calm coming in, somber in a way, but there's also a sense of celebration and coming together, people smiling and hugging. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day out here.
Question for you, because we were talking to officials earlier leading up to all of this. I know you have been just talking to Turning Point and everyone trying to get a sense of what today's going to be like. We were hearing they're expecting 100,000 people. How much can State Farm Stadium hold? And then where does everyone else go? What's the plan?
So, and if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes ago. So that's where everything will happen in about 3 hours. But you talked about traffic a short time ago. We have some VO that we shot, some video a little bit earlier. Traffic was tough in the early morning hours. So people drove down to the stadium 5 a.m. and earlier, but the parking lots were still closed. So the streets surrounding the stadium became parking lots. They opened the gates about 7:40 for people to come in. And again, about 3 hours from now, you talk about dignitaries, President Trump, Vice President Vance, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, several cabinet members are going to be speaking up here. So we're just getting started out here. We're going to have coverage for you all day, Emma and Allison. But as you said, everybody was very calm coming in, somber in a way, but there's also a sense of celebration and coming together, people smiling and hugging. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day out here.
question for you, because we were talking to officials earlier leading up to all of this. I know you have been just talking to Turning Point and everyone trying to get a sense of what today's going to be like. We were hearing they're expecting 100,000 people. How much can State Farm Stadium hold? And then where does everyone else go? What's the plan?
So, and if you look, I don't know if you can see this, Roberto, but they've got cards. Almost everybody sitting in seats here have different colored cards that I believe will be held up at different times during the service. We'll continue to pan up here. So this is blue, white is in the middle, red is all the way up front by the stage, and I believe that's where most of our elected dignitaries will be. And if you look at the stage right now, we've actually got a performer who just started playing a few minutes.
Used to seeing Super Bowl security, but this has to top that, I would think.
This is amazing. This is larger than a Super Bowl. It is when you have to put the extra crowd into an adjoining arena and to just plan and coordinate this. I liked how relaxed that Glendale supervisor was, because that's it exactly. Law enforcement is prepared for this event. We do events this large, or not quite this large, but large events like the Super Bowl and concerts and different venue activities. And so they're prepared. They are truly prepared. I can guarantee you that there's a lot of other agencies that are supplementally helping the Glendale Police Department. Currently, DPS, the county, local law enforcement. People that are attending this, they should just take that deep breath and say, we're going to be safe, and we're going to celebrate this event as sincerely and as solemnly as we can. They're going to be organized. They're going to get people in. They're going to get people out of there as best they can. Everybody's on their A game today, and they will truly try to facilitate, make it a smooth, safe event. But understand, if you're part of the public and you're going to be waiting in some lines. You're going to be told probably assertively that you can't go someplace. You're going to be told assertively that you can't do things. And please just take a deep breath and say, we understand, and nod and just comply to whatever they're saying, because you have a presidential entourage coming to this. Vice President, you have some heavy hitters coming. And law enforcement's going to be a little touchy around the mega people that are going to be there, and just be patient and understand you're going to be in a very safe environment that is nothing new for the Glendale Police Department in that arena, Westgate, the security that is there, they integrate with law enforcement perfectly. And it's an amazing venue to celebrate somebody's life as what they're doing today. And it'd be safe, it'd be thorough, it'd be smooth. It's all those things all together.
Sorry to cut you off there, Jeff. I was going to say, I know that you've been watching some of our coverage and showing our reporters outside, showing people as they waited in line and parking and so on and so forth. What are your thoughts so far on how the security is being handled and how they're ushering everyone inside that massive stadium?
I'm very impressed. I can't say it any clearer than that. I'm very impressed. In going to many events at that arena and working with security at Westgate, understanding the coordination that is required and the exceptional customer service that everybody tries to provide for guests and people that are attending. There's going to be a lot of emotions that are going to be right on edge today. And I'm here to tell you, between law enforcement, security, the feds, everybody that is there, they're going to provide exceptional service, customer service, and kindness to everybody that is attending this. The key, though, is understanding that you're going to have facial recognition. You're going to go through lines. You're going to be searched. All those things that happen at every major sporting event is going to occur at this event also, but at a heightened level. So please don't be offended that you're asked to open your purses, that you're going to be searched, that you're going to be wand, that you're going to go through security clearance devices. Just be incredibly patient that is occurring, and go and celebrate this man's life in this amazing venue that is going to allow that to occur properly.
All right, former Phoenix Police Commander Jeff Hines with us. Jeff, appreciate your time on this Sunday morning, giving us some insight, and we'll be checking back with you. Appreciate it.
And we want to continue our coverage of the Charlie Kirk Memorial with Danielle Nottingham. She is live outside of State Farm Stadium. Danielle?
Yeah, I mean, what a difference 30 minutes makes. Look behind me. When you last saw me, the line was wrapping all the way up to where we are now. All we have is an empty parking lot. We were told by people who were leaving all at once that they were told the gates were closing, and they all cleared this area. I would say it took about 15 minutes for everyone to leave here. And some people were looking to go to the overflow section. Others were very disappointed because they've been here since 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, waiting in line, hoping for a chance to get through. And they said 2 times throughout the morning that there were crowds of maybe thousands of people who kind of rushed the gate and butted ahead in line and got to the front to get into the stadium. So some people leaving a little happy. Some people, they were just tired of standing here and waiting in the heat out here. We did see quite a few incidences of what it looked like was heat exhaustion. And as you can see behind us, all we have left are chairs and trash in the parking lot. But before all this happened, when we first arrived this morning, we ran into a lot of people who were very happy to be here to support Charlie Kirk, and they were anxiously waiting in line, including this one woman we spoke to from Wisconsin.
Here at 5 o'clock, but this isn't my first rodeo. I've been to 19 of Trump's rallies through the United States, so I kind of knew what to expect.
And don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of people out here behind us. There's still cars lined around the street trying to find parking. And right now at this time, the people that we spoke to who are leaving, they're trying to find another place to watch the memorial today. What we can say is they gave it a great effort, because some people, they were out here at 3 o'clock in the morning. Some people camped overnight just to get a chance to be inside that stadium.
Yeah, they can stay awake through the memorial. And Danielle, I noticed a bunch of trash and some folding chairs there left, and that's because of security measures, right? They were not allowed to take anything inside.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it was one of those instances where the public was informed about what they could bring inside and outside, but when they got here, they weren't allowed to bring in plastic bags. You were allowed to have water, but the bottle could not be broken. So a lot of people just had to leave their water, their bags, their chairs right at the front gate, and we saw that happening. So trash started to pile up pretty fast because people were not following the rules.
All right. We'll come back to you in just a few minutes, but we have another reporter stationed outside of State Farm Stadium. Madeline Carter is there. She's been talking to people as they made their way into the stadium earlier this morning. Madeline, how's it going out there?
Good morning. It's going well. I'm seeing a lot of what Danielle is seeing. As she talked about, it being empty compared to the large crowds we were seeing outside of the stadium earlier. And that's a lot that we're seeing from this vantage point. I mean, if you take a look, we've still got security out here in the middle of the street, but a big contrast to what we were showing you earlier. Those crowds that were waiting in line trying to get inside the stadium are now virtually gone. We saw people going the opposite direction, so clearly they'd been turned away as they reach capacity inside State Farm Stadium and seek to get people inside those overflow areas. As I mentioned, police are still out here patrolling the area. We've seen a Black Hawk helicopter circling. We've seen other law enforcement helicopters as well out here, just making sure that everything is secure along the perimeter. Security obviously is a major focus. We've talked about that all morning long. And a lot of things, just of course, that's been the focus as we move forward here, of course, with the high profile people that are inside or going to be inside the stadium throughout the morning. But of course, I think the biggest thing is just noticing the contrast in terms of just the lack of people out here behind me. It's been a big change from when we got here at 2 this morning.
Madeline, you come from one of our other company stations. Where are you from? And sometimes, you know, as a reporter, you can sort of step outside of your journalist role and just observe something as a citizen of the U.S. What is your sense of being at this event that has so many dignitaries honoring someone who was gunned down just even before the prime of his career?
Yeah, of course. I work at King 5 in Seattle, so we traveled here to Phoenix, and of course we're in Glendale today for this event. And my take on this entire thing, from Kirk's assassination to where we stand today awaiting his memorial service, is just the reflection that's taken place around the country. No matter what you believe, you know, we've obviously all had a lot of reflective moments as we've watched this unfold and as we've watched the tens of thousands of people gather here behind me inside the stadium. It just, I think it's a really reflective moment for our country. Obviously a political conversation, but also conversations that we're having as human beings. And witnessing that today, I mean, so far from my vantage point, it seems to have remained peaceful. And for me as a person, that's comforting to know, you know, that we're able to have that moment where we can come together in this way as memorial service.
Yeah, Madeline, I think a lot of people would agree with that. And Madeline, we appreciate you coming from Seattle to help in our coverage with this. Thank you. All right, we've been awaiting the arrival of President Trump, Vice President Vance, the White House releasing that they had 2 full planes of White House staff that was going to be attending Charlie Kirk's memorial.
3 or 4 planes coming in.
Yeah. So we're going to head out now to Chase Golightly. He is live out at Luke Air Force Base, where Air Force One is expected to arrive at any moment. Chase, do you have any word on a timeline on when the president and the others will arrive?
Creepy Mark, at this time, no update on Air Force One and President Trump arriving here. That is still, we're still waiting for confirmation on that. But what I have been able to see is that Air Force Two, carrying the vice president, just entered Arizona. We are expecting them to be here possibly within the next 30 minutes, if not sooner. Followed behind them, we believe that's when the president will land. Now, earlier, we were a lot closer to the runway to be able to see. However, Goodyear police and other law enforcement officers came up to us and a bunch of other people that were waiting for Air Force One and Air Force Two to land, saying that they just got word from the Secret Service that they wanted everyone to clear out. So we're a little bit further away. I kind of want to show you where that runway is. You can see that, police have that blocked off. As we go over here, closer to Luke Air Force Base, where you can see that black SUV with its lights on. Right past that is where the runway is. That's where we were at before, and that's when we were told that, hey, Secret Service is expanding the perimeter, so no one can be over there. Where we're at now, we're also with about a dozen or more people, again, wanting to see Air Force One and Air Force Two come in. Now, we did hear from President Donald Trump right before he was taking off from Washington, talking about how important it is to be here in Arizona and to celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk. Let's go ahead and listen to what he had to say earlier.
Celebrate the life of a great man today. Really a great man. He's a young man, but a great man, and we look forward to it. It really is. We want to look at it as a time of healing, a time of whatever. That something like this could have happened is not even believable. So we'll be going to have a very interesting day, very tough day. You talk about the great things he's done. I mean, he's been amazing. He's had a tremendous influence for a young man that did a great job. He did a tremendous job, and he had a hold on youth because they loved him, they respected him.
Now, as you can imagine, very heavy restrictions right here at Luke Air Force Base on the ground and in the air. We know that typically when Air Force One and Air Force Two travel, they are traveling right next to F-16 and F-22 fighter jets, just monitoring the air. And on the ground, we know Secret Service does a sweep right before the president and vice president land. Of course, we know that the president and vice president cannot travel in the same aircraft, which is why we will be seeing Air Force One and Air Force Two. And what we heard from earlier today, yes, both those flights will be packed. You have Air Force One that can have about 71 passengers and 30 crew members, and we're told all of them will be advisors for the president, supporters, staff members with the administration, all coming here for the memorial service that is set to start in 30 minutes. We are, again, expecting them to land in about 20 to 30 minutes, so they will be getting here and then immediately heading over to State Farm Stadium. We are anticipating that they will be taking the motorcade. We believe the motorcade is already here. It was brought in yesterday, but again, given with all the traffic and the timing of everything, it's also possible that the president will be flown to State Farm Stadium, but we are waiting for that to happen. And again, we are keeping a close eye on the skies as both aircraft approach. We are able to see where Air Force Two is, but of course Air Force One, given the security measures, you're not able to see that on a flight radar or any sort of app like that. So we are just going to be monitoring the skies right now here above Luke Air Force Base, and as soon as we are able to see either one of those aircraft, we'll be sure to let you know. But for now, we'll go ahead and send it back to you in studio.
All right, Chase, we'll come back to you as soon as you get word and flag us down, and we'll come back to your coverage there from Luke Air Force Base. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, Americans are divided over the movement that he leaves behind and what he stood for.
Joe Dana has more on Charlie Kirk's career.
Where is the word democracy?
I don't think the word democracy is in.
He brought political debate to campus squares. I am pro-representative government.
Okay.
Charlie saw an enormous opportunity with what the left was doing on college campuses with the cancel culture.
Chuck Coughlin worked with John McCain, two Republican governors, and runs the political consulting firm High Ground. He's seen a lot of political movements over the years and describes Charlie Kirk's communication style as brilliant.
He saw the opportunity to wrap himself in flag and country and eventually God and become this pastoral political figure on campus, which created a massively successful following.
But Coughlin is no longer a registered Republican. He represents a group of conservative Arizonans who are disaffected by the MAGA movement. Coughlin describes Kirk's legacy as complicated.
It really morphed over time into just not such a reaction to the left, but its own ideology, and used contemptuous currency that dominates our politics today. And it's the last thing we need in our political culture today.
This is a person who made a huge impact on the country, made a huge impact on Arizona, and a huge impact with our youth.
Republican Warren Peterson, state Senate president from Gilbert, represents other Arizona conservatives who revere Kirk. We spoke with Peterson earlier this week.
The way that he handled himself, whether you agree with his politics or disagree with his politics, is extremely admirable.
But Kirk's rhetoric about issues like gender, religion, and race was often polarizing. On Friday, a bipartisan group of Congress members approved a resolution to honor Kirk, calling him a model for young Americans across the political spectrum engaging in respectful civil discourse. The Congressional Black Caucus of Congress members disagreed, calling the resolution an attempt to legitimize Kirk's worldview that includes ideas many Americans find racist, harmful, and fundamentally un-American. Coughlin is also concerned about TPUSA's endorsement of election conspiracies.
TPUSA, they embraced that election narrative, that fraud narrative, and drove good Republicans out of the party. That caused me grave concern, and continues to cause me grave concern today as an American citizen.
Despite different opinions about TPUSA, what's clear is the movement's growing. This week, Kirk's friend described new interest for high school clubs.
We now have 37,000 applications to start chapters around the country. He was adamant. We are going to be on every high school in America.
In Phoenix, Joe Dana, 12 News.
All right, Joe, thank you. Charlie Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA back in 2012, and the group is credited, as we've mentioned, with mobilizing young voters during recent elections.
12 News journalist Bram Resnick has more on the political impact he leaves behind.
President Donald Trump credits close advisor Charlie Kirk with his 2024 election victory.
Charlie Kirk was a great person, a great man.
Kirk's TPUSA colleagues paid their own tearful tribute to their boss and mentor by broadcasting his show. Kirk's seat was left empty.
Even through this tragic week, I believe that that God has been with Charlie from day one.
Tyler Boyer worked alongside Kirk for a decade.
This is bigger than any singular person.
Boyer vows that TPUSA will survive without its founder. The $85 million a year organization has built a voter turnout apparatus for Republicans that reaches young people across the country.
We lost that vote as much as the Republicans picked it up, as much as Charlie Kirk tapped into it. And so it is a force to contend with.
Democratic consultant Stacey Pearson says on This Weekend Sunday Square Off that her party has a lot of catching up to do. Republican consultant Matt Benson says TPUSA's future after Kirk is an open question.
It remains to be seen because he was such a unique leader, and you don't just replace that. And so that's going to be the challenge they'll have.
In Phoenix, Bram Resnick, 12 News.
Bram, thanks. For sure, Charlie Kirk saw something that he could tap into and did a phenomenal job at it. Charlie Kirk's widow, now taking over the organization her husband founded, Erica Kirk, was named CEO of Turning Point USA by the group's board just days after the shooting. In a statement on social media, the board said the organization will continue its mission and not surrender to evil.
In remarks after her husband's death, Erica Kirk said that she was determined to continue his work. The board also said that Charlie had made it clear that this was his wish in the event of his death.
All right, Troy Hayden has been inside State Farm Stadium since early this morning. He saw the crowd coming in, and now the crowd is seated and really waiting for this thing to begin. Troy?
Yeah, most people have found their seats, Mark. We've had a couple of Christian bands up on the stage. I believe there's one up there right now that may just be finishing up, but people singing along, their hands up in the air, almost like a religious revival event for the last 20 minutes or so. They put the lyrics up on the big screens and everybody's singing along. I would say we are just about at capacity right now. I believe we're having a moment of silence here, so I'm going to talk a little bit lower. Just a couple of sections here that aren't full of people. I'd say maybe like 2,000, so I don't know if they're okay. If they were having some sort of wiggle room with the number of people they're going to have coming in here. But a lot of the VIPs and elected officials have also showed up. I talked with Arizona Congressman and gubernatorial candidate, Republican Andy Biggs, a short time ago.
Because what we're doing is historic, and what Charlie did was historic. To pay tribute and honor his life, his legacy, I think it's so important because I think he actually changed the direction of the political culture in this nation, and we're here to recognize that. And don't forget, he was also a religious leader, and so we're worshiping today too.
So you're looking at one of the big banners. This is an image of it that's being projected up on the big screens. But on your way out here to the West Valley, there are billboards. I saw a large private company with a big tarp on a billboard like this. So a lot of people out here. It wasn't your typical, oh, look what they're doing. They're putting their signs up real quick. Let me show you this, guys. I knew they were going to put these up at some point. So now they're all putting up their Kirk signs that were on their seats with Turning Point on there. So that's the scene here. About 20 minutes away, we're believing from the start of this program, an at capacity State Farm Stadium to remember Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that's a really nice visual there.
Yeah. And again, going back to what Charlie Kirk tapped into, he really found some sources to embolden and bring passion and unite the right, especially young college people. Not only politics, but also religion.
Yeah, for sure.
And that age group, and saying to that age group, if you haven't been involved in politics yet, you should join, and I want you to come to our side.
And it was probably powerful, the fact that he himself was a young person. He
Right.
started doing this at 18 years old. He was already speaking at events. And so when you're looking at someone who's your same age, you can relate to them. He really was a powerful, leader of that.
And some people sort of in politics, I think at times, use religion as an excuse to find some commonality with potential voters.
Sure.
But Charlie Kirk lived his belief.
Yes. He talked about being a father, being a husband, and, you know, Vice President Vance even credited him with learning things from Charlie Kirk about being a good husband and a good father. Of course, Kirk had 2 young children, a 3-year-old and I believe a 1-year-old that he left behind. So as you can imagine, with about 100,000 people registered to come to this memorial, it's a pretty large task getting all of those folks inside the stadium under security measures and in a peaceful, smooth fashion. We're going to head out to Sean Rice. He is outside of State Farm Stadium, where I think people started showing up as early as like 5 a.m. this morning that people started lining up, Sean?
Karibe, even earlier than that, we saw videos of folks here as early as 10 o'clock last night. They said no camping, and I think they enforced that to the best of their ability, but I think people had chairs and gathered as a community, as I mentioned, as early as 10 o'clock last night. I would venture to say the majority of people did get in. As I mentioned maybe 30 minutes ago, I would say maybe somewhere in the range of 300 to 500 people here at these 2 entrances to my right were turned away. Maybe they got in at the Overflow Arena, the former home of the Arizona Coyotes Desert Diamond Arena. We hope they did at this point. But I want to give you a chronological idea of what we saw this morning. Earlier this morning, I would say at about 5 to 7 a.m., the line was moving between those 2 hours, was moving very quickly. It started to stagnate a little bit to the point where it started to bog down a little bit, and I think that is why not everyone got in. But I want to take you to some video now of what it looked like when, as I mentioned, maybe 300 to 500 people did get turned away. The reactions varied. I would say some people were obviously upset. They wanted to get in. They stood around for 3 or 4 hours, maybe getting here as soon as 5 a.m. And so there was certainly some disappointment in that way. But so many other people I spoke with were just grateful to be out here, grateful to gather in the name of Charlie Kirk and memorialize him in that way. I want to take you to a conversation I had with a gentleman named Mickey. He drove here from Sacramento. He was one of the people at the very front of the line when he was turned away. This is what he had to say about how that moment was for him. How long were you in line for?
2 hours.
2 hours.
I was actually here in the parking lot at 10 after 8.
Okay.
So.
And I saw you were right up at the metal detector when they turned people away. The next guy.
I was the next guy.
How did that feel? What were the emotions?
Disappointing, and yet at the same time, very well timed and placed. Thank you.
Well, they know. It seems they know the number.
Yeah, it's safety, and it's all about numbers.
Okay. What's next for you?
Could have some. I'm heading back to. I'm the ride for other people. I brought people here today.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just go back and probably listen to it on a podcast or tomorrow or from here on out. But enjoy this, and I just hope that. Jesus be praised in this whole time that people are inside there.
Yeah, and as much as people are here for Charlie Kirk's politics, I've heard it so often, what Mickey just stated is they're more often here because of the religious aspect of Charlie Kirk's beliefs and the Christian beliefs that he possessed, and I think a lot of the people in line here today did as well. So that's what we're seeing. Parking lot's completely empty. As I mentioned a minute ago, Secret Service presence here outside is still very strong, as I imagine they're still awaiting the arrival of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Back to you guys.
All right, Sean, we'll check back with you throughout the broadcast. Many of those attending today's memorial are from outside the valley.
As Danielle Nottingham shares, we're seeing travelers coming in from all over to pay their respects.
John Perrette and his wife Patty drove more than 22 hours from Louisiana to make it in time for Charlie Kirk's Sunday services. He says he didn't follow Kirk until his death.
Charlie, we knew he was a good guy. That's all we knew.
John and Patty are just 2 of the thousands making their way to Phoenix from across the country and around the world. Bernard and Barb Techrobe flew down from Canada.
The fact that it happened in America, where America is known for free speech, and really all Charlie was doing was trying to open dialogue with people that disagreed with him, and they shot him for it.
They brought this sketch their friend Abigail made for Kirk's widow.
And so as a Canadian, I feel very much like more Canadians need to stand up and speak out like Charlie did.
From California,
I had the time and
I could come out here and try to go to the memorial tomorrow at the Cardinal Stadium, and that's what I'm going to do to show my love and support for Charlie and his family.
To Missouri, the sentiment is the same.
He was interested what other people had to say, and I love that. That's what our country is founded on, and when we lose that, when we lose dialogue, we lose our country.
And John says the trip is already worth it.
When I grew up, young people didn't give a nothing about politics, but he proved if you can get the young people to vote, you can make a change.
I'm Danielle Nottingham.
Danielle Nottingham, thank you for your coverage on that. Yeah, he, as I mentioned, just struck a chord and a nerve in this country that galvanized this young Christian voting base. And it was phenomenal to watch, and no doubt it will continue now.
Yeah. His wife taking over as the
Erica,
CEO,
right.
yes, saying that, her husband's voice will not be forgotten. She'll make sure of that.
As we said earlier, last time we talked to Chase Golightly at Luke Air Force Base, where Air Force One and Air Force Two are expected to land, we heard that Air Force Two, carrying the vice president and his wife and entourage, had entered Arizona airspace.
That's right. We're going to head out now to Luke Air Force Base with Chase Golightly. And Chase, if they're anywhere close to maybe Sedona or the Cottonwood area, it should maybe be another 10, 15 minutes or so before they make it to Luke Air Force Base, roughly?
Caribe, I believe so. It looks like they're just now passing Prescott Valley. It appears that they're going to be flying in and will be landing to the north. So they're going to be coming in from this direction, and then the runway, if we can show you where we believe that plane is going to end. So we pan off to the side. We're a little bit further away. Police came over to us and kicked everyone out, saying that Secret Service extended the perimeter. We believe the plane is going to be stopping right over here at the end of the runway, just past where that semi-truck is and those black SUVs with their red and blue lights on. We believe that's where the plane is going to end up. And as you mentioned, yes, it's going to be Air Force Two carrying the vice president and his entourage, and then followed by Air Force One. That's what we were seeing on flight radar. We believe that Air Force Two is going to land first. That's what we're able to track. But of course, given the heightened security measures, whenever the president travels on Air Force One, that is a flight that you cannot track. But what we were able to see earlier, and just from what we were able to somewhat identify, again, we believe that the president will land after Air Force Two. Again, very heavy security measures here. They have the entire area surrounding Luke Air Force Base blocked off, especially the east side. Those are where the main entrances are, the main gates, rather, into Luke Air Force Base. We believe that if the president and vice president are taking their motorcades, they will be exiting from there and then traveling to State Farm Stadium. That's about a 30-minute drive for regular, ordinary citizens, but we know once they're in that motorcade, Secret Service and police are going to be clearing off the roads, and so it will be a quicker drive for them. But we are anticipating that they will be landing here shortly, again, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. We're just keeping an eye on the skies right now. The only aircraft flying around Luke Air Force Base at this time, from what I've been able to see, are a Phoenix Police helicopter and a Phoenix Police plane kind of circling the area surrounding the Glendale Airport, which is just east of us and closer to State Farm Stadium. Otherwise, there's a huge flight restriction, a temporary flight restriction in place to where no private aircraft, if there's a medical evac or a medical delivery that needs to be made, they need to get clearance from the FAA to be able to do that. Commercial airlines also able to be taken off. But we know once they get closer, those restrictions might even expand to where the only planes in the sky are going to be Air Force One, Air Force Two. I believe there's also another plane carrying even more passengers on behalf of the president and vice president will be tagging along with them, and they will be landing here shortly. And we also know that typically in these situations, both those aircraft are flanked by fighter jets in the area. Some of them believed to be coming out here from Luke Air Force Base. Others believed to be coming from Nellis in Nevada. So those will be the only aircraft up in the sky. So we should be able to see and possibly even hear them as they make their approach. We'll be sure to keep you updated on when that happens. But we know that once they get in this area, Secret Service has to do another ground check to make sure everything's clear before they land. So a lot of security up in the air and on the ground as well. We've seen police departments from all over the valley here. We've seen Goodyear, we've seen Maricopa County Sheriffs, and of course Secret Service that is running the show to make sure everything is secure. And where we are right now, you have probably about more than a dozen cars, people just hanging out, waiting for those iconic aircraft to be landing here. And again, we are expecting that in the next 10 or 15 minutes, so be sure to stick with us here. And as soon as we're able to see those aircraft, we'll be sure to let you know right away.
See those kids behind Chase. Seeing Air Force One is really a sight to see. I've seen it before at Sky Harbor Airport. It's massive. It's a lot bigger in person than you even think. Chase, a minute ago you mentioned something about the possibility of the president being flown to State Farm Stadium. Would that be by helicopter? Is that still a possibility?
We believe that is a possibility. We know that they bring in all sorts of means of transportation once the president arrives here. We believe that is a typical motorcade, also known as the Beast. That's that 20,000-pound, very secure, customized Cadillac limousine that the president usually is transported in. We believe that was delivered here yesterday. I was speaking to some people living in the area saying that they were seeing huge cargo ships arrive here at Luke Air Force Base yesterday. So it's possible you could get in that motorcade, but it's also possible that given just how many people are surrounding State Farm Stadium, we're hearing tens of thousands of people there, and as we've been covering, a lot of them haven't been able to get into the stadium. Just given the amount of people surrounding there, a lot of people probably lined up on the streets between Luke Air Force Base and State Farm Stadium. It is possible that instead they put the president on an aircraft and then take him to State Farm Stadium. That's something that we should be able to see from our vantage point, but that's going to be something that we're going to have to see. I'm sure that we're not going to get a heads up on the means of transportation for the president when he goes to State Farm Stadium. So that's another thing that we're keeping our eyes on. So a lot of things up in the air, no pun intended, regarding how the president will be transported there. But like I said, we're just keeping our eyes out on the sky right now as that plane starts to get closer and closer to Luke Air Force Base.
All right. Chase Golightly, thanks. Let's continue our coverage now as we go back to Troy Hayden, who is inside State Farm Stadium, awaiting the arrival of this highly powerful entourage of the president, vice president, secretary of state, and on. Troy, it would seem that at 10:53, things are 10:53 Arizona time, for those of you watching in other parts of the country. This was supposed to start at 11. Will they hold the beginning of this until everyone arrives, or are they making announcements to the crowd there?
No announcements have been made, and we have kind of a quiet time on the stage right now. We had a couple of Christian bands play for about 35, 40 minutes, but they have now left the stage, and we have just music being piped in. You can see, I did want to show you guys this too, since we have this downtime. They built a riser on about maybe the 35, 40-yard line of where the football field would be. We're up about 10 feet or so, but just literally dozens, if maybe not a couple of hundred members of the national, international media. Now, we don't have a great shot of the stage where we are, but you are going to be getting a clean feed that's being sent by Turning Point and audio. So when we go to that stream, you'll be able to see that very clearly. The other thing I'll mention, Mark and Caribe, is by the time we got in here at about 7:40 this morning, there were people already in these seats. So a lot of these people, especially these better lower bowl seats, have been sitting in their seats for a good 3 hours. And I haven't seen a lot of people, there's just a couple you're looking at them right now, kind of going up and down the steps, maybe going to the bathroom or trying to get something to eat. So, yeah, people are here. They're ready. They've been here since very early this morning. And if they have those good of seats, chances are they were here overnight or in the wee hours of the morning. But we are waiting for this program to get started. As for exactly what the run of show is going to be, quite frankly, nothing has been released at all. We don't know the order. We don't know how long each speaker is going to speak, but we'll be here watching it with you.
All right. Troy, thanks.
Yeah, kind of par for the course, right, for things like
things
this.
Never start on
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention for our audience watching outside of Arizona, we will be staying on the air and will not leave our coverage until the program begins. Once that begins, we'll be handing you off to watch the entire program. And then after that, as the president and other dignitaries make their way out of State Farm Stadium, we'll come back on the air and bring you all of that in special coverage as we continue throughout the afternoon.
All right, now we want to head back out to Sean Rice, who is live outside of State Farm Stadium. Sean, we just checked in with Chase a little while ago out at Luke Air Force Base, and he said that it looked like security was starting to mobilize for the arrival of Air Force Two coming in. Are you starting to see any movement there in preparation for the vice president?
'President? 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 '
Yeah, I would say everything's stayed the same since we last spoke maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago. Maybe a little bit of an increase in Secret Service presence. Just a minute ago, it may be out of frame at this point, but we did see and have seen for multiple minutes now a helicopter, I presume a Secret Service helicopter, just circling and circling and circling State Farm Stadium to keep aerial view of this as we await the president and vice president's arrival. There's also, I'm not sure if we can see it anywhere, it's extremely small, but drones are in the air as well. So it feels as though, of course, they are taking every single security posture that they can, aerial resources, ground resources, the list goes on in terms of making sure this area is completely safe for not only Vice President Vance, but also President Trump as well. I did a moment ago, I tried to pull a fast one on a Secret Service agent, I will admit. I did ask him, hey, do you know if where we're at is an area where we will get a video shot of where the president will arrive? He said he wasn't sure. I'm not sure that is something they operationally can even disclose, so we totally understand that. So we may be here in an area where the president or vice president's motorcade may come. But as I mentioned, every single security posture taken possible, it feels, to make sure this area is safe for their arrival. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Sean Rice outside of State Farm Stadium, where the president and vice president and Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and many others will be speaking this afternoon. We'll be streaming that live to you as soon as the program gets underway.
Yeah, and as soon as we get a view shot of either Air Force 2 or Air Force 1 coming in, we'll cut to that. But for now, we want to talk about the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Reactions to the news have landed some in trouble. Conservative politicians and activists are calling for investigations into consequences for public or social media comments that were made in the wake of Kirk's death.
And of course, all of this has sparked a national conversation about freedom of speech and freedom of the press in this country. In Arizona, a sports reporter for PHNX Sports was fired after he made posts that attacked Kirk's positions and called him evil. And of course, the biggest conversation nationally right now is all about TV host Jimmy Kimmel, who was suspended after the host's comments about the man accused of killing Kirk. President Trump praising the move to pull Kimmel's show off the air.
He said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk, and Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago.
Fellow comedians rose up to defend Kimmel on social media, and critics say removing him for his words violates the First Amendment. And prosecutors working the Kirk assassination case plan to seek the death penalty for 22-year-old Tyler Robinson.
The Utah resident is accused of fatally shooting Kirk at an event on the campus of Utah Valley University. On Tuesday, he appeared in a Utah court charged with 7 felonies: aggravated murder, discharge of a firearm, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child.
Investigators found a letter that was left behind by Robinson. In it, he said, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Prosecutors also releasing text messages between Robinson and his roommate, someone authorities say Robinson is romantically linked with. In those texts, Robinson says that he had hoped to keep this secret until he died from old age, and that he was sorry to involve the roommate. Robinson also texted, quote, "I had enough of this hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out." Prosecutors are promising to bring justice.
I am charged with bringing justice for Charlie Kirk. I am filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. I do not take this decision lightly, and it is a decision I have made independently as county attorney, based solely on the available evidence and circumstances and nature of the crime.
This afternoon, Robinson remains in a Utah County jail until his next court hearing, which is expected on the 29th.
All right, now we're going to head back out to Chase Golightly. He is live outside of Luke Air Force Base. He's been standing by, awaiting the arrival of Air Force 1 and Air Force 2. Chase, has anything changed?
Well, Kirby, I'll tell you, Air Force 2 is very close to Luke Air Force Base right now. From what I'm able to see, it is crossing the 10, approaching Buckeye. What we are anticipating is that it's going to be coming in from the south, heading north. So it's going to be flying into this direction right here, over to Luke Air Force Base. We can pan off. You can see a lot of people waiting for Air Force 2 to arrive. We believe Air Force 2 will arrive first, followed by Air Force 1, carrying President Donald Trump and his massive entourage. We were told that both planes will be filled to capacity for the service. And I'm hearing some aircraft flying above us right now. What I was able to see is that we have a Phoenix PD helicopter and Phoenix PD plane flying in the area. But again, we are just waiting for Air Force 2 to arrive. We might have to change locations to try to get a better vantage point right here. We have some a little bit of objects in our way here. But what we are hoping to see is it approaching Luke Air Force Base, and then if we can show the end of the runway over here with the direction that both aircraft are going, is that we are expecting them to land in the runway and end right over here past that black SUV. Again, I am hearing aircraft from above. We do know that whenever the president and vice president are in the air, they usually have some fighter jets flying alongside with them. That might be what I'm hearing. We know that's a typical sound whenever you're out here at Luke Air Force Base here in the West Valley. It's common to hear those fighter jets flying above. Like I said, they should be arriving here shortly. We're hoping to get a view. We know everyone here has been, honestly, waiting for hours just to catch a glimpse of Air Force 1 and Air Force 2, of course, both very iconic planes. As we look here again, it looks like Air Force 2 is right above Buckeye and making its approach to Luke Air Force Base. So it's probably going to be about, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes before it arrives here. And again, that's what everyone really wants to see. And then, of course, from here, they'll be making their way to State Farm Stadium. We'll see if they will be taking the motorcade or having to fly over to State Farm Stadium, where we're expecting both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to speak at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. We're going to keep our eyes out over here. I do want to see if, just because just of the view and the vantage point that we have, we might have to just quickly move to a different location just to see. But as soon as we see it, I don't know if you guys just want to stay out over here and see from this vantage point, or if maybe we should just move real quick. I did have a pilot who was out here earlier saying that they were going to try to go south of Luke Air Force Base at the runway there to see if they have a view, but with such heightened security, I just don't know how much closer we can get to the runway. We were over back to where that the north part of the runway was when police came by and said, hey, everyone has to leave. Secret Service has extended out the perimeter for where people can be, just because they don't want people directly underneath the flight path. But again, it appears that it is coming in from the south, so we're hoping to see it here pretty soon.
Yeah, so, okay, Chase, we're going to go to Troy for a little bit, and then as soon as that plane comes into view, then we'll head back out to
and I just want to point out to all of you watching outside of Arizona, it's 11 o'clock here. That's when the program was supposed to start, and apparently nothing will begin until the dignitaries arrive, which makes sense. Yeah. Of course, the president expected to speak, the vice president, Kirk's widow, Erica, and many more. So typically these things will run a little bit behind schedule.
Yeah.
And if Air Force 2 isn't on the ground soon, that means you can probably figure that it could be another half hour before Air Force 1 arrives.
A whole half hour?
Yeah,
okay.
it could be.
It could be, okay. And then I'm guessing as soon as the president arrives, I would imagine the program will start pretty quickly at that point.
Yeah.
So we've got some time here. We want to go out to Troy Hayden. He is inside State Farm Stadium. He's been there all morning as folks have been coming inside and getting seated and getting situated. There's been a lot of worship music that we've heard being played during this time. So let's go out to Troy. He's inside State Farm Stadium. Troy, what are you seeing there?
Okay, so I heard a big cheer go up just a couple of seconds ago, and it's Elon Musk has come into the building. And so there are three main areas on the floor. There's the red area, the white area, and the blue area. The red area is all the way up front, maybe 200 or 300 seats, maybe a few more. And that I thought was going to be all the VIPs because it was sectioned off from everything else. And that's what it looks like Elon Musk is in right now. We also have a group of bagpipers taking the stage. They got on the intercoms a short time ago, or on the PA system, and asked everybody to come out of the concourses and to come in and grab their seats in the stadium. But I'm with you, Mark. I mean, by the time you get those big planes on the ground, a presidential motorcade does not stop for traffic lights, but it's probably still a 10-minute drive, even as a president, from Luke to here. So it could be a while till this program starts. They're playing Amazing Grace, if you guys want to hear that. All right, so a group of bagpipers playing Amazing Grace. Not clear if this is the beginning of maybe another set of musical numbers as we head into this memorial service today. But again, some of the VIPs are arriving, and that includes the world's richest man, depending, on the stock market in the day. Elon Musk is here, and as we've reported,
all right, Troy, we're going to cut away from you for just a second and go back out to our coverage at Luke Air Force Base. You just saw the tail of Air Force Two going behind those buildings. It has just touched down at about 11:08 Arizona time, and there it is. Air Force Two carrying Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife and family and the rest of the entourage, along with many other dignitaries, both aboard Air Force One, which will carry the president, and this at Air Force Two.
Yeah.
Do we have Chase Golightly available? Chase, can you hear us?
Gotcha. Yes, Mark Uribe, I'm here. Yes, it just touched down a little bit ago. You could see it coming over. It looks like it approached from the south heading north, and we're hoping to probably see it over in this area over here where there is more open runway, but it may have just stopped right behind these buildings, and we're told right behind Air Force Two is Air Force One carrying the president and his entourage. Again, from here they will be traveling to State Farm Stadium, but right now, unfortunately, we just have these buildings here on Luke Air Force Base is kind of blocking the area, but we were able to see it just taxiing a little bit, and again, we are expecting Air Force One to be approaching here shortly. Very heightened security measures right here. You have police blocking several roads surrounding the area of Luke Air Force Base. We are expecting them to deplane here shortly. We will not be able to kind of see that from the vantage point that we're at right now. And we're also expecting other aircraft to be coming in behind Air Force One. Of course, we know that is the mobile command center for the president. You have about 40,000 I believe 4,000 square feet on that aircraft in there. It can carry up to more than 100 people, including 30 crew members and 71 passengers, including the president. And what we were hearing from the White House press secretary yesterday is, yes, there will be a huge entourage for the president and vice president as they make their way to State Farm Stadium. we are still waiting for Air Force One to come in at this time. We're not able to track Air Force One like you can for Air Force Two, given the security measures. That's at all times. It's not just because of the heightened security that's going on with today's event. We know it's level 1, similar to when we're having a Super Bowl here. But we are just waiting. We should be able to see that Air Force One approach in the same area that we saw Air Force Two, and then again another aircraft. We do believe that the motorcade and other transportation means for the president and vice president arrived here yesterday. That's what we were hearing from folks living in the areas, that they said there was a lot of large cargo planes flying into Luke yesterday. And we are hearing some aircraft above us right now, but with the clouds in the sky, it is somewhat hard to make out. So we'll be sure to let you know as soon as we see. We're going to keep our cameras at the ready for when we see Air Force One here approaching.
Okay.
But we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in studio. But as soon as we're able to see it, we'll let you know.
All right, and we're told that J.D. Vance's motorcade has to be off of Luke Air Force Base before
that's
Air
protocol.
Force One can land. So as soon as we see that motorcade exiting Luke Air Force Base on the way to State Farm Stadium, then presumably Air Force One will be coming in shortly thereafter that. We want to head out to Sean Rice. He is outside of State Farm Stadium. And Sean, we're told that security is starting to move and get in place for the vice president's arrival.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling here. I mean, obviously this is just based off observations as we're standing here right outside of Gate 3, which is one of the, it was mainly the press or dignitary entrance earlier this morning. Over here to my right or ahead of me is where kind of the public entrances were. But as I step outside, what I've seen over the last 10 to 15 minutes at this Gate 3 entrance is these unmarked cars roll up. Multiple people are very heavily armed get out. All Secret Service agents, it appeared. There was even several bomb-sniffing dogs get out as well, and they've kind of been combing this area here on this Gate 3 side. Now, just to my knowledge of State Farm Stadium, on Cardinals game days, there's multiple entrances here. I do not believe where the players typically park on an NFL Sunday or a home game is this area. So there may be an entrance over to our west. What would be considered the west entrance is where the president and vice president may arrive. But we did see a little bit of an increase in a security posture here. And this Gate 3 entrance we're looking at could very well be where Trump and Vance do arrive and get out of those motorcades. We'll certainly be here. And if we can watch them do so, we'll be here and bring that to you here live.
All right, Sean, we will get back to you in just a few minutes.
Yeah, all those final sweeps taking place. Yeah. Let's get you back inside State Farm Stadium, where the Charlie Kirk Memorial Service will unfold as soon as all the dignitaries arrive. Troy, just a couple of minutes ago, Elon Musk arrived to great fanfare, very popular because of his attachments to the president. What's the latest? Have you seen any other dignitaries?
No, I haven't seen anybody else come in, but this is our fourth musical act that has started here. I think the program, you can assume, has started now as they've been going. We had the bagpipes, and now we have this act as well. We did hear from a White House source, and I don't know what that source is, so I don't want to directly quote it, but that the president is speaking at the time that makes me believe that he will be the final speaker of this memorial service, because it is quite late, and I know he hasn't even landed yet. But it appears to me, as I'm looking around State Farm Stadium, everybody is in their seats. An announcer got on the PA system about 20 minutes ago and said, hey, if you're in the concourse, please come down. We're getting ready to get started. And it appears like everybody's here and getting ready for this program. It looks like it may stretch on 2.5+ hours once it begins, Mark and Caribe.
Frequently during these sorts of rallies and sometimes for a memorial service, in this case maybe it's both, have they shown any video of Charlie Kirk's life to sort of jazz up the crowd?
No, there's been nothing like that. There was, I don't know, it's hard to see as well because we're kind of blocked, but there's a big portrait of Charlie that's up there on the stage. And then, of course, as we've been talking about all morning and afternoon, you know, the big banners everywhere. But so far, no video. I think that's an interesting point. I wonder if they will. I mean, there's no shortage of Charlie Kirk video, as I'm sure anybody who's been on social media or watched television in the last week and a half can attest.
And Troy, we know that a lot of Trump's candidate members are going to be speaking today at this memorial. Do you, first of all, know who will be speaking and any sense of the particular order that they'll be speaking in?
Yeah, no, I mean, the only thing that we got from the White House was that Vice President Vance was going to be speaking at a certain time, and then the president was going to speak after that, about 20 minutes after. So I can see that speech lasting about 20 minutes. The vice president and Charlie Kirk were close friends, so I can imagine a eulogy going about that time. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, we used to call him Secretary of Defense, now it's Secretary of War. He's going to speak. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, is also going to be speaking. And to me, the person who I'm most interested in seeing how they handle this situation is Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica. You don't often, and I don't know how many funerals you guys have been to, but you don't often have the spouse of somebody who passed away speaking. So not only is she going to be tasked with remembering her husband as, a husband and a father, but she has now taken over the organization he founded. So you would think that at the same time she would also be, talking about that and where she plans on taking this organization, I would imagine. So watching her, I think, is going to be very interesting as she speaks.
Do you know if she is she starting the program off, or is she finishing, or you just don't know at this point?
Yeah, we have been given no run of show. And I would imagine beyond the president and vice president, and maybe you guys can weigh in on this, I would imagine she's probably the very last person before them. I don't know. I mean, I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we were thinking she would either be first or maybe come last, or vice versa with the president. But we do know. I mean, this is going to be tremendously hard for her. We were reading today an article in the New York Times where she was talking about the last night with her husband before he was murdered, and how she's wearing a pendant that he was wearing at that event that still even has a little bit of blood on the pendant. It was a pendant of St. Michael's. It was a cross. And how she, has been wearing that ever since. And so this is going to be really tough for her. But then at the same time, just reiterating that, her husband's voice is not going to be forgotten, that she plans to very much so continue on with his legacy.
Yeah, and that makes it human, doesn't it? I know, so much of this has been couched in politics, obviously, but yeah, you have a young husband and father, and now this woman who no longer has her partner in her home and her partner in raising her children, and she's got to move forward through life. It seems like you hear it from a lot of people. I've heard it from older aunts and things that, right after a spouse dies, people are coming over and they're talking to you, but a month or two later is when it can get very difficult, because a lot of those people and a lot of those activities are no longer there. And you just have, a house missing a very important part of it.
Yeah, Troy, it is a powerful statement about religious belief when you can carry on in the face of such a horrible and violent act, the death of a husband. But she sees it as, in the things that I've read, she sees it as her obligation to carry on Charlie Kirk's work, not only from a religious standpoint, but also from a political standpoint, to make sure that Turning Point USA continues on the way that Charlie Kirk would have wanted it to continue on.
Yeah, and you can see that. And the opportunity she's going to have today, if that's a main goal of hers today, she's going to have a lot of people watching her, and she'll be able to spread that message to probably more people now than she will at just about anything else coming up, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, like I said, very interesting to see her.
Yeah, it will be interesting to hear from her. It'll be also interesting, Troy, to hear from J.D. Vance, because we know that the vice president and Charlie Kirk had a very close relationship, so much so that, after Kirk was assassinated, J.D. Vance canceled some events that he was supposed to attend on 9/11, flew to Utah, and personally escorted Kirk's casket from Utah to Arizona on Air Force Two.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you, the respect, the regard that not only the vice president, but the Trump administration had for Charlie Kirk. And again, we're getting back into the political side of things, but a lot of people say that him motivating, especially young male voters, really helped reelect President Trump. So, obviously they have that high regard. I want to go back to something Mark said a second ago about how having religion to help you is keeping people, optimistic in a way. I expected to come here and see so many people crying and upset, but I haven't seen that. Of course, it's a somber mood, but so many people have almost, as they're clapping now at the end of this, but they have a hopeful look on their face. They're greeting each other joyously, and I think their religion has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, Troy, it's interesting as I watch the feed that's being supplied by Turning Point USA, and then we're seeing a shot of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. If you didn't know better, Troy, you would swear you were watching one of these mega church services, because Christianity is on full display today at this service and uniting everyone in that audience.
And it's interesting. I'm a Gen X, guy. It seemed like for years and years and years, religion, or at least outwardly practicing religion, seemed like it was a little bit on the wane. I was having a discussion with my 23-year-old daughter just about this last week, and she's like, "Dad, I can't believe how many of my friends all of a sudden are, really involved in religion." So I don't know if we're seeing a revival, if people are just getting more vocal about it. But you look around out here today, and as these, you want to show them over here? Show them, Roberto. So as the song's going, everybody over here has their hands up.
Yeah,
and so as the music goes,
we just saw a shot of RFK Jr. And his wife walking in. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, please do that, because you have a much better vantage point than I do. I'm probably 50, 60 yards behind that VIP area. So we are definitely seeing our VIPs arrive, and so I think we're getting very close to the start of this program, and we may already be in it.
Yeah, to what Troy was saying, we heard a gentleman talk about how he doesn't remember when he was that age, a young person, being so involved in politics and in religion. He just doesn't remember that.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what Charlie Kirk did. He was able to motivate these young people, right? And of course, social media has a big part of it. I mentioned earlier about the prevalence of TikTok and how that message is being put out to young people in a way that, they can see it over and over again and eventually, be influenced by it. We talked about how a lot of us, didn't necessarily know all that Charlie Kirk spoke about, but our kids did.
Right? And you just saw a shot of the pastor. This was Charlie Kirk's personal pastor. They've flashed a shot of him up on the air. He is expected to speak today. Charlie Kirk Air Force One approaching Luke Air Force Base. But in the meantime, let's listen into the pastor.
About a little over 2 weeks ago in Korea, as he was supporting the persecuted Christians over there, as they're raiding churches and imprisoning pastors, and he spoke to the youth there that now are chanting on the streets, "I am Charlie Kirk, standing for freedom," across that country. In a conversation with Charlie in the green room in Korea, he said something to me that he'd said a number of times. He said, he kept calling me his pastor, and I stopped him. I said, "Charlie, since the president's gotten elected, your stock has risen through the stratosphere, and I don't see much of you." He wasn't a very good congregant. He was on the road 320 days a year. But he said, "Rob, not only are you my pastor, but you're America's pastor." And I said, "Charlie, if we were at a tabling event on a campus where you had the table said, 'Prove me wrong,' I'd win." And he looked at me with that sheepish grin that he always has. Doggone it if he wasn't right. I mean, I wasn't America's pastor 2 minutes ago, and I won't be after this, but for right now, he proved me wrong. In a moment, you're going to hear from the most powerful political people in the free world. You're going to hear from the who's who. And they're going to assemble in this place to talk about what Charlie Kirk did in 31 years on this earth. He had more lifetimes in 31 years than all of us have in the entirety of our own. And as I was thinking about that, to recount all that he's accomplished in 31 years is quite a feat. I mean, I was just telling the Turning Point staff as I walked in here, everyone is worried that the Turning Point isn't going to be successful. And I looked at each and every one of them, and for those of you who are negative, without Charlie Kirk's presence, they pulled off the largest event in Turning Point history. Let's thank them. Turning Point is alive and well. All right. I appreciate that, but you're taking my time here. Sit down. I want to do two things, and then I want to do what I've been called to do. First of all, I was thinking of Abraham Lincoln when I was reflecting on Erica and their two children, and for Charlie's parents and his sister. Abraham Lincoln said to Mrs. Bixby when she had lost sons in the Civil War, he wrote these words, "I feel how weak and fruitless must be any word of mine to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming." We can't bring him back, but we thank you for raising him. We thank you for loving him. Erica, for being the strength in his life. And we pray for this family, and we ask God's comfort and peace upon you. In Jesus' name, amen. Now my responsibility, entrusted to me by my friend and his wife. You're going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why brought him the courage. The why brought him the wisdom and the strength. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. The guest of honor, his resume is long. He's the King of Glory. He's the Prince of Peace. He's the Savior of the world. He's the living God. He's the God of all mercy and grace. The total embodiment of love. The total embodiment of truth. And he's here today to call his children back to him. From the thin veil of heaven, Charlie declares to all earthly powers and principalities who will gather here, they have come into the presence of the God of all creation. Charlie wanted his Savior to be the guest of honor. He wanted all of you to receive this gift from him, the why and what he did. Charlie was never afraid because he knew his life was secure in the hand of God. Jesus left the glory of heaven's throne for the humiliation of an earthly cross. He was fully tempted, yet was without sin. For those of you who struggle with the word sin, it's real simple. It's an archer's term. Where the bullseye is and where the arrow lands, that's called the sin distance, how far you've fallen from perfection. and there are none righteous, no, not one. We've all missed the mark, the bullseye. And we try to get to God by our efforts, but there is no effort that will bring us back into the presence of a righteous God. You see, the wages of sin is death. Charlie knew this, and at an early age, he entrusted his life to the Savior of the world. Jesus came to this earth, was tempted in all ways, yet was without sin, was crucified upon a cross. His blood was poured out because blood must be shed for the remission of sins. And his death upon that cross was sufficient for all the world's sins, but only efficient for those who, like Charlie, would receive him as their Savior. Jesus has come to seek and save that which is lost. And I would say this to all of you. The Lord loves you. He wants to save you. He wants to give you a new life. He wants to cover the multitude of your sins by the blood he shed upon the cross. The Bible says if you believe in your heart and you confess with your tongue Jesus is Lord, you will be saved to the glory of the Father. You see, Charlie looked at politics as an on-ramp to Jesus. He knew if he could get all of you rowing in the streams of liberty, you'd come to its source, and that's the Lord. In the time I have remaining, I'm going to ask all who profess Christ as their Savior to remain seated. The Bible says if you profess me before man, I'll profess you before my Father in heaven. It requires an act of faith. You stand. That's what Charlie did every day on campus with death threats. He stood because he knew in whom he had trusted. And he wants to give you the gift of the why and what he did, and that is his Savior Jesus. While believers are seated, if there's any in this room and across the globe that would desire to receive Jesus as their Savior, as Charlie did as a young man, and now is in the presence of his Savior, I'm going to ask you to put action to your faith. And I'd ask you to stand right now to receive the Lord. Don't be ashamed. Stand. Amen. 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 The Bible says, that when one sinner gives their heart to the Lord, the angels in heaven rejoice. And I got to tell you, there's one up there right now, Charlie Kirk. He's stoked and he's excited about your commitment to his Savior. For this remaining moment, if you've given your heart to the Lord and someone is seated next to you, I want that person who's a believer to stand and pray with you. And please, up on the screen, I want you to take a picture of this QR code. We are going to give you everything you need to walk this walk with Christ. Faith comes from hearing, and hearing from the Word of God, and it's time to get into a Bible-believing church. And pastors, if you didn't want to give Charlie Kirk the time of day, these folks are going to be showing up at your church, and they're there because of his life. God bless you, and may the Lord keep you. Amen.
I've got just one move with my arms stretched wide.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and join us for the national anthem.
Forward, march! Cars halt! Colors, present arms!
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and no home of the
Please welcome to the stage Rebecca Dunn.
Charlie Kirk was scheduled to speak at my husband's upcoming memorial. Instead, I am here speaking at Charlie's memorial. It means a lot to share my story. Almost 12 years ago, I met this bright young man filled with optimism about his plan to reach young people. I was so impressed that I invited him to come to our home and tell my husband and me more about his organization. That young man, of course, was Charlie Kirk, and his organization was Turning Point USA. Charlie told us how he wanted to start 2 chapters in North Florida. When asked how much money it would take, he told us he thought it would take about $50,000. Not knowing anything about this young man except that he sounded impressive, we told him that if he could raise the first half, we would give him the remaining $25,000. 2 days later, Charlie called to say that he had raised the money. He was not in his hometown. He was not even in his home state. He was 20 years old, and yet he met our challenge. I laughed and I told him, I said, "Well, Charlie, I guess we owe you a check." That was Charlie Kirk's first challenge grant. After that initial grant, we followed suit with multiple challenge grants, each one larger than the previous, eventually growing into the millions. In the early days, Charlie felt like a son to me. More recently, I was the one looking up to him. Charlie never disappointed. He met every challenge with optimism and grit. Today, I feel like Charlie is challenging us. Will we meet his challenge to fight for freedom, for family, for faith? More importantly, will we do this the way that Charlie did, with a heart that loves God? Before you answer that question, I would like to share something else with you. Shortly before I met Charlie, I had become very discouraged about the atmosphere in our country. I even suggested to my husband that maybe we should stop trying. It seemed that the money and time we were giving to freedom causes did not seem to be making a difference. Bill asked me to read an article by Larry Reed. The essence of the article said this: if we truly believed in freedom, we must never stop trying to preserve it. We had a moral obligation to fight for freedom. And as long as there is a breath in our bodies, we must fight. By encountering Charlie, we met a true freedom fighter. Today, there is no doubt that Charlie Kirk fought for freedom with the last breath in his body. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. And thank you to everyone who will not stop fighting, to all who will meet the challenge Charlie gave us. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Larry Arnn.
Good morning. We had the pastor, I'm the school teacher. I have one short story to tell you about Charlie Kirk, my friend. He became a friend of mine because I interrogated him one time. 19-year-olds are my specialty. I asked him some questions he couldn't answer, and he was already becoming famous. And I noticed his reaction. He said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Well, you have to suffer. If you want to grow, you have to suffer. It's hard to learn. Into the night, crack of dawn in the morning. Start with the Bible, read the classics, study the founding of America. In those places, you will find that there's a ladder that reaches up toward God, and at the bottom of it is the ordinary good things that are around us everywhere. If we can call them by their names, they have being. And the beings of the good things are figments of God." You will find that article in Aristotle. You will find it in the Bible. You will find it in Madison and Jefferson. "How do I learn that?" he said. And I said, "You have to suffer. You have to study. You have to think." I thought I'd never hear from him again. Within a month, he got hold of my cell phone number and he texted me a copy of a certificate of completion of a Hillsdale College online course. He would go on to do that 31 times. I keep a list in my head of the 6 or 8 young people, and I'm very privileged I get to know many inspiring young people who are the best I ever saw. Charlie is the only one who was never a full-time student at Hillsdale College who was on that list. We will miss him dearly. He can't be replaced. You know, a good thing is a thing that has being. An assassin is not a thing that has being. The assassin must give up his humanity to destroy something that has being. Charlie lives on. The assassin will die. My wife, who's here with me today, and I have set up a scholarship in the hope that Charlie's children will go to a good college. I have one in mind. And this May the 9th, Erica doesn't know this yet, we are going to give Charlie and Erica the greatest respect a college can give. An honorary degree. Charlie, you see, has suffered enough. He's gone to the Lord. He deserves his reward. Thank you.
Please welcome Mikey McCoy, Stacy Sheridan, Tyler Boyer, and Justin Strife.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mikey McCoy. I had the unique honor, blessing, and privilege of a lifetime to not only call Charlie a precious friend, mentor, but to travel with him literally everywhere. The first time I met Charlie was when I was driving him and his then girlfriend Erica to the airport after he had spoken at my father's church. The entire car ride, he was grilling me on Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, American history. At the end, he said, "Don't go to college, come work for me instead." At 18, I canceled my college plans, moved to Arizona. My life was forever changed by Charlie. All of us in this room have that in common. My first day working at Turning Point, I met an incredible girl who Charlie was interviewing on his podcast, sharing the story of her family who had survived a totalitarian regime, whose grandfather was imprisoned in the gulags for 10 years for preaching the gospel. Elizabeth and I were married a year later. Thank you, Charlie. When Charlie would speak on college campuses, he'd often wear t-shirts with inspiring taglines like, "Here I am, never surrender, freedom." But as I've watched back so many clips these past 11 days, my favorite, and so often worn by him, was "Live Free." 11 days ago, my friend was martyred for using his voice to engage in peaceful dialogue. Charlie's assassin thought that he could steal and silence his voice by putting a bullet in his neck. In the words of Soren Kierkegaard, "The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun." Charlie was not silenced. His movement is only beginning. The voices of millions globally have been awakened, furthering his cause and mission far beyond anyone's comprehension. We won't cower in fear. We will never surrender. We are resolved to live free from lies and seek out what is true. We will respectfully, boldly, challenge what is accepted by culture in order to seek out what is true and acceptable to God Almighty alone. To everyone here today, live free. True freedom is not found in doing whatever we want, but pursuing Christ and doing what is right. In Charlie's words, get married, have more children than you can afford, build a legacy, pass down your values, pursue the eternal, seek true joy. Charlie led by example. It's not only seen in the incredible wife, Erica Kirk, his two beautiful children, the legacy he built, his values, his love of God, and true joy he found in his Savior, Jesus Christ, but in countless people, especially young people like Elizabeth and I, whose very lives are the fruit of Charlie's example of faithfulness. Charlie, it was the honor of my life to serve you as you serve Jesus. And now we will all continue to serve you as we continue to serve Jesus. Thank you so much. I love you, Charlie. I can't wait to see you again. God bless Erica Kirk, CEO and chair of Turning Point USA, the Kirk family, and God bless America.
Oh my goodness. Charlie's having some serious heavenly FOMO right now. Look at this. You have no idea how much Charlie Kirk wants a bullhorn down here right now. He always said to me, if we can just figure out how to bring the Holy Spirit into a Trump rally, I think you've done it. My name is Tyler Boyer. I was the CEO of Turning Point USA and now the CEO of Turning Point Action. You may know me from the Charlie Kirk Show or our weekly podcast, Thought Crime, with Charlie, Jack, Blake, and Andrew, but I'm also the longest tenured employee at Turning Point. I met my friend Charlie in 2014. We connected when Turning Point USA was just in its infancy, sharing the vision for what the conservative movement should be. Charlie was just a kid then. I was a little older. We had a lot in common. I didn't like rhinos. He didn't like rhinos. I was the youngest guy at Tea Party meetings. He was the youngest guy at Tea Party meetings. Charlie didn't go to college. I went to ASU, so I basically didn't go to college. You're welcome, Dr. Crow. We went to work every day on a 24-hour clock. When Charlie turned 21, he didn't have a home. Turning Point USA was in his first year of raising real money. He was just a kid to me, but donors would ask him where he lived, and he took personal offense to the suggestion he still lived in his parents' basement, although his parents probably wanted him to be there all the time. He was a grown 21-year-old man after all. He was rarely home in Chicago. He lived on a plane and zipped back and forth as Turning Point USA became his life. All his personal mail came to a little detached garage at 217.5 Illinois Street, whereas Charlie would constantly remind you, like every good startup, Turning Point USA was founded. So anyways, we worked 24/7. He would tell every supporter of ours, between me and him, we were a team that was never off the clock. Full coverage. I would usually stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning working on the next big Turning Point USA project and text Charlie reports of what our team that day had accomplished. It was like this every day. Work, report, and wait to see my text messages to Charlie flip from delivered to read as soon as he woke up on the East Coast so we can be firing away feedback, thoughts, and a flurry of brilliant Charlie Kirk ideas as soon as he opened his eyes. I'm not kidding you, this was every single day. And all it takes is two dudes to dream up big stuff and talk each other into really insane ideas, which Charlie and I did often to one another. We would go back and forth with those ideas, perfecting them, turning into bigger, more insane and impactful things, and of course, expensive concepts. The ideas literally never stopped. It was around-the-clock problem-solution chat that worked to dream big for the conservative movement. Come up with new ideas, plan new things, fix all problems. My job was to turn them into proposals and presentations, and voila, we would work to execute. Charlie would take red eyes from coast to coast, going all over the country like a crazy man on any and every possible donor, meeting with every possible donor who would take a meeting, so our ideas and fixes for the conservative movement could help young people once and for all. I oftentimes would go with him and marvel at the deranged 22-year-old lifestyle of bathing in airport bathrooms, eating full plates of vegetables and meat at 10 p.m. at night after a long day's work. He was the best at doing all of it. Our success gave me the job of a lifetime, and I'm grateful for it for the rest of my life. I got really good at recruiting the best young talent in the country to come work for us, and it was nonstop. We were a hell of a team. And that's how it worked. Turning Point USA was built, and the Charlie Kirk vision was delivered. I had the special honor at Charlie and Erica's wedding to give a toast speech for Charlie, the groom. It was significantly less pressure than this room. An incredibly beautiful wedding, but small, and an important room of people. I can admittedly say I didn't think that I would have to give another Charlie Kirk speech this soon. At his wedding, I told the story of talking Charlie into moving to Arizona. He was an adamant Chicago boy. I needed to break that. Selfishly, I wanted him to love Arizona because I had recently convinced him to move Turning Point USA to Arizona. It was a hard sell at first, and that was until I hosted the first Trump rally in Trump rally history right here in Arizona in 2015. I got a call from Miss Erica Kirk, Miss Arizona 2012. I just want to help, she said. So naturally, I put her right behind the president at that first rally. After that, we talked. It was obvious she was the perfect person for the job that Charlie and I had devised in one of our 24-hour planning sessions. I wanted to hire her. I only had one problem. Charlie Kirk wanted to date her. Long story short, I was very worried he was going to scare her off and screw it up. And I was going to lose this incredible prospect. Like all things he put his mind to, Charlie accomplished everything he put his mind to. They immediately fell in love, and I lost an employee. But now she's my boss. I'm sure you've heard. We love Erica Kirk. Over the years, we built a lot of things. The largest field operation in the conservative movement between high school, college, faith, and action. The first ever ballot chase operation that won the election for President Trump. The largest events in the conservative movement, most of which have been huge, but in convention centers. In 2021, in the aftermath of COVID, we weren't sure if society was ever going to bounce back and ever get back to normal. So we began planning what was one of the crazy ideas known as America Fest. I hope you'll all be there this year. We decided to move it to swing state Arizona and hope and pray that this would work after the world shut down for so long. Charlie, like all our 24/7 ideas sessions, texted me and our VP of events, Lauren Tonsich, late at night, and he showed us and said, "This is my vision." It was an image of a full stadium. A few seconds later, he sent these images of full stadiums of people, hoping for that to be a future Turning Point event. Well, Charlie, my friend, I'm happy to report we're standing in your vision. You did it, buddy. We love you. You are sitting in the vision for Charlie Kirk. God bless.
My name is Justin Strife, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Turning Point USA. Since September 10th, my thoughts keep returning to one thing, and that's time. Charlie lived only 31 years. Yet when I reflect on those years, I see more impact and more courage and more achievement than most men accomplish in a lifetime. I've known Charlie for a decade, and I'd like to share a little of what I learned from him. Charlie often said that having courage is one of the easiest things in the world because all it requires is you to say yes. Courage does not require talent. It does not require natural ability. Courage requires a personal decision. It's interesting that people often describe Charlie as completely fearless, but the truth is simpler and much more profound. Charlie simply refused to let fear stop him from carrying out God's will for him and his life. His courage was a daily choice, a yes, no matter the cost, and it cost him his life. This truth forced me to reflect on what we can't control: time. It's fleeting, it's fragile, and it's sacred. Charlie knew this better than anyone else. He didn't waste time. He lived every moment with conviction. He lived as a man of character and truth and courage, and he taught us not just through words, but through actions. Charlie was the same person in private as he was in public, and that's why we trusted him. That's why we loved him. That's why we all feel this loss so deeply. His honesty, his compassion, and his insistence on truth drew people in, even those who disagreed with him. Charlie stirred patriotism in us, but more deeply, he stirred our hunger to live united under God. He told us to stop and think, to use common sense, to grow up and pitch in. He asked us to hear the words that God wrote on our hearts: "I am the Lord your God, and you shall have no other gods before me." This is not a message of comfort or safety or peace. It's a message of love, a love of God's will. Charlie's life was anchored by that love. Every day he left his home, the comfort of it, his wife, his children, to face criticism and threats and angry mobs, and ultimately death. He loved God more than he loved safety or applause or even his own life. That's because the last 31 years weren't his career. They were his calling. Charlie's legacy is this: he showed us how to be better people. He gave voice to truth, and he followed God's will. He started with nothing more than an idea and a folding table. And over 13 years, with time and courage and faith, he built a movement that changed the world. Now that Charlie's gone, what happens next? It's up to us. Time is fleeting, but the decisions we make here right now are eternal. So let us honor Charlie by doing what he did: stand for truth, confront evil, live courageously, and we do it the way that Charlie did, with compassion, but never compromising on truth, demanding the best from ourselves, from each other, and from our country. Charlie reminded us that courage requires only a yes, and he said yes every single day. And now it's our turn. It's our turn to say yes, to speak boldly, to speak honestly, to fight for our families, to love our country, to honor God, and to wisely use the time that we've been given. And it's to do for the next generation what Charlie did for us. Because all of this, right here and right now, is our turning point. We love you, Charlie, and we won't let you down.
My name is Stacy Sheridan. 8 years ago, I met Charlie in a crowded ballroom in West Palm Beach at a David Horowitz Freedom Center event. We spoke briefly, we exchanged cards, and I thought nothing of it. What ultimately made me want to join Charlie's cause and Charlie's team, because he began a quest to hire me after meeting me. I was reluctant at first, but it was his naive audaciousness to change the world that ultimately sold me. It was the best decision I've ever made, and I've never looked back. Yes, technically, Charlie was my boss, but it really never felt that way. Far more than my boss, I felt like he was my little brother. So the guys that went before me spoke about him as a boss and a leader. I'm going to speak about him from my heart as a family member. In 2022, my husband Mike became sick with cancer. 2 years later, that cancer took his life. Throughout those 2 years, Charlie called me consistently to ask how he could help us. At one point, he had critical medication and an oxygen machine sent to my doorstep without my knowledge. I still to this day have no idea how he made that happen. But that was Charlie. He did the right thing. There was no limit to how far he'd go to help a friend. He wasn't looking for publicity or credit. He did it because that's what a leader does. That's what a friend does. And that's what a Christian is supposed to do. Sometimes I would express guilt to Charlie that I couldn't do my job at 100%. Charlie's response every single time was family first. When Mike ultimately passed away, Charlie and the entire team were there for us yet again. They helped my daughter Grace through the unbearable tragedy of losing her father on her 9th birthday. But Charlie's help didn't stop there. This January, I lost my home in the Pacific Palisades fire. Charlie's response was very clear and very direct. This is a sign. You and Grace belong in Arizona now. Within a few months, we moved here, and Charlie and Erica welcomed us into their family. While enduring our various tragedies, my daughter Grace would ask me at least once a day, "Why would God do this to us, Mom?" My honest and only answer was, someday we will look at each other and instantly know why all of this had to happen. And it will be for something far greater than we can ever imagine. In my first conversation with Grace after Charlie's death, Grace said to me through tears over the phone, "Mom, this is the answer to my question. This is our why. Now we can be there for Erica and Gigi and Mac the way they were there for us." Looking back today, it's so clear to me that Grace was right. I know for certain that my late husband, Mike, Charlie, and God were guiding us here for this very moment in time. It was always written. Erica, Grace and I will support you and your babies the way you and Charlie were there for us in our darkest days. Charlie, we will miss your words of wisdom, your high-pitched laugh, it was kind of awkward, and the way your voice would always soften when you spoke to Erica and your children. And I promise, we're gonna make TPUSA so big that it reaches you in heaven. Everything Charlie prayed for in his life, a restoration of faith, a rebirth of patriotism, is coming to fruition in his death. And right now, he is beaming at us from heaven. The fact that we pulled this off in 7 days is a miracle that only Charlie Kirk can deliver, by the way. So in Charlie's words, let's get to work, everybody. We have a country to save. Thank you.
about to embark on something that is much bigger than yourself. So check your ego at the door. This is not about you, okay? I don't care about your feelings. If you're having a bad day, you know, go figure that out yourself. This is about us. This is about the country. And the eyes of the whole nation are again on Turning Point. We do the best events in the movement. In fact, we do the only event. Are there any other events in the movement? No. We've got to put everyone else out of business, right? So we are the only standard of excellence. And so we hold ourselves to a higher standard. We don't do mediocre around here. We try to raise the level of excellence because we are constantly trying to push the conservative movement and the country to a place it's never been before. You guys know this. Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the country, period. Find me another organization that's been able to move millions of people the way that we have, that does the events, that does training. Nobody does what we do at Turning Point USA, but it starts with all of you guys. We're building something bigger than you, bigger than me. We're building an experience to help save the country. And if this type of intensity bothers you, well, then don't go work for Turning Point USA. You can go work for the Department of Labor or something, okay? Because here we do excellent things. We do big things. We make history here at Turning Point USA. It's going to be early mornings. It's going to be late nights. But you all get to know that you're doing something rewarding. That is not just, a career and you check the box, but lives will be changed. How blessed are we that we get to be here celebrating the country and this is our job? It's pretty awesome. Here's the one thing that I hear from speakers throughout all the years. Your team is so impressive, and they're so young. Why is it, everybody? Because for us, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. This is not just another DC gig. This is about saving Western civilization. We are the most important organization in the country. You are part of it. It's something bigger than all of us, and it will have ramifications across the country. I'm so thankful for you guys. You guys have really defied gravity, and let's continue to make history here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Colvett.
Just give us a moment. Hello, my name is Andrew Colvett. I am a spokesman for Turning Point USA. I'm a business partner of Charlie's. I was the executive producer. I am the executive producer of The Charlie Kirk Show. But most of all, I'm a longtime friend of Charlie's. Charlie and I built the show over 8 years, brick by brick. And I'm so proud of what we accomplished together. And these wonderful people standing behind me are the geniuses, the camera ops, the board ops, the producers, the editors, and the social media team who made the show happen every single day. You preempted my applause line, so we're gonna do it again. They deserve it. They have performed their duties heroically this last week. So please join with me in a big round of applause for them. It's been excruciating to do this show the last week. But we knew it's exactly what Charlie would have wanted. And I want to thank you, the audience. You've helped us work through our grief and our broken hearts, live, on camera, streaming everywhere. And I hope that we've been able to help you do the same in some small way. But I will tell you something. It's remarkable that in the midst of everything else Charlie had going on in his life, fundraising, traveling, speaking, running 2 organizations, that he even had time to fit in a daily radio show and podcast. But I'll tell you something. That show became the favorite part of Charlie's daily routine. It was his one constant amid never-ending change. Even when he was on the road, even when he was overseas, even during AmFest or our conferences, we did the show. But mostly it worked because Charlie loved you, the audience. He read every single email you all sent to him. That's why he said every single day, send us an email at freedom@charliekirk.com. Send us your thoughts. If you agree, you disagree, and we want you to keep sending us those emails. I have no idea how he did it, but he really read every single one of them. And this is a true story. At the end of every show, I had a little ritual of my own. I would go into the sent folder of freedom@charliekirk.com, and sure enough, every single show, I would find debates that he was having with his audience that disagreed on some minor point. There would be email chains, 6 or 7 emails long, all while Charlie Kirk was hosting his own show. It's truly remarkable. And you, his audience, the grassroots, the muscular class, you all were his firewall for freedom. You were his North Star. When he met fancy elites who tried to take him off course and try and tell him what regular people really cared about, he knew better because he knew all of you. Yes. He knew he had a secret weapon, and it was you, and he never forgot about you because he loved you and he respected your wisdom. You see, it's only now that I'm beginning to realize what was going on all these years that I spent with Charlie. We called them campus tours. Now I know they were really tent revivals, complete with a tent. Amen. We call it the Charlie Kirk Show, but it was really just Charlie confronting the lies in the culture and pointing to the truth day in and day out, and millions of you tuned in. You see, I see it now clearly that Charlie Kirk was a prophet. Not the fortune-telling kind that could predict the future, but the biblical kind. He confronted evil and proclaimed the truth and called us to repent and be saved. Amen. And he wasn't mean about it. He was kind and he was loving. And you could hear in his voice that he desperately wanted the best for you and for all of us. So friends, look around you. We've been worshiping, we've been singing, we've been joyful. Our hearts are grieving, but we do not grieve as the world grieves. Because it says in Scripture, "O death, where is your victory? O death, where is your sting? Christ has overcome death." And Charlie, we are so grateful for the harvest that your life and legacy is producing all around us. And you can see it. The workers. There's a whole lot more workers than there were before. And so let me leave you with this. For all the fans of the Charlie Kirk Show out there, you'll know the line. We will see you Monday. Until then, buckle up. Here we go. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Benny Johnson.
Fight for Charlie Kirk. Who feels the Holy Spirit in the house tonight? Who can feel that revival happening right now? How does it always work? What man intends for evil, God intends for good. Evil thought that there would be a funeral today. God has created a revival right here in this house right now. Charlie always had that revival energy, didn't he? When Charlie first met me, I was a degenerate loser. I'm still a loser, but I was addicted to alcohol. I had no wife, I had no kids, I had nothing going for me. After 10 years of work with Charlie Kirk, after his witnessing to my life, I have become a Christ-centered man. I am happily married to the woman of my dreams, sitting right there with our youngest son who just turned 8 today, 8 months, and he is wearing ducks for Charlie's beloved Oregon Ducks today. That's baby Whitaker in honor of Charlie. All of you had a Charlie moment in your life, didn't you? Raise your hand if Charlie Kirk centered you a little closer to Christ. Did Charlie help you achieve your American dream a little bit more? Did Charlie have that effect? Look at every single hand. Stand up. Say amen if Charlie Kirk had that effect on your life. Look at this. 100,000 Americans, millions watching online, standing up and saying that is the revival spirit of Charlie Kirk's life. And that is the power of martyrdom. Because Charlie Kirk is a martyr in the true Christian tradition. If you take out a tyrant, his power goes away. You cut down a martyr, his power grows. And that's what we see. Time and time again, we're seeing it across this country. Who's seen the full churches, the full parking lots? Who knows somebody now who's a Satanist or an agnostic, who's now looking at Charlie's life in this revival moment in our country and going, maybe I got it all wrong. Maybe I do need to Christ center my life. This is what Charlie always wanted. This is how he wanted to be remembered. In the mold of Stephen, the first martyr, Stephen was killed for speaking the truth about Christ, much like Charlie Kirk. The martyr Stephen was the same age as Charlie Kirk when he was martyred. At that time, Christianity was just a few very scared Christians in Jerusalem. And after Stephen's martyrdom, Christianity spread throughout the known world. The power of martyrdom. This is how God and Christ always advances his kingdom, and he's doing it right now with Charlie Kirk. It is a wonderful thing to see. We were all witness to a miracle. Charlie's life was a miracle. We could all see it. Those who worked up close and those who watched from far away. We got to witness a miracle in Charlie's life. Someone who was there that day when Stephen was martyred was Saul. Saul was the one who was taking the garments so that Stephen could be killed. And through Stephen's martyrdom, the Apostle Paul was reached by Christ to go out and write the majority of the New Testament. There was no one who was irredeemable. And that is what Charlie would have wanted us to know about his faith in Jesus Christ. The power of Christ's blood and the power of martyrdom speaks through Charlie. The Apostle Paul would go on to write the book of Romans. And I'd just like to close with this. In Romans 13, the Apostle Paul talks about a godly government instituted by our Lord and Savior. And what does he describe? The Apostle Paul describes how God establishes the rulers of the nations. In the audience right now, there are rulers of our land. Represented right here is the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice, the Chief Executive. God has instituted them. God has given them power over our nation and our land. God saved our president, President Trump, from an assassin's bullet for this moment. And what does the Apostle Paul in Romans say about godly leadership? He says that rulers wield the sword for the protection of good men and for the terror of evil men. May we pray that our rulers here, rightfully instituted and given power by our God, wield the sword for the terror of evil men in our nation in Charlie's memory. I want to live in a country where the evil are terrified and where the good and the faithful and the moral people of our nation can live in peace. Debate in peace, disagree in peace, and start families in peace. And so we want to thank the administration for being here and carrying out that godly mission of wielding the sword against evil. In conclusion, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this to all of the young men in the audience, and I can see so many young men out there. Charlie really reached young men and women. But this is the advice that Charlie gave me. Center your life on Christ. Fall in love. Get married. Have 1 million kids. And live out your American dream. And by doing that, we can create millions and millions and millions of Charlie Kirks. And we can save our land. That will be our turning point. God bless you. And God bless Charlie Kirk. He's looking down on us, smiling from heaven. God bless you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see so many people out here for such a sad but also a wonderful purpose. You know, we at American Cornerstone Institute grieve with everyone as we think about the loss of our friend and partner, Charlie Kirk. But did you hear a political figure last week saying that Charlie Kirk was ignorant because he didn't have a college degree? I've seen him run circles around people with college degrees. You know, I wonder if that political figure realizes that most of learning in life comes outside of the classroom. And I am delighted to see the young people of our land merging with the older people like me and moving in the same direction and understanding that our nation was founded upon the kind of principles that allowed us to rise from nothing to the pinnacle of the world in record time. That was no accident. That was because of what we believed, including our Judeo-Christian beliefs, that our rights come from our Creator and not from government. Now, for many decades, there have been people who are trying to fundamentally change who we are. And there was a man by the name of Cleon Skousen who wrote a book called The Naked Communist in the 50s. And he exposed the things that were being done by the Marxists to gain control of our country. Such things as gaining control of the public education system and the teacher unions so that you could infiltrate and indoctrinate our young people. It was a radical leftist who said, give me your children to teach for 4 years, and the seed that I sow will never be uprooted. That's what's going on. They also had a goal of gaining control of the media and Hollywood so they could change the culture in America, making sexual perversion normal, natural, and healthy. And speaking of that, pushing God out of our society and changing the gospel to the social gospel. Have you noticed that a lot of preachers don't want to talk about what's in the Bible if it's counter to the social gospel? Well, I challenge the ministers out there to talk about what the Bible says and not what the leftists say. And get on board of the revival that is coming. We are not going to be able to stop it. You see evidence of it right here in the stadium. We're all going to be a part of it. I love the fact that Erica is going to take over, and we're going to grow the Turning Point to a very significant level. And I want us all to remember, you cannot be the land of the free if you're not the home of the brave. You got to stand up for what you believe in. And in closing, I want to read a passage from John 12:24, remembering that Charlie was shot at 12:24 p.m. Verily, verily, I say unto you, this is Christ speaking, except a corn of wheat fall onto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. And I want to thank Charlie for his sacrifice because much fruit is going to be realized. Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna.
I just want to start out by saying there would be no Congresswoman Luna without Charlie Kirk. I still remember the phone call that changed my life. Hey Anna, it's Charlie. I'd like to offer you a job as TPUSA's National Hispanic Outreach Director. Charlie believed with every fiber of his being that the youth of this nation would save it. His fierce patriotism, his unyielding boldness, his prophetic foresight, these were the sparks that lit the path for me on the eve of my departure to medical school to decide to change course and join TPUSA, where I could help Charlie battle the socialist indoctrination on college campuses. The year I spent at TPUSA traveling with Charlie is where I honed my voice in the crucible of politics and ultimately forged the path that led me to Congress. I saw Charlie grow from a young man with conferences of a few hundred people to one of the most powerful men in the world, walking alongside presidents and titans. I saw him grow a beautiful family all the while remaining a humble leader who quietly raised up others to forward the movement. Today, we honor a patriot whose love of this nation burns as brightly as the founding fathers during the birth of our republic. Like George Washington, who sacrificed his peaceful life at Mount Vernon to lead a militia and a small army against the mightiest empire on earth, risking everything, his fortune, his family, his very life, to secure liberty for generations unborn, Charlie poured out his youth, his energy, and his unshakable resolve to awaken America's youth from the slumber of complacency and to mobilize millions this past election cycle to reclaim the principles of truth and self-governance that define our exceptional nation. His name will stand etched in the history besides the likes of JFK, who boldly challenged a generation to ask what they could do for their country amid the shadows of the Cold War, and Dr. King, who marched into the jaws of hatred, sacrificing his safety and ultimately his life to bend the arc of history towards justice. These giants, Washington forging a new nation from revolution, JFK inspiring the innovation and resolve, and MLK redeeming it through moral courage, changed the outcome of eras, just as Charlie altered the trajectory of our modern fight against cultural decay and ideological tyranny. He didn't just speak of patriotism, he lived it, giving everything to ignite a movement that turned the tide for conservatism, empowering young voices to challenge the status quo and to secure a brighter future for America. And as I stand here today, looking at thousands of young people in this crowd, I realize that Charlie's vision is ablaze in every single one of you, the generation that he entrusted to restore the soul of this nation. So I ask you, will you live boldly as Charlie did? Will you rise to the challenge as Charlie did? Will you speak truth without fear as Charlie did? And will you pray with unwavering faith as Charlie did? If one man can awaken a generation and save a nation, imagine what 10,000 can do. And we are all Charlie Kirk now, and his legacy has just begun. God bless all of you and these great United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Jack Posobiec.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk was my friend. Charlie was my brother. And Charlie was my commanding officer. And we will never, ever let the left, the media, or the Democrats forget the name of Charlie Kirk. The Bible, we'll get there, hold on, we'll get there. The Bible tells us that on his last day, Moses climbed to the top of the mountain and he looked across the River Jordan and he saw the promised land. He led the people there, but he did not cross himself, for he was taken and he died on that mountain, and he was brought to God's kingdom. On his last day, Charlie Kirk was on the top of a mountain, and Charlie Kirk led us there, and Charlie Kirk has brought us to the promised land. Charlie's death was not just a murder. The true word for what Charlie did is sacrifice. You see, the difference between murder and sacrifice is that sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people, and for his family. Charlie Kirk died for all of you. And Charlie Kirk's gift of his sacrifice means that Charlie Kirk will live forever, not just for all of us, not just for his family and Erica and for his children, but for all future generations of Americans. And the question of our time: will Western civilization endure? Or will it fracture in two, like so many predict? Well, I say to you that a century from now, when they write of the 2 or 3 pivotal moments that led to the saving of Western civilization, they will write that the sacrifice of Charles James Kirk was the turning point. And the ugliness that was been revealed by Charlie's murder will be and is already being overcome by the beauty of the outpouring of love and prayer around the world, seas of 1,000 candles that have been lit from coast to coast. For Charlie's sacrifice for all of us, we will overcome their evil. And Charlie's sacrifice has given us all, and I see it in your eyes, I see it in the eyes of every man, woman, and child who has come to me since this unspeakable evil happened. We have it now. Charlie gave it to us. He gave us that last bit of courage, that last bit of fight, that last bit of grit and resolve to say no more. We are done. We are done with all of it, and we will now stand and fight, because if you took Charlie Kirk off that line, then every single one of us will rise up and we will replace that line, and we will be there and we will remind them what they did for Charlie, what they did to Charlie, and we will never, ever let them forget the name Charlie Kirk. Our civilization will endure. The United States of America will endure. For Charlie, we will continue the mission. For Charlie, we will end the evil disease that split us and took Charlie from us. And for Charlie, Turning Point USA will last forever. And we will come to find that in the final moment, that Western civilization was saved through Charlie's sacrifice in the only way possible. by returning the people to Almighty God. For greater love hath no man than this, than he who laid down his life for his friends. Are you ready to continue the mission? Are you ready to fight back? And are you ready to put on the full armor of God and face the evil in high places and the spiritual warfare before us? Then put on the full armor of God. Do it now. Now is the time. This is the place. This is the turning point for Charlie. God bless to all of you. God bless to everyone, to Charlie's family, to all the families. And Charlie, until we meet again, brother.
Please welcome to the stage, Frank Turek.
Erica wanted me to share with you what happened after that shot rang out on September 10th. I was standing 25 feet from my beloved friend just off his right. Why was I there? About 5 years ago, Charlie asked me if I would mentor him in the evidence for Christianity, because that's one of the things I do. Now, it's gonna be difficult to mentor someone smarter than you. However, the only thing that surpassed Charlie's intellect was his humility. And so the few things I knew that he didn't, he wanted me to share with him. When that shot rang out, I took a step toward him, but his security team was on him immediately. And so Charlie, being like a son to me, I ran toward the security team and we ran to the SUV together. No father would stand back and go, "No, you just take my son, take him, I'll meet you at the hospital." I got into the back of the SUV, and let me tell you something, his team was amazing. When this full investigation is done, I think you're gonna see that his team did everything they were supposed to do. In the car, Justin was driving. Dan was in the front with the GPS. Rick was to my left. He had Charlie's head. And Brian was at Charlie's feet. And Charlie's so big, we couldn't even shut the door. He's so tall. And I'm perched over the back seat. And while they're administering all sorts of first aid, apparently my job was to yell. I was doing a lot of yelling. And I want you to know that we did everything we could to save Charlie, but Charlie was already gone. His face was looking at mine, but he wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me right into eternity. And if it's any comfort at all, I learned later that Charlie felt no pain. He died instantly. But we had to try and bring him back. We couldn't save him. Now I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk. Now look, there's only two things you can get in the afterlife. You can get justice or you can get grace. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone in here, does anybody out there watching around the world want justice from an infinitely just being? I don't want justice, I want grace. Well, the only way to get grace for an infinitely just being is for him to punish an innocent substitute in our place. Where can he find an innocent substitute among us? He can't. We're all fallen. So what does this infinitely just and infinitely loving God do? He adds humanity to his deity. He comes to earth. He allows the creatures that rebelled against him to torture and kill him so he could place their punishment upon himself, and then by trusting in him, every one of us can be forgiven and then given his righteousness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatest story ever told, and it happens to be true. There's evidence for this, and Charlie knew it. Watch his videos. Charlie knew that life wasn't just about money, it wasn't just about sex, it wasn't just about power, it wasn't just about prestige. He knew that the purpose of life is to know Jesus and to make him known, to make heaven crowded. Charlie's eyes were fixed on eternity. Where have your eyes been fixed? What have you been doing with your lives? What have you been doing? What are you going to do now? You know, in every evil, God brings forth some ripples of good. In this case, he's bringing a tsunami of good. Look around. You're seeing it. And if you think a martyrdom is going to stop this movement, well, we all know Charlie was inspirational. But Erica Kirk is a force of nature. You're going to see her later today. In fact, I know what's going on in the spiritual realm right now. Every morning Erica gets up, the devil shrieks, "Oh no, she's awake again!" And ladies and gentlemen, let's honor Jesus, let's honor Charlie, let's honor Erica, so that when we wake up every morning, the devil shrieks, "Oh no, they're awake again, they're born again."
There's hope in Jesus today, amen. We're going to take another moment to honor Jesus and sing what we heard this week is one of Charlie's favorite songs. This is what John 1 says about Jesus. In the beginning, the Word already existed. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. He existed in the beginning with God. God created everything through him, and nothing was created except through him. The Word gave life to everything that was created, and his life brought light to everyone. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness can never extinguish it. He came into the very world he created, but the world didn't recognize him. He came to his own people, and even they rejected him. But to all who believed him and accepted him, he gave the right to become children of God. They are reborn, not with a physical birth resulting from human passion or plan, but a birth that comes from God. So the Word became human and made his home among us. He was full of unfailing love and faithfulness, and we have seen his glory and the glory of the Father's one and only Son. From his abundance we have all received one gracious blessing after another. For the law was given through Moses, but God's unfailing love and faithfulness came through Jesus Christ. No one has ever seen God, but the unique one who is himself God is near to the Father's heart. He has revealed God to us. Will you pray with me? Jesus, you are the way, you are the truth, you are the life, the only way, the only truth, the only life. You are the bright morning star that shines in the darkness. You are the living water to a dry, thirsty soul. You say in Revelation 22, look, I am coming soon. Let anyone who is thirsty come. Let anyone who desires drink freely from the water of life. You say in Romans 10, everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. If we declare with our mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in our heart that God raised him from the dead, we will be saved. Jesus Christ died on a cross, was risen on the third day, and is coming again soon. Lord, help every searching heart see you and know you today. Let the door of every heart be open to receive you. Jesus, you are the blessing we're singing about. Let the name of the Lord Almighty be praised today. Amen. Let's sing together.
The Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. The Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his presence go before you and behind you and beside you, all around you and within you. He is with you, he is with you in the morning and the evening, and your coming and your going and your leaving and rejoicing. He is for you, 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 he is for
Jesus me is I know, for the Bible tells me so. You want to it. Yes, Jesus me. Yes, Jesus me.
Hi, PJ. When is your bedtime? Hi, honey. I'll see you in the morning, honey, okay? I'll see you when you wake up, all right? I love you.
Before he was a leader to millions, he was mine and theirs.
I have to say this without getting emotional, but I'm very proud of my husband, and I know many of you are too.
Well, I've never met anyone quite like her. I remember I called Tyler and I said he's gonna have to find talent somewhere else.
And Tyler was trying to coach me down because he said that she was way out of my league. And he's still right, by the way. I mean, my wife is the best person ever, and she's a patriot, and she's a believer. We don't want to have to be accountable to God when this life passes. And he asks, why did you not trust in me and not fight evil? For young people out there, if you want to find meaning, find something worth taking responsibility for.
Yeah. It's been a fun journey, fun ride.
It's just getting started.
Yeah. I'm grateful for you.
Thanks for joining the Charlie Kirk Show.
You're welcome. We should do this more often. He was 18. No money, no map, only a call from God.
My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who was generally conservative, I realized this generation, millennials, is going to be the most progressive generation in history if we don't do something about this.
We're active in about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard.
I was 18, no idea what I was doing, no connections, no money, unlimited energy, enthusiasm, and I actually thought this was possible, which was kind of crazy if you think about it. Bill was one of the first people to believe in us at Turning Point USA and believe in me. After he heard me speak, he said, you can't go to college. I said, who are you exactly? He said, whatever you're doing, it's going to be bigger. He said, you're going to start a youth organization that's going to catch the whole world on fire.
Only in America can a young man with a dream change the world.
So starting in that garage in Lamont, Illinois that Bill had for us at 217.5 Illinois Street and growing from that forward was a battle. So the first year, you raised $20,000, which at the time was an unbelievable amount of money, right? We didn't have an office, we didn't have a staff. It was just me just traveling the country doing this, pure grit, pure energy. And I was driven by core ideas and core principles that we should be thankful, not angry to live in this country. Would you agree? We should be thankful. We should be kissing the ground and saying we are the luckiest human beings ever to exist, that we are able to live in this country. At this time, America is the greatest country ever to exist, period, bar none, is the greatest country ever to exist, right?
He loved debate because he loved the truth and the people on the other side of the table because they all were made in God's image.
So I go to college campuses and there's a lot of error. We're all sinners. We are all live in error. We as Christians are called to go into the public arena to correct error with truth. I'm far more interested in what God wants of me than what I want from God. I have the greatest job in the world. I couldn't be happier. Every day I feel as if what I'm saying, what I'm doing is making a difference. To be perfectly honest, I love the debate. I love the exploration of ideas. I think dialogue is a gift given to us by God. Prove me wrong. I have no notes. I have no AI. I have nothing. Tell me why you're correct. For 3 hours, I will sit there and everyone will watch. It's a gladiatorial match for the best ideas of the West.
And their needs changed him, and he changed them.
You see, you're being called upon to be a leader, let's say, that's not merely political. And that's why my understanding of it.
Correct. It's an enormous responsibility. Enormous. I also need to balance, as Christ would say, being as much truth, which of course I'm inclined towards, as love. What is God's plan when I go on a college campus? I just believe I will only tell truth, I will not compromise, and I'll love on the lost.
He was no stranger to threats, to being hated, to being doubted, but he went out anyway, for America, for you.
Turning Point will live longer than me. That's my mission.
He carried his love for the nation in his hand, and in the other, he carried us.
You have worked so hard, and I know a lot of you have seen, obviously, his videos on TikTok and all the stuff he does on campus, but no one gets to see him from my angle except for myself and our children. And the sacrifices that he made this year, he's amazing. I'm very blessed.
And I would not have been able to do any of it without Erica. When it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally Once you have kids, there is this primal thing that comes into you where if you think you have worked hard before, when you have to go feed a child and provide for a family, you are willing to go to the ends of the earth and push yourself in ways that you never thought possible. And that is your initial and most important task as a father.
Every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship.
The media said that Turning Point could never run a ground game. They weren't experienced. They didn't know Charlie, right? You need tremendous talent to do what he's done. Building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA, and I want to thank you, really, Charlie. Incredible job.
I want you to remember that we did not earn this. This is God's mercy on our country.
What he built will endure.
Taking the deep, but sometimes the difficult road is the way that you should configure your life. Getting married and having children is a difficult but deep decision that I hope every single one of you make at some point in your life. Because for every single one of you, there are a couple thousand students that wish they could speak out like you do. And courage is a choice. It takes no skill to be courageous. You might come up to the microphone and say, Charlie, I don't know my talent, I don't know my skill. The cool thing about being courageous is you just have to say, I choose to be courageous. What can I do to save the country? You answer that question every single day because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic. You are doing something that is bigger than you.
He loved this country. He fought for this country. Now we all live to honor his fight.
What young people especially are screaming at is they say, give me a structure that I can live my life by. And especially with young men, more challenging of them, more saying, you know what? Honestly, I'm not gonna talk down to you. Stop being a boy and become a man. You wanna learn what that means? Come to church and I'll tell you what it means to become a man. Because we have the greatest story ever told.
If everything completely goes away, how do you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
All right, ready? Freedom on three. 1, 2, 3, freedom!
Wow, look at that. Beautiful. Look at that.
All right, 3, 2, 1, smile. Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Utah Valley, how we doing? Charlie Kirk! Charlie Kirk! Charlie Kirk! Charlie Kirk! Charlie Kirk! Charlie Kirk!
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
He race well. I love you, Charlie. On behalf of our family and everyone you touched with your love, thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Sergio Gore.
Good afternoon. Charlie Kirk was one of my best friends. The world of politics can be full of transactional people. Charlie wasn't one of them. He was the polar opposite. He loved life, and he loved the people in his life. Charlie led with his faith and fought with his heart. One of the things I will miss the most is receiving a text every morning from Charlie with a daily Bible verse. Charlie would help set the tone of the day for so many of us. He loved Jesus Christ. The other side was terrified of Charlie because Charlie embodied the spirit of MAGA. Always fighting for America, never backing down. He dared to debate. Charlie didn't just step into the fight, he ran towards it. And he always did it with a smile. Charlie knew this fight was bigger than politics. Charlie was more than an activist. Charlie was a modern-day disciple who preached about the greatness of America, not just across our land, but around the globe. Charlie knew that we are in a spiritual war for the heart, soul, and future of America, and he was ultimately killed because of it. I want to share with you the personal side of Charlie. Charlie was funny. Charlie cared deeply about others. Charlie looked forward to the next adventure. For over a decade, we created countless memories, from hunting alligators in Louisiana, to eating seal in Greenland, to countless nights on the patio Mar-a-Lago as President Trump played Phantom of the Opera. When President Trump started talking about the importance of Greenland to our national security, Charlie was one of the first people who thought it would be a great idea to visit. He was also one of the first to fall in the snow upon arrival. But without a beat, Charlie got up and continued onwards with a smile. No matter what, Charlie always marched forward. He embodied the MAGA warrior, never backing down. Charlie was all Trump. When the president had an idea, no matter how big it was, Charlie was always willing to make it happen. One time, on a trip to Louisiana, Charlie forced the group to leave early and fly to New York City. He had to rush and get to Fox News for an interview with Judge Jeanine. When we arrived in New York, it turned out Jeanine wasn't even in New York. She was filming remotely. The real reason Charlie was in a hurry, he had dinner plans with the woman who would become the love of his life and the mother of his two beautiful children. Erica, we love you, we support you, and we will always be here for you. After we won the last election, the presidential transition kicked into high gear. Charlie knew the importance of hiring loyal patriots for this administration, and Charlie worked every single day to ensure we got the very best of them in the door. Countless individuals are currently in key roles across our government because of Charlie Kirk. Today, I want to ask every person in this arena and the millions more watching around the world, will you make sure that we continue to build upon what Charlie Kirk started? I want to ask each and every one of you today, If you believe in America, stand up. If you believe Charlie Kirk represented the best of us, stand up. If you believe in the power of Charlie Kirk, his mission, his courage, his conviction, stand up. Charlie, we miss you. We love you. We wish you were here with us today. We will never forget you. Rest in peace, my brother.
Please welcome to the stage, Stephen Miller.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless President, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing, nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness, we will defend light, we will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, you cannot threaten us, because we are on the side of goodness, we are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil, and we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good, and we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Susie Wiles.
Good afternoon, and what an honor to be here with all of you. Those of you who loved Charlie and love Erica. I was blessed to work with Charlie these past few years, and I know he is looking down now, rejoicing because his life, his words, his courage to speak the truth about God, family, and country built the most powerful youth movement in our time. Many of you knew Charlie better than I did, and if you did, you experienced the gift of being lifted by his conviction and his joy. For Charlie, making America great again meant bringing young people to this movement and making sure they knew they belonged. Like our president says, it's a movement of common sense, and it makes sense. Love your God, love your family, love your country, and help the next generation live into those values boldly. Through Turning Point, Charlie gave us countless young Americans who had their first turning point the moment they decided to stand up, speak out, and make America all that she could be. When the president's 2024 campaign partnered with Turning Point, Charlie did not just promise, he delivered. Charlie and his team embraced the assigned mission completely, and they didn't meet expectations. They shattered them and blew them out of the water. President Trump's victory, winning the popular vote in every swing state, was powered by young people, most brand new to politics. That was Charlie's army, and he made sure they understood the stakes. They outworked, they out-hustled, and outperformed everyone else. Charlie just didn't help. He made the winning difference. I promise you that. And I believe Charlie is still urging us not to sit back, not to be quiet, but to carry on his mission forward, loudly, proudly, and with the same conviction he showed. So I ask you, let us honor Charlie in the best way possible, by continuing his work, by building on the foundation he laid, and by making sure this generation knows that this movement is their home. May God bless Erica and their beautiful children, and may he hold them in the palm of his hands always.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tucker Carlson.
Oh, that made me emotional. Made me emotional to see that. Susie Wiles had tears in her eyes, which you don't often see in politics, but it's real. This is the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen. And whatever happens next in America, I hope it's in this direction, because God is here and you can feel it. And Charlie would have loved this, not just because he loved large groups of people, but because ultimately he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about, what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I could just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Everything is inverted, and the Beatitudes tell it, I think, the most crisply. Everything is sort of the opposite of what you think it's going to be. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. That is true, and you can feel it here. The thing about Charlie's message, I've thought a lot about it, and I'm trying not to be emotional because in addition to everything else, he was a wonderful man and a decent man, and one of those rare people you meet who you just groove with in conversation and have these very intense conversations that you don't stop thinking about, which is my experience with him. But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent. So how is Charlie's message different? And Charlie was a political person who was deeply interested in coalition building and in getting the right people in office, because he knew that vast improvements are possible politically. But he also knew that politics is not the final answer. It can't answer the deepest questions, actually. That the only real solution is Jesus. And the reason, it's really simple. Politics, at its core, is a process of critiquing other people and getting them to change. Christianity, the gospel message, the message of Jesus, begins with repentance. Christianity calls upon you to change. Our core prayer given to us by Jesus, the Lord's Prayer, demands that we forgive other people, but preceding that is a request for our forgiveness. In other words, forgive us our sins, meditate on what we've done wrong, how we've fallen short, and then it becomes possible to forgive other people. That is a call to change our hearts from Jesus, and that is the only way forward in this country. That is the only solution to where we all know we're going. And Charlie knew where we were going without that. And that is not a call for being politically passive, of course not. I stood on many stages with Charlie calling for various people to be elected, particularly Donald Trump, and I'm proud of that. It's only an acknowledgement that what Charlie was really saying is that change begins, the only change that matters, when we repent of our sins. Me. A recognition that the real problem is me and how fallen I am. And that was the reason that Charlie was fearless at all times, truly fearless to his last moment. He was unafraid, he was not defensive, and there was no hate in his heart. I know that because I've got a little hate compartment in my heart, and I would often express that to Charlie about various people, and he would always say, that's a sad person, that's a broken person, that's a person who needs help, that's a person who needs Jesus. He said that in private because he meant it. So I guess I would just say this gathering and God's presence, God's very obvious presence in this room, the presence of Jesus, is a reminder of what we've known for 2,000 years, which is any attempt to extinguish the light causes it to burn brighter. Every single time. So as we proceed into whatever comes next, and clearly something's coming next, remember this moment. Remember being in a room with the Holy Spirit humming like a tuning fork. This is the way. Right here. This is the way. And that is what Charlie Kirk was saying underneath it all. Thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome to the stage Director Tulsi Gabbard.
Charlie lived his life as a warrior for truth and for freedom, every single day choosing to step into the arena armed with the Constitution, sparring through debate on the battlefield of ideas, fighting for the heart of our democratic republic and the unalienable rights endowed upon every one of us by our Creator. Charlie lived what our founders envisioned. Freedom, the right to speak even when we disagree. Freedom, I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to defend to the death with my very life your right to speak. Free speech is the foundation of our democratic republic. We must protect it at all costs because without it, we'll be lost. Charlie knew this. He lived it. Charlie stood in the arena armed with superior arguments, with truth, reason, propelled and motivated by his love for God, his love for others, his love for our great nation. His words were his weapons. He slayed ignorance, he cut through lies, and he woke people's minds, inspired people's hearts, and imparted wisdom every day. Now, for those of us who knew Charlie, and even those of you who may never have had the chance to meet him in person, we all know and experienced how Charlie spoke with a calm courage, not asking, what will God do for me? But instead praying, God, use me for your will. He showed respect and compassion for everyone, even those who opposed him, and I think especially for those who opposed him, he invited them to his table or on his show saying, let's talk. Sitting with Charlie here in Arizona at ASU last year, seeing and experiencing him in action was truly a sight to behold. Because in Charlie, he sincerely wanted people to know the truth. Because it's the truth that sets us free. It is the truth that keeps us free. Now, Charlie, he chose our schools as his arena because he knows that they are meant to teach, to train our young people to think critically, to debate ideas, to test their strength through a clash of reason. But too often, these schools silence debate, saying words are violence, and dissenting voices are hushed, and those who speak of God, those who speak the truth, simple objective truths like there are only two genders in these schools, they are told you have no voice. Charlie chose this arena to take these people head on, to challenge these institutions, these students and faculty, encouraging them to come, to speak honestly, bring your ideas, debate loudly, and think critically. And Charlie did this so well, he was winning, so much so that the forces of darkness, hate, and evil were threatened by him and tried to silence him. History shows this dark pattern that when ideas cannot withstand scrutiny, whether it's the ideology of so-called religious fanatics or political fanatics, their defenders, terrified that their weak ideas will be exposed for what they are, turn to intimidation, censorship, and violence. They kill and terrorize their opponents, hoping to silence them. But in this evil that we have experienced, that Charlie faced, their flawed ideology is exposed. Because by trying to silence Charlie, his voice is now louder than ever. His message is more powerful and impactful than ever. The truths that he spoke have spread hundredfold. As Charlie was fearless. But where did his fearlessness come from? The answer lies in Corinthians. Therefore, be always of good courage and know that while we are at home in the body, we are absent from the Lord. We are of good courage, I say, and prefer to be absent from the body and at home with the Lord. Therefore, we have as our ambition, whether at home or absent, to be pleasing to him. So our call to action is now. Every one of us needs to be a warrior like Charlie, to take shelter in God, to draw strength and fearlessness from the Lord who sits within every one of our hearts, to stand together, continue the mission that Charlie dedicated his life to sharpen our weapons of truth, common sense, and reason, to train, to study, learn, and to speak, exercise our God-given right to speak, and carry that torch that shines brightly because of God's love. So right now, if you feel afraid or lost, confused, not sure exactly what to do, don't be. God says, don't be afraid. I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you. And he is with us. He sits within every one of our hearts, just waiting for us to choose him. To say as Charlie did, God, use me for your will. To say, God, my life is yours. I am yours. My heart is yours. Let me serve you. Now is the time for us to step into the arena and to stand as warriors for freedom and truth and fight. May God bless you all. We love you, Charlie. May God bless this great nation. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary Marco Rubio.
About maybe 10 or 12 years ago, a person I knew very well, had been very helpful to me in my campaigns when I was in the Senate, came to me and said she had met this very impressive young man, and he was going to start this group to go on college campuses and try to convince young Americans that ours is the greatest country in the history of the world and that Marxism was bad. And I remember thinking back then, I'm going to admit to you guys, I was a little skeptical. I said, college campuses, you're going to do that? Why don't you start somewhere easier, like, for example, communist Cuba, you know? But my skepticism was proven wrong. In place after place over the last 12, 14, 16 years, we've seen this renaissance. Understand where we were at that time in our history. Understand where we are still today in many places, where young Americans are actively told that everything that they were taught, that all the foundations that made our society and our civilization so grand, they were all wrong, they were all evil, that marriage is oppressive, that children are a burden, that America is a source of evil, not of good in the world. And here was this voice that inspired a movement in which young Americans were told that is not true. The highest calling we are called to is to be in a successful marriage and to raise productive children. And a movement that taught them that ours was not a great country, but the greatest, most exceptional nation that has ever existed in the history of all of mankind. And that it's worth fighting for, it's worth defending, it's worth preserving, and it's worth passing on to the next generation. This was the mission and the work of Charlie Kirk. And a couple things that stand out about him. He led this movement, but he did so with incredible knowledge. It's unbelievable how much he knew. He came to me very recently. He said some quote. I said, who said that? He said, Marcus Aurelius. I said, what district does he represent? I kind of knew who it was, but he said back, no, it's a Roman, philosopher king or emperor. His incredible knowledge. Let me tell you that one of the last messages I had with him was just a few days before his passing, where he wrote me from overseas, I'm in South Korea, I have many concerns I want to share with you when I get back. He was constantly expanding his horizons, but he just didn't have knowledge. He had wisdom, an uncanny amount of wisdom for a man as young as he was. Wisdom that sometimes it takes a lifetime to accumulate. He had it in just 31 years. He was also bold. It is so easy, and listen, I've been guilty of it. I think many of us have been guilty of this. You hide behind the walls and you surround yourself with people that agree with you. We do it as a society all the time. Increasingly, people are moving into neighborhoods with other people that agree with them politically and isolate themselves from people that do not agree with them. But Charlie Kirk was bold. He actively sought out to engage peacefully, respectfully, those who he disagreed with. As recently as 2 days ago, we learned of one of the hosts on CNN who said that one of the messages he had gotten just a few days before Charlie's passing was from him, inviting him to dialogue. And he did this on campuses, he did this on podcasts, he did this on radio shows, he did this on television shows. Time and again, he sought to engage those he disagreed with because he understood that we were not created to isolate ourselves from one another, but to engage. The irony in all this is that what our nation needs, one of the many things it needs, is the ability to discuss our differences openly, honestly, peacefully, respectfully. And Charlie Kirk did that more than anyone alive in America today is doing. And Charlie Kirk was impactful. Impactful because of all the things I've said, but look around this place. There's 100-something thousand people here. The President of the United States is here. His entire cabinet is here. Television outlets and media outlets from all over the world are covering this. I just came from overseas, and every country I stopped, they gave us their condolences for his passing. Impactful. In just 31 years of life, he made a difference. He mattered, and he will matter now more than he ever has before. And let me close with this. How do you remember? This is a memorial service. It's to honor him. How do you best remember it? I'll take the liberty of saying what I think we can best do. Look, I think he had a tremendous impact on young Americans in general. I think he had a very special and direct impact on young men in this country. That's one of the greatest developments I've seen. It's been very positive. I think we remember him for that. I think we remember him for constantly saying, you want to live a productive life, get married, start a family, love your country. These are powerful messages. But I hope many who are watching, I imagine there are people watching here tonight that didn't know much about Charlie Kirk until 11 days ago. Maybe they were disengaged from politics. Maybe they were partially engaged. I hope one of the things they take from this is that the movement Charlie Kirk led and started and gave fuel to was about politics, but not only about politics. It was deeper, it was broader. And I would say that, taking the liberty, but I'm confident he would agree, one of the things he wants us to take away from this, from all of this, is the following. His deep belief that we were all created, every single one of us, before the beginning of time, by the hands of the God of the universe, an all-powerful God, who loved us and created us for the purpose of living with him in eternity. But then sin entered the world and separated us from our Creator. And so God took on the form of a man and came down and lived among us. And he suffered like men. And he died like a man. But on the third day he rose unlike any mortal man. And then And to prove any doubters wrong, he ate with his disciples so they could see, and they touched his wounds. He didn't rise as a ghost or as a spirit, but as flesh. And then he rose to the heaven, but he promised he would return, and he will. And when he returns, because he took on that death, because he carried that cross, we were freed from the sin that separated us from him. And when he returns, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and we will all be together, and we are going to have a great reunion there again with Charlie and all the people we love. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Charlie Kirk, a patriot, a conservative, a leader, a builder, an advocate, an author, a lover of freedom, a husband, a father, a Christian, and a warrior. You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior. Our sins are washed away by the blood of Jesus. Fear God and fear no man. That was Charlie Kirk. You see, Charlie Kirk started Turning Point USA to change our politics. That's when I first met him over a decade ago. He was building a movement, and nobody worked harder at it. Bringing people to political small t truth. I still have the sticker, big government sucks. And he pursued that truth with more vigor than anyone I've ever met. But over time, he realized, like so many of us have, that this is not a political war. It's not even a cultural war. It's a spiritual war. Faith and family first. There is a God, and as Charlie would say, it is not us. We're sinners saved only by grace in need of the gospel. You see, we always did need less government, but what Charlie understood and infused into his movement is we also needed a lot more God. Charlie had big plans, but God had even bigger plans. You know, Marco mentioned this arena and the millions watching. A couple days ago, I learned that Kirk, actually in the German language, means church. So on this Sunday morning, I'd like to think we're all in Charlie's church. Charlie started a political movement, but unleashed a spiritual revival. My pastor texted me the day after that horrific event and said, Pete, the devil overplayed his hand. Charlie started with liberty, but ended up lighting our country on fire for Christ. He started Turning Point USA, but this moment is the turning point. for the USA. Right now. He died the way he lived, speaking the truth. Charlie waged war not with a weapon, but with a tent, a microphone, his mind, and the truth. And the gates of hell could not prevail against him. He went into the darkest of places, like Paul in the book of Acts. He went into college campuses where they said we couldn't go, and he was the light. He was bold, he was brave, he was a hero. You know, at the War Department, we know a little bit about heroism. I've seen it personally on the battlefield from Americans wearing camouflage, and I'm surrounded by men and women today who have the chance to witness the same. Most people don't know this, but Charlie Kirk wanted to go to West Point. It never happened, obviously. His personal loss at that moment was our nation's great gain. Charlie Kirk was a citizen who had the biblical heart of a soldier of the faith, who put on every single day the full armor of God with a smile, as the scriptures tell all Christ followers to do. Charlie Kirk, a warrior for country, a warrior for Christ. He ran the race. He finished the fight. Now it's our turn. My charge to all of you: live worthy of Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and put Christ at the center of your life as he advocated for, giving his. Charlie has heard the words echoing now in heaven. Well done, good and faithful servant. Charlie will take it from here. God bless.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Charlie's overarching passion was his Christianity and his devotion to his God. He believed what St. Francis taught us almost 1,000 years ago, that we should strive to live our lives in perfect imitation of Christ. That we should turn every day and every moment and every interaction into a prayer. And Charlie understood the great paradox that it's only by surrender to God that God's power can flow into our lives and make us effective human beings. Christ died at 33 years old, but he changed the trajectory of history. Charlie died at 31 years old, but because he had surrendered, he also now has changed the trajectory of history. Charlie's other passion was free speech. He understood that the free flow of information was the soil, the water, the sunlight for democracy. He understood democracy's great advantage was that our policies were formed by ideas that had triumphed in a marketplace of debate and conversation. He thought that conversation was the only way to heal our country. And this was particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into social algorithms that are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain and amplify our impulses for tribalism and for division. He felt that the only way to overcome that biological impulse was with a spiritual fire and with developing community, and the only way to develop community was through conversation. And so he always gave the biggest microphone to the people who were most passionately aligned against him, because he believed that we need to talk to each other and that we needed to be able to say what we mean without saying it mean. A few years ago, my brother David died, and I asked my mother, does the hole that they leave in you when they die, does it ever get any smaller? And she said to me, it never gets any smaller. But our job is to grow ourselves bigger around the hole. And we do that by taking the best qualities, the best, most admirable character traits of the person that died, and integrate them with restraint, with discipline, with practice into our own character. And in doing that, we make ourselves larger and the whole gets proportionally smaller. But we also give a kind of immortality to the person who left us because their work continues through us. A couple of days ago, my niece, or my granddaughter, left for college in Europe. Her mother noticed that she packed a Bible. When her mother asked her why she made that choice, she said, I want to live more like Charlie. And it's... In one of my first conversations with Charlie in July of 2021, we were talking about the risks that all of us take when we challenge interest, the physical risk. And he asked me if I was scared of dying. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than death. And one of those things is if we lost our constitutional rights in this country and that our children were raised as slaves. And I said to Charlie, I said, sometimes the best consolation we can hope for is that we get to die with our boots on. Well, Charlie died with his boots on, and he died to make sure that we didn't have to undergo those fates that are worse than death. Oh, let's remember Charlie. He was, for those of us who were friends with Charlie, we don't need any more evidence of the love of God, because the evidence, the friendship is the best evidence that God loves us all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
Welcome, everyone. I'm not widely known for being a sentimental guy. Anyone who's seen me on social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself in trouble for posting some grossly inappropriate memes. than I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten the call from that guy a couple times. You know, Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax. But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life and to remember the way he changed so many of ours. So I want to start where I know Charlie would want me to, with what was most important to him, and that was his relationship with Christ. To say Charlie knew more about the Bible than me is an understatement, folks. It's like saying Donald Trump knows more about being president than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. No kidding. But when Charlie was asked in an interview how he'd want to be remembered, he said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." And let me tell you guys, those were not empty words. Last week, Charlie joined a long line of courageous men and women who were martyred for what they believe. According to the book of Acts, the first martyr in the early Christian church was Stephen, who was stoned to death. And as Stephen was being killed, he said, "Behold, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." Now, there are many times in the Bible where Jesus is seated at the right hand of God, but this is the only time he's seen standing. And while the Bible isn't explicit about this, I like to think Jesus was standing to welcome Stephen, the courageous martyr, into heaven. And today that gives me great comfort, because 11 days ago, as a cowardly assassin crawled on his stomach to end Charlie's life on earth, I'm betting Charlie saw the Son of God standing tall to welcome him home. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the greatest treasures of Charlie's heart: his beautiful wife, Erica, and his two precious children. To watch Charlie with his family, the joy on his face, the devotion in his eyes, was to see the gospel lived out. And for me, it was inspiring. And now, in the face of unthinkable loss, Erica has shown extraordinary courage, not only as a mother, but in stepping forward to carry on Charlie's mission as the CEO of Turning Point USA. Charlie always brought out the best in all of us. When Charlie first said to me during the 2016 campaign, "Hey, let's start doing events on college campuses," I was like, whoa, seriously? Come on, man. We've given up on that. We're gonna let those kids grow up and we'll get them when they start paying taxes. But he convinced me to give it a shot. And there were a couple events that showed just how brave and courageous Charlie was, even as a very young man. At Michigan State University, 5 minutes before we were supposed to go on stage, the state police told us, and I quote, "We can no longer guarantee your safety." Because the left-wing activists, they were going crazy. It was rough. That sounded like a great reason to pack it up and head out. But it was one of the many times that I would agree with Charlie, who said, "No way, we're going out there anyway." At one of the last events of the 2024 campaign at Arizona State, some lunatic called it a threat to try to keep us from going on the stage. Again, we went out there anyway, without fear. Charlie led the way. His message was clear then, and his message is clear now. We won't back down. We won't be intimidated. The Bible says over 100 times in the pages of Scripture, "Do not be afraid." And the 100,000 people here today are a signal to the world. Our message of faith, family, and country will not be silenced. It always amazes me how Charlie chose to use his platform. He had one of the largest microphones in the entire conservative movement. And what did he do with it? Day after day, week after week, he handed it to the very people who opposed him most. The media tried to smear him as some sort of dangerous radical. But Charlie embodied something at the very core of our movement. When people disagree with us, we don't silence them. We don't destroy them, and we certainly don't sink to violence. We don't burn down their businesses. We don't scream at their children at Disneyland. No, we debate, we stand tall, and we win with our ideas. The true extremists are those who would justify and celebrate taking an innocent life over nothing more than disagreement. That is the real radicalism, and we reject it completely. Charlie delighted in his belief that people could be persuaded. He believed the way to win hearts was with truth, with courage, and with conversation. He would always be the first to say, "You are welcomed here." And that's what I want to leave you with today. If we're truly going to honor Charlie properly, his loss cannot be the end of the story. His legacy must be that when they took his life, 1 million more Charlies stepped up to fill the void. We are all Charlie. So let's send a message here today, guys. I want to make sure the world hears us loud and clear. Will you surrender? Will you back down? Will you give up in fear? Good. If you're among the millions of people watching today, please see this and know you are not alone. Charlie's message, like Christ's, was an invitation. If this resonates with you and you believe American values are worth defending, welcome. If you believe in faith, family, and freedom, then you are with us. No matter your past, no matter how you voted, no matter where you come from, this movement is your home. If you're not already seated at this table, we have a seat prepared for you. If you believe in God and family and country, you are one of us. If you believe our government should put the interests of our citizens first, welcome. If you believe American workers deserve dignity and American families should be able to afford a good life on one salary, welcome. If you reject the propaganda of the fake news media, welcome. If you want to eradicate the criminal cartels and get drugs out of our communities, welcome. If you believe our best days are ahead and are willing to stand up to make America great again for your children and for generations to come, welcome. Charlie loved this country, its people, and the work of persuading others to believe in something greater than themselves. And if we live with that same courage, our legacy, like Charlie's, will live forever. Charlie, my brother, we love you. We miss you, and we will not let you down. And as the scripture promises, well done, good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your Lord. God bless, and thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know, I can't help but think that they tried to silence my friend Charlie Kirk. They tried to silence our dear friend Charlie Kirk. And tonight, we speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk and of his Lord Jesus Christ. We gather here in this stadium in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert. And from this desert, Charlie Kirk built a movement. He transformed the face of conservatism in our own time, and in doing so, he changed the course of American history. To rising generations across this country, Charlie exemplified kindness, courage, and a commitment to open debate. And he was a great debater, and we loved him for it. But Charlie loved debate not because he excelled at it, but because it was the vehicle for bringing the light of truth to dark places. And Charlie Kirk brought many truths in his life. Charlie brought the truth that young people deserved a stake in the future and that they deserved to have a voice. He brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or educational credential. He brought the truth that our nation would fade unless it brought order to its neighborhoods and prosperity to its people. He brought the truth that life was precious and we must fight to protect it at all stages and at all times. But most of all, Charlie brought the truth that Jesus Christ was the King of Kings and that all truth flowed from this first and most important one. But Charlie, he did so much more than tell the truth, he lived it. Charlie understood that the best evangelization was not in what you said, but in how you lived your life. And in this city, he lived his life well. He raised a wonderful family. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beloved children, and a loving and godly home. In this, he showed us the importance of family. He lived 3 decades he had on this earth with a sense of Christian virtue that would make any man, any person proud. And in this, he showed the importance of following God. He was a kind-hearted man, a hard-working person, and any parent would be proud to have him as a son. In this, he showed the virtue of industriousness. He was present and loving as any child would hope of his or her father, and in this, he showed the importance of strong Christian fatherhood. He was fearless and he was bold, as any follower would hope would be true of a leader. And in this, he showed all of us how to carry on after his death. You know, Charlie Kirk, he loved history. He devoured the ideas that formed the foundation of our civilization. He stood for a tradition that Socrates established 2,500 years ago: to question, to search, and to teach. He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person. But if he loved those places, they were not his home. America was his home, and he was willing to die for it. You know, Charlie, he loved this country with a contagious intensity. Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt it. He knew that America was a beautiful place and we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present, and future. He believed this country's best days were not behind us, but ahead of us. But he knew those better days would have to be earned. They would have to be worked for. We would have to sacrifice and work and tell the truth. He knew that America wouldn't be saved just by pulling together seminars or talking about the right kind of books in front of the right kind of people. The movement which he created demanded more. It demanded courage. It demanded hard work. It demanded building, and it demanded leaders. And my friends, in Charlie Kirk, we found a great American leader. Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him. Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics. Turning Point brought millions of young people into conversation with one another, brought millions of people into advocacy. He asked of us, not just that we talk about saving our country, but that we actually go and do it, and we do it together. But even as Charlie built on a grand scale, his greatness was never only in his ambition. It was measured in the everyday moments as well, in the way that he treated ordinary people each and every single day. You know, you learn a lot about someone by how they treat others when the cameras aren't on. Charlie treated staffers as well as he treated the President of the United States. When I was just a guy polling at nothing in my Senate race back in 2021, Charlie helped me, not because I was a future vice president, but because I was a dear friend. I saw just a couple of months ago when a White House staffer struggled with the weight of his job and the responsibilities of new fatherhood. Charlie stopped what he was doing in the hallways of the West Wing and said a prayer for that staffer. Because Charlie believed that we were all children of God, he treated everyone with grace. And that is perhaps the enduring legacy of Charlie Kirk. You know, I was telling somebody backstage that I always felt a little uncomfortable talking about my faith in public, as much as I loved the Lord and as much as it was an important part of my life. I have talked more about Jesus Christ in the past 2 weeks than I have my entire time in public life. And that is an undeniable legacy of the great Charlie Kirk. You know, he loved God. And because he loved God, he wanted to understand God's creation and the men and women made in his image. Now, much has been said over the last week about Charlie's ability to approach any topic any person in good faith, an achievement that was only possible because Charlie knew that we were all children of God. He knew deep down the truth of Scripture, and from that confidence, everything else flowed. That unshakable belief in the gospel led him to see differences in opinion not as battlefields to conquer, but as way stations in the pursuit of truth. He knew it was right to love others, your neighbor, your interlocutor, your enemy. But he also understood his duty to say what is right and what is wrong, to distinguish what is false from what is true. Charlie was slain, doing what he loved, telling the truth, proclaiming his faith, building out a dream. And now he's gone, and our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us. He's been taken from his parents and from his sister. He has been taken from our darling Erica and their beautiful children. And Erica, I know I speak for this entire auditorium when I say that we love you and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did. He was taken from us by those who despise the virtues that actually made our civilization great to begin with. Dialogue, truth-seeking, family, and faith. In the wake of his death, we have seen some of the very worst parts of humanity. We have watched people slander him. We have watched people justify his murder and celebrate his death. I know that this makes you angry just as it has made me angry. But it is easy in these moments to see only the worst of our fellow man. I found myself wishing that I could pick up the phone and talk to my friend and ask him for his advice and his counsel. To ask him how to respond to such hate and the souls from which that hate springs. But I can't call my friend, because he was murdered for speaking the truth. I can only guess at what he might say and what he would encourage me to do. And here's what I think. I think he would encourage me to be honest that evil still walks among us. Not to ignore it for the sake of a fake kumbaya moment, but to address it head on and honestly as the sickness that it is. But I also think he would encourage me, he would encourage all of us to focus on the good. He would encourage us to remember that for every hateful voice celebrating his murder, there are 1,000 people mourning it and fighting for his legacy every single day. He would tell me to pray. I'm certain of it. He would tell me to pray for my friends, but also for my enemies. He would tell me to put on the full armor of God and get back to work. He would tell us to commit ourselves to telling the truth and to fight for that truth each and every single day. He would tell us to talk about God's love and the fact that that love applied everybody across the whole human family. Charlie suffered a terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth. It is better to be persecuted for your faith than to deny the kingship of Christ. It is better to die a young man in this world than to sell your soul for an easy life with no purpose, no risk, no love, and no truth. Christ told us in the Gospel of John, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Charlie took heart, and now we must do the same. I've seen so many of you say, so many on social media, talk about for Charlie. We must do this for Charlie. For Charlie, we will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. For Charlie, we will never shrink, we will never cower, and we will never falter, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America and defending the truth than it is to die on our knees. My friends, for Charlie, we must remember that he is a hero to the United States of America and he is a martyr for the Christian faith. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That is what we must do for Charlie. You ran a good race, my friend. I love you. We've got it from here. Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to Mrs. Erica Kirk.
Hello. God bless all of you for coming here from all over the world to honor and celebrate my Charlie. Just a few miles from here, 2 years ago at America Fest 2023, Charlie delivered a speech on stage for our TPUSA Faith event. Charlie loves speaking off the cuff. He was very good at that, without a script. So I personally didn't know what he was going to say. And what he chose to speak about that day was his submission to the will of God. He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. "Here I am, Lord. Send me." After Charlie finished, I met him backstage and I spoke to him, and I'll never forget this. I said, "Charlie, baby, please talk to me next time before you say that statement. Because when you say something like that, there is so much power in that verse. When you say, 'Here I am, Lord, use me,' God will take you up on that." And he did with Charlie. "11 days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side. More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain, never before have I found as much comfort as I now do in the words of our Lord's Prayer, 'Thy will be done.' God's love was revealed to me on the very day my husband was murdered. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror and a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one on the side of his head, which I never told him about. Now he knows. Sorry, baby, I'm telling you now, but never told him. Didn't want to. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile. And that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy. When I saw that, it told me Charlie didn't suffer. Even the doctor told me. It was something so instant that even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself, nothing could have done. There was no pain, there was no fear, no agony. One moment Charlie was doing what he loved, arguing and debating on campus, fighting for the gospel and truth in front of a big crowd. And then he blinked. He blinked and saw his Savior in paradise. And all the heavenly mysteries were revealed to him. God's love continued to be revealed to me in the days that followed. The next day on the tarmac in Air Force Two, I confronted Usha Vance, precious woman. I held her hand and I told her, honestly, I do not know how I am going to get through this. She told me something. She said, you know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight and things are crazy, kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere and everyone's screaming. And you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. And she told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting. We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival. This past week, we saw people open a Bible for the first time in a decade. We saw people pray for the first time since they were children. We saw people go to a church service for the first time in their entire lives. Charlie liked to journal. And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him. And one of the things he wrote in his journal was this: every time you make a decision, it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you out there who just made that decision and took the first step toward a spiritual life, I say thank you and welcome. One day I hope you look back and realize it was the most important decision of your life, because it is. All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people. Do not take that lightly. Water the seed of their faith. Protect it and help it grow. Every day as Charlie rode into the office, he would go through his contact list. And I know there's many of you who were impacted by this. He would go through his contact list and send Bible verses for the day. He knew that faith was a habit. The more you live it, the more it grows. But know this too: the seed has only just been planted. The enemy will tempt you the most in a time like this one. God will always be there for you, but you must choose to mark your soul again and again in the direction of Christ. Pray again. Read the Bible again. Go to church next Sunday and the Sunday after that, and break free from the temptations and shackles of this world. Being a follower of Christ is not easy. It's not supposed to be. Jesus said, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross and follow me. He said he would be persecuted. He said we would be persecuted. And Charlie knew that and happily carried his cross all the way to the end. And I want all of you to know, while Charlie died far too early, he was also ready to die. There was nothing he was putting off. There was nothing that was too hard or too painful, or nothing that he just felt like he didn't want to do it. He left this world without regrets. He did 100% of what he could every day. But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business. But I will miss him. I will miss him so much, because our marriage and our family were beautiful. And they still are. The greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me how Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret, it was love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday. And in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, how grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, "Please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband." Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband. A man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God. I was Charlie's confidant. I was his vault. His closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband. Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have. In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. But I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, it was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty for being away too long or too much, or getting home too late. I always told him, home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, had set for him. And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can. And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will. But Charlie's mission above all was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West, the young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. That young man, on the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us. The world needs Turning Point USA. It needs a group that will point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs something that will lead people away from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people pointed in the direction of truth and beauty. And so I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater. I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA. I do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose. His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TPUSA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations. And yes, campus events will continue. And we will continue to hold debates and dialogue. The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We are naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings. And the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever. Because when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now and I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me hanging in the stadium, I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old, a man barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing, but he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle. Let that miracle, that was Charlie's life, be your turning point as well. Choose prayer. Choose courage. Choose beauty. Choose adventure. Choose family. Choose a life of faith. Most importantly, choose Christ. I love you, Charlie, baby. And I will make you proud. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Please welcome to the stage the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Charlie Kirk. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston, oh, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, I want to thank you very much, Lee. You've been there from the beginning with us, Lee, and we appreciate it. Nobody can sing that song like Lee Greenwood. Thank you very much, Lee, very much for being here. And his voice has not changed, you know? Pretty amazing. And a special thank you to Erica, because today, America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God and country, for reason and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his Creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. To Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable. But even in the midst of heartache and pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength and deep faith to be a comfort to millions and millions of people. And thank you very much, Erica. Thank you very much. Today, an entire nation wraps its loving arms around you and your beautiful children. We share in your immense and overwhelming sorrow, and we vow that we will do everything we can to ensure that your children grow up in a land where their father is honored and revered as a great American hero. That's what he is. To Charlie's parents who lost their beloved son, and to the entire Kirk family, we know that no words can ever be enough to fill the void he leaves behind. That's a void that just can't be filled. But I hope the extraordinary outpouring of emotion over these past 11 days has comforted you with the knowledge that your son brought more good and love into this world in his 31 short years than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. Charlie Kirk loved America with everything he had, and as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk. And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd. Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. They're all over the place. And likewise, the House of Representatives, they're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. Our great cabinet and this stadium packed with rafters of people, not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people, and they're watching us on screen right now. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across the street. But this is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival. For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable to say goodbye to a patriot whose heart still had so much to give. It's so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and he was an all-American in everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, "Please, sir, save Chicago. We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime. In high school, he was the quarterback of the football team and the captain of the basketball team. He was a good athlete. A lot of people don't know that about Charlie. He was an Eagle Scout who spent his school lunch breaks listening to another champion for liberty, somebody that he greatly admired, Rush Limbaugh. But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which he called the most important decision of his life, to become a Christian and a follower of his Savior, Jesus Christ. Inspired by faith and his love of freedom, Charlie did something remarkable when he was just 18 years old. On the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well, he devoted his life to converting young people to the conservative cause. How did he do? Take a look. How did he do? In 2012, 2 days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois, who no one had ever heard of, started an organization whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, Turning Point USA. Great name. And I have a feeling it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Does that make sense? It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Look at what's happening. 12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin at Madison. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words: "Big government sucks." Could you believe that? That's Charlie. That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was. Finally, after many hours, he found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader. His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country. He lived out of his parents' basement, and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved Charlie. And on the couches of friends and supporters, he lived off couches for 2 years, 3 years, then life started getting a little bit different, but he was always the same. For 5 years, he refused to take a paycheck, but day after day, he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and T-shirts from the Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all, never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, "Sir, we have a country to save." I said, "Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it." Charlie volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation with my son Don and Eric. I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who first started organizing young black conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA, and you know what MAHA is? That's right, Make America healthy again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcements, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism. Tomorrow we're going to be talking in the Oval Office in the White House about autism, how it happens, so we won't let it happen anymore, and how to get at least somewhat better when you have it, so that parents can help their child, their beautiful child. That's a big one. I've been bugging everybody over there, get the answer to that. You know, 20 years ago, 1 in 10,000 were born with autism. 20 years ago. The most recent survey says 1 in 12. How bad is that? That's for young boys, baby boys, but also girls a little bit better. It's about 1 in 20, but we can't, because obviously there was something really wrong, and we think we know what that is. It's going to be, I think it's going to be one of the most important news conferences I'll ever have, and I look so forward to it. And you know who else looked forward to it? Because he knew. I tell him a little bit about what was going on. Was Charlie. He would have been front row center, believe me. We'll be missing him tomorrow. It was such a big deal for him, too. He brought together Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, right here in the great state of Arizona 1 year ago. Remember that? What a night, what a day that was. And it was Charlie who was among the first to speak to me about a man from Ohio by the name of J.D. Vance. Have you ever heard of him? He's doing a good job. But Charlie would often call me, sometimes the night before a big event, the other side of the country. And he'd ask me, he'd say, do you think you could come and speak at the event? The following day, right? I'd say, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You want me to travel 4 hours by plane? And you know, sometimes I did it. He was a very good guy. He was a very convincing guy. He didn't stop, but he would ask for things like that. Sir, could you be tomorrow in California? I said, Charlie, give me a break, please. He just wouldn't stop. And he succeeded. But I almost always went because you never wanted to let Charlie down. He worked so hard, you just didn't want to let him down. I felt guilty. He'd make me feel very guilty. As president, many people asked me for things, but Charlie was one of the few who always gave more than he took. He was a giver, much more than a taker. And no matter how big Charlie became, no one was too small for him to notice. He was good to everybody. Didn't matter. Several years ago, a fourth grader asked Charlie to appear on his podcast, which was probably only watched by the parents of that fourth grader. And Charlie, who was actually pretty hot at the time, to be honest, he agreed, and the boy asked for advice. Charlie replied, the left, I call it the radical left. I call it sometimes the radical left lunatics. But Charlie didn't say that, he called it the left. He was probably right, but I can't help it. I can't help it. So he said the left, radical left lunatics, may have all the money in the world, but they can never outwork me. I will wake up as early as I need to about himself. I will stay up as late as I need to, and I will never stop fighting for our country. And he did this until his dying breath. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Think of it. Wow. What a horrible moment. I was in the Oval Office when I heard they came in, and it was like a surreal experience, a terrible, terrible. I had some very big people in the Oval Office, and I was in the midst of a very important conversation for our country, big people, the biggest. And I said, you have to leave now. When they told me that, they told me in front of a group of very powerful people. I said, you have to leave now, right now, please. Right now. You have to leave, go. By his own determination and skill, Charlie Kirk built Turning Point from his humble beginnings, the beginnings that nobody believed could ever end up something like this, into a great movement and a juggernaut of American politics. And you know, we have a massive stadium loaded up with people, but he got tremendous crowds before he had this kind of horrible news and before we had to hear what happened so terribly. He delivered more than 250 speeches a year at over 200 colleges and universities, and that was at a time when it was not really vogue to go to colleges and universities if you were a conservative. It really took great courage. And we used to talk, and I said, you know, I think they're much more conservative than we know, and he agreed, but it just wasn't something that was happening because the radical left would do very bad things, very dangerous things. But Charlie set up chapters on 2,200 campuses and spoke at more than 1,000 churches. He launched a podcast and radio show that grew to an audience of 1 million Americans a day, one of the bigger shows on radio. And Charlie didn't just bring young people into the movement. All of a sudden it started to grow by leaps and bounds. By 2024, we won more young people than any Republican candidate in the history of our country, including for the first time a majority of males under 30. Can you believe it? Remember when Republican presidential candidates would get 4%? No, we did unbelievably with young people. And he was a big, big factor. Unbelievable. But he made me work for it. Sir, you have to make a speech here, you have to make a speech there. But we did it and we won, and our country is doing unbelievably well now. We had a country that was dead 1 year ago, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And Charlie helped us make it that. One of the great people. But through it all, the core of Charlie's message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. He stayed the same person also. At every campus event, Charlie asked the people who disagreed with him to come forward, and instead of silencing them, he handed them a microphone and let them speak. And he'd convinced so many of them. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch, actually. Shortly before Charlie arrived on campus, the day he was assassinated, a staff member texted him that there were many critics and students who were opposed to his views, and rather strenuously in the crowd. And that actually made him feel good because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right. And he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country. In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. Charlie's angry, looking down, he's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words: God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing: use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that. When you see they all have the same beautifully printed sign, every sign is identical, comes out of a top-level print shop. That's not the signs that are made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people, and hopefully we're going to be finding out through the DOJ who those people are. At another college, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking. It was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't hear that from too many people, do you? And virtually every day for years before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible death threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about were the ones that don't make the threats. I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto: never back down and never ever surrender. Just don't surrender, never back down. He believed in it so strongly. So strongly. And he's right. He's totally right. The radicals and their allies in the media, sometimes referred to, as my son said, the fake news media, tried to silence Charlie for a simple reason: because he was winning, and he was winning big. He was taking over college campuses, colleges that had, in theory, only very liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. I call them liberal, but they like to call themselves, because such a beautiful word, progressive. They're the opposite of progressive, if you think about it. But they were really nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing to see. They lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him, because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense. Everywhere he went, he won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe. Charlie Kirk was without a doubt among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day, November 5th, 2024. Do you remember that day? It was 9 months ago. What a day that was. I mean, we had a pretty good day in the first one. And I must tell you, on the second one, we had a phenomenal day. But a lot of bad things happened. And now that's not even questioned. They cheated like dogs, but we got them back, didn't we, huh? We got them back. But we owe Charlie a profound and eternal debt of gratitude now. Just like Charlie and Erica made Turning Point hot, we are looking at a country that has the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. And the only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money, we're becoming richer and richer, and we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better, but we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big, but the tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw the money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for. And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When the news finally came out on election night last November that the race was officially won, came out pretty early in the night. Charlie was live on camera. In that moment, he was overcome with emotion. I've never seen him like this. He was so happy. For a long while, he said nothing. His eyes were filled with tears, and then he buried his face in his hands and he started crying. That wasn't the Charlie I knew, but in thinking about it, it actually was the Charlie I knew, because he had a tremendous heart. He just wanted what was good for our country, and he saw us going in such a horrible direction. Lovingly, Eric, and this was so beautiful, Erica put a MAGA hat on to cover his bowed head. I like that very much. MAGA, we love. Does everybody love MAGA? Make America Great Again. When Joe Biden used to get up, remember the speeches? We will stop MAGA. We will stop MAGA. You know, he could barely get the words out. We will stop. I said, can somebody inform him the MAGA means Make America Great Again? How do you say you're going to stop it? And Charlie understood that. When Charlie finally looked up and spoke, he smiled through the watery eyes and simply said, I am humbled by God's grace. That was his statement that night. I was watching him. I was very impressed, actually. It showed he had a big heart. Every single American should take a long, hard look at the twisted soul and dark spirit of anyone who would want to kill a young man as good as Charlie. To kill anybody, but to kill a man like this, he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. Our country didn't deserve this. And anyone who would make excuses for it are just out of their mind. Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us. Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout our country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now is bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close. And it's rare that such a thing happens, but Charlie is bigger today than he was, think about it, just 2 weeks ago. He's bigger today than he was 2 weeks ago. Now, that may not help his friends and loved ones, of which there are so many. It may not help Erica and those beautiful children who have to suffer so horribly through this moment, but they know it's true. He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal. He's eternal. And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he's saying, wow, that's a great crowd. He's saying, that's a great crowd. And it's a great crowd of patriots. But that's why I will soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor. And we will do the ceremony at our beautiful White House in a very safe Washington, D.C., a place that Charlie truly revered. You know, we stopped the crime in Washington, took 12 days. Now you can go to restaurants, you can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can have your wife walk alone down the middle of the street. She's going to be in good shape. What a difference. What a difference good management really makes. But it's, I'm so proud of that Washington, D.C. You know, it's one of the worst in the nation, in the world. And now it's considered a very safe city. And it's also, I passed it yesterday, I went through it, and the lawns are good. It's like a different place. It's like the tents are gone, the threats are gone, the gangs aren't there. We got rid of, you know, we took out 1,500 career criminals, 1,500. If you have 3 career criminals, that can make a big difference. But I'm so proud of Washington, D.C., and now we're going into Memphis, and we'll get that one straightened out fast. And then we're going into some others, but we're going to go to Chicago, and we're going to have Charlie very much in mind when we go into Chicago, and we'll get that one straightened out. You have an incompetent governor who, he thinks it's okay when 11 people get murdered over the weekend. He thinks you don't have any crime when 11 people get murdered and 28 people get shot. He says he's got crime. No, they don't have it under control, but we'll have it under control very quickly. So we're going to be doing that. And Charlie loved what we were doing. He was so proud of what happened. He was there to see it. He's so proud of what happened in Washington, D.C. As you know, the depraved assassin who planned and executed Charlie's killing has been arrested and charged with capital murder. God willing, he will receive the full and ultimate punishment for his horrific crime. It's a terrible thing. Because you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. Can't let it happen to a country. The Department of Justice is also investigating networks of radical left maniacs who fund, organize, fuel, and perpetrate political violence, and we think we know who many of them are. But law enforcement can only be the beginning of our response to Charlie's murder. Over the last 11 days, we have heard stories of commentators, influencers, and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it. Some of the very same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week were implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people. But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. Well, that's not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind, and kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are bound to conclude that violence is justified to stop speech. And we're not going to let that be justified. The tradition of reason and open debate that Charlie practiced is not a pillar of our democracy. In many ways, it's the basis of our entire society. It's the right and inheritance of every free American, the greatest legacy of the Enlightenment, and among the most treasured achievements of civilization. We will defend it at all costs, and we will carry forward the torch of liberty that Charlie Kirk held so proud and so high. He was so proud, and he did hold that torch high. We will never, ever let it fail. We will never let it fail. But we're going to raise it higher than ever before. It's going to be raised, and this is the beginning. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back to America. We want to bring God back into our beautiful USA like never before. We want God back. Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying. Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie. But although Charlie's time with us on earth has ended, those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. In the days since Charlie's death, we have seen how his legacy has touched so many millions around the world. In Calgary, Canada, thousands gathered at City Hall to sing the American national anthem and raise up posters with the name Charlie Kirk. In Seoul, South Korea, crowds gathered to wave American flags and shout, "We are for Charlie Kirk." His memory has been honored in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, Sydney, Madrid, London, Tel Aviv, and all over the world. So beautiful to watch. A man as far away as rural Australia texted a pastor, "I'm going to come to church tomorrow for the first time ever." The pastor asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "Because of Charlie Kirk." Can you imagine? The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight. We're saving our country. And Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. He changed history. Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now. We grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Charlie created something very special. It's called Turning Point USA. And under the leadership and love of Erica, it will become bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So, Charlie, we all want to thank you. We want to say a very loud God bless you, Charlie. God bless you for what you've done is incredible. And God bless Erica and the children. God bless the United States of America. And could I ask Erica, please come out. Erica, please come out. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
Well, if anyone doubted the power of Turning Point USA, Christian nationalism, or conservative politics in America, we have just seen it on full display. Close to 95,000 people turned out between State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, and the neighboring Desert Diamond Arena to witness really a dynamic moment in American politics. It was a combination of a church revival, a political rally, and a memorial service for Charlie Kirk. The event featured speakers like President Trump, who you just saw, Vice President Vance, and Kirk's widow, Erica, all eulogizing Charlie Kirk, who, like him or not, changed the political landscape in America.
That's right. The memorial lasting almost 5 hours with more than 24 speakers giving their personal reflections about their relationship with Kirk. And one of the most powerful testimonies was from his widow, Erica Kirk. Here's part of what she had to say.
My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. That young man, on the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Erica Kirk there showing some grace and compassion there for the 22-year-old alleged shooter. Let's go inside State Farm Stadium now with Troy Hayden. He is standing by there. Hi, Troy.
Yeah, that Erica Kirk speech, very, very powerful today. I'll give you a look right now. This section right here of State Farm Stadium was the first one to be sat at about 7:40 this morning. So these people now are going on over 7 hours of sitting in those seats. They are streaming out. But you mentioned it earlier. We heard from a president, vice president, cabinet members. The president's son got a big laugh when he imitated his father, telling him not to be so aggressive on social media. But it was Erica Kirk's speech that hit the hardest with the people here. She had details of her marriage with Charlie, the kind of husband he was, love notes he would write her, the kind of father he was. She talked about going to Utah and seeing his body after he was killed. And then in that sound that you had just a little bit earlier, said she actually forgave the person who shot and killed her husband. She said campus debates will continue, and she got some huge rounds of applause. But the thing that hit me, guys, was the quiet this was, 65, 70,000 people in the stadium. I've been in a lot of sold-out stadiums in my lifetime. I've never heard one as quiet as it was as she was speaking. A lot of people crying during the speech. So overall, like you said, it was a long program, some 5 hours. People are just leaving now. Some people getting here at 2 and 3 in the morning, but it's wrapping up.
Troy, I'm curious. You've covered a lot of political rallies in the past. What stood out to you, aside from Erica Kirk? What were the moments that you think people will be talking about in the days to come?
I think, I have to be honest, I didn't know a ton about Charlie Kirk. I knew who he was, but we learned a lot about him today. And very early in this service, he had several members of Turning Point, his buddies, who he kind of started this whole thing with. When he's an 18-year-old kid, think about, I don't know about you, Mark, I wasn't doing much when I was 18, nothing like this. So learning about the kind of drive that he had to build this organization and this movement, agree with it or not, I think that was the thing that hit me a lot today, is how much he accomplished in his 31 years.
Yeah. One of the stories that we heard early on in the memorial service was the woman who said, Charlie Kirk said, I need $50,000 to get Turning Point going.
Yeah.
And she said, if you can raise the first 25, we'll match it.
Yeah, and a lot of the speakers talking about his hustle in the early days of this startup and how, he was basically traveling all the time, generating ideas, coming up with slideshows and PowerPoints and just, basically building this thing from the ground up. So from that 50,000 all the way to an organization, generating multi-millions of dollars.
And that he was able, when he hung up from her, he called her the next day. And in a strange town where he didn't have any contacts, he raised another 25,000, and then he was off and running.
And then we've heard many people talk about how Turning Point USA is growing, how college campuses, high school campuses are trying to, get that movement there at their school. And so this continues to grow. I also saw on social media, people registering to vote, which is unusual, right? You don't necessarily think of a memorial as a place where people would be registering to vote, but there were actually booths set up where people could register to vote.
And look, it's Charlie Kirk, like him or not, hit a nerve and a voting base in this country that was largely untapped into, largely ignored, because, whether it was because the college kids didn't have the money to really write a check for these politicians or not, he understood that this was the next generation of voters. And so to tap into them right away, to tap into their Christianity, and to get them to join his conservative political movement was really a stroke of genius.
Yeah, Troy, did you talk to any young folks out there about, just the reasoning, their reasons why they were followers of Charlie Kirk and just kind of their sentiment overall, how they felt about everything?
Well, the one thing we haven't really touched on in this wrap-up we're doing here were the very strong religious overtones of this event. I think, Mark, you did mention something, but throughout this entire event, one of the things that Erica said she was going to do was have brand new Turning Point ministries. So I'm not sure exactly what that means. Are there going to be churches? Are there going to be Turning Point churches going forward? But the one thing that seemed to unite so many people in here was their faith. These were people of faith. And so whether it was when the Christian bands were on, everybody had their hands up, the prayers that were done early on, this was a large group of faith, and some of the biggest ovations were when they were talking about different aspects of Christianity.
Troy, I have to ask you, when President Trump talked about the fake news media, did people turn around and point at you or look at you? Because I have personally been at President Trump's rallies in the past, whether he was campaigning or already president, where he would talk about the fake news media, and you would get some really hard looks from the crowd. Did you experience that at all?
And beyond that, A year ago, I was at Desert Diamond Arena right across the street here for a Turning Point rally featuring then candidate Donald Trump, where he had everybody turn around and look at us, and we got booed. You know, they're the enemy. I don't know if he said they're the enemy. It was something like that. You know, they're not helping us. You know, they're fake. They're this. It was really negative. That wasn't the case here today. I think I only heard fake news media twice, which is not what you normally hear at a normal Donald Trump rally during the campaign. And no, we didn't get the hard looks. We didn't get people giving us the bird like we did last time or booing us. It was a different vibe out here. And again, I think I'm going to go back again to the religious kind of, if you come in here and, you know, I kind of expected it to be a very somber event, but instead people were like trying to lift each other up. And I think that comes from having a big religious base as part of this event.
It really was like a tent revival there in many ways, from the pastors that spoke at the beginning to all of the members of the president's cabinet that came out and spoke, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth, all invoking religion into the conversation. And one of the things that I heard today that really resonated with me is that the assassination of Charlie Kirk immortalized him and immortalized the Turning Point movement.
Oh, yeah. They were actually at one point comparing him to Jesus Christ, in that it was a short life, and once he died for his cause, he became bigger than he ever was, you know? And that's what they were saying. The Vice President J.D. Vance said that he has said Jesus Christ more in the last 2 weeks than he has in his entire political life. So, I mean, maybe that's what comes out of this, is people, we discussed it earlier, are more young people suddenly turning religious, or are they feeling more comfortable talking about it? Because it seems like it's relatively recent development.
Movement going on there. Troy Hayden from live inside of State Farm Stadium for Charlie Kirk's memorial. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Troy, we'll be checking back with you a little bit later, but we want to thank everyone across the country for watching our coverage of the Charlie Kirk Memorial today. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more coverage here on 12. Welcome back, everyone, to special 12-plus coverage here of the Charlie Kirk Memorial Service. It's amazing that in week 3 of the NFL season, and we all know how much America cares about the NFL, 95,000 people made their way to Glendale, most from Arizona likely, but many from outside of Arizona and even some, as we've reported, from outside the country to be a part of this, to witness this special moment in American politics, a convergence of an old-time gospel revival church meeting, political rally, and of course to remember Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that a lot of people showed up as early as 5 o'clock in the morning. Right. The memorial itself went on almost 5 hours with a couple dozen speakers and musical performances. It was an all-day affair out there. We want to head out live to Troy Hayden. He's been inside of State Farm Stadium since before guests started arriving during the entire memorial. And now, Troy, it does look like everything has cleared out behind you. But what are your takeaways? Well, first, you can tell us what's happening there now in this moment, and then also just kind of some of your top moments from today's memorial.
So I'm giving you a look at the, what would this be? This is south, so this would be the west side of the stadium, the lower bowl. This was the spot that was first filled up with the very first people in here. And Roberto, who's working with me right now on the camera, stayed out here all night long because they had to set up their gear at midnight. He decided to stay out. He said people were showing up as early as 3 a.m. So I would imagine those first people in this area right here have been standing in line since 3 a.m. They got in at 7:40 a.m. is when they first opened the doors. And as you said, this whole thing just wrapping up here at about 4:15 or so. So that is a very long day. So that's one thing I think that stands out to me. I've had Arizona Cardinal season tickets for a long, long time. And when you come to a football game, you show up a couple of hours before, but all the parking lots are open. So everybody just kind of drives in and gets a parking. There's traffic, but you drive in and go to a parking lot. Here, people showed up so early, the parking lots didn't open until 7. So they're showing up at 5 a.m. Where do they go? They were just stuck on the streets. They were just, every street around the stadium was a parking lot, basically. And even for me to get in, I got here at 5 a.m. For me to get in, I had to go through side streets back away from the stadium and then walk to the media parking lot because we had to be there at a certain time. So the fact that people did that and then stayed all the way through this, I think is pretty incredible. It shows these people really wanted to be a part of this event. And the fact that you could fill a football stadium, which is not an easy thing to do, and you can see we're kind of packing up as we go here. But not only that, to have the arena, has thousands of people as well. So that turnout was really impressive. And then the last thing I'll say, I just can't get over Erica Kirk's speech. I can't get over her composure to be able to get up and do this in front of all these people. It was a beautifully written speech. And her saying that she would forgive her husband's killer. So there wasn't a dry eye in the house when you looked around. So that was very, very powerful out here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Troy, so much. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. But we do want to get outside of the stadium now. Yeah, let's head out to Sean Rice. He is out there as folks are filing out the close to 90-something thousand people that were inside the stadium. Sean, how are things looking where you are?
Yeah, Mark Caribe, good to be with you both. For about the last 30 minutes or so, I would say here along 91st Avenue, east side of State Farm Stadium is where the majority of people have been kind of streaming out, as I mentioned, since the president's remarks concluded. That's when everybody mainly started to file out. And I have had the chance to speak with a couple of folks since that has happened, just asking them mainly, what has been your favorite part of today's programming? But one conversation stuck with me the most. And that conversation that I had the chance to have was with 3 young women. They said they were high schoolers here in Arizona. They were inside State Farm Stadium hearing the remarks from the vice president, the president, and of course, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk. And I asked them 2 questions. I said, what was it about today's message and remarks that stuck with you the most? And then I asked them, what was it, or how did they receive Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, forgiving her husband's assassin in the way that she did? And these young women answer both of those questions for us, and take a listen to that.
That was absolutely incredible. It was so amazing to see everyone showing up to support Charlie. It just shows the support, and America's waking up. It was just an amazing tribute to Charlie, and I love Charlie. As a teenager, I loved listening to him.
My favorite part was everyone going up and talking about him and just having a ton of good things to say about him and not really any bad things.
It just was such a powerful message, like saying that she forgave him, because that would be like the number one hardest thing to do in her situation, I feel like. But yeah, just following the Bible, that's what you should do, is just forgive everyone and love everyone and pray for them.
And I want to point out, too, I feel as though young women like that, young men as well, are the most important demographic to speak to after a 5-hour memorial service like we just went through a moment ago. This is a generation that I think feels differently about politics than the ages of our current leaders, the Trumps, the Vances. This is a social media age young generation that I think responds to these types of things differently. And Charlie Kirk was somebody who I think they really resonated with and knew how to meet them on their level. And so that's why I think you hear what we just shared with you, the response from a younger generation, all wanting to be here to experience this at the same moment. We'll send it back to you.
Politics aside, I mean, Erica saying that in front of these young people is such an example of grace and compassion.
Right? It is, and it definitely echoes the compassion of Christianity.
Yes.
To forgive.
Yes.
Now, Charlie Kirk always said she was far more religious than he was. He came to religion kind of a little later in his political experience.
Yeah, political insider
Bram Resnick
with us. He's just joined us here.
And Bram, you watched the entire memorial. What are your thoughts on what you saw today?
Troy touched on this, and I think you touched on it too, Mark, and probably you too, Caribe. But what this really platformed today was the religious piece, the faith piece of what Charlie Kirk was doing, and what Turning Point USA through and through all its employees are doing. This is a political organization, yes, turn out the vote. It is also a faith-driven organization. What we heard today was a lot of, Charlie Kirk was a political evangelist on college campuses, but this memorial made clear that first and foremost, Charlie Kirk was a Christian evangelist. Speaker after speaker said the memorial was an old-fashioned revival meeting. Do you remember the Billy Graham crusade many years ago, if you're old enough, Mark? The crowd today was exhorted.
Yeah, I remember Abraham Lincoln.
There you go. The crowd today was exhorted to stand up and pledge themselves to Jesus. Yeah. Tucker Carlson compared Kirk's death to the death of Christ in a somewhat questionable analogy, and President Trump was the final speaker. He praised Kirk as a historic American figure. He shared stories from his relationship with Kirk.
America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God and country, for reason and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history.
And the president delivered a 50-minute speech, somewhat rambling at times. You recalled how Charlie Kirk would call him up the night before a big event and ask the president to show up. Just show up, Mr. President. And sometimes Trump said he would, sometimes he wouldn't. Trump said he disagreed with Charlie Kirk on one thing. Kirk said he wanted the best for his opponents. The president said he hates his opponents. Those were Donald Trump's words. Toward the end of the speech, Trump blamed the left for political violence, a statement that is not supported by data. The end of the speech kind of became more of a campaign speech than that real, more traditional eulogy that the president had been delivering for much of the time.
Yeah, I mean, and there were other speakers too who used words that you definitely don't think of at a memorial, right? You know, fake news media, a radical left, a lunatics, forces of darkness, a lot of enemy comments. So it's definitely unusual.
It is unusual. I will say this, when I just think back on all the statements, I listened to eulogies, I listened to every one of them. Stephen Miller was by far the president's
Well, he talked about
advisor.
enemies, and he didn't specify who the enemies are.
He talked about enemies, and in very severe terms, saying you've got nothing.
Right.
You've got absolutely nothing in terms of values, really. Because again, look at this more as a funeral for a Christian man. Is what this was.
It felt inappropriate.
Yeah, I
mean, that's in the setting, in the moment. I think I'd agree with you.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Erica Kirk. One of the things she talked about that's stuck with me is she talked about Charlie Kirk's belief in the First Amendment, free speech, and a free press, which flies in the face of what the president said. He was the next speaker. And this is all coming on the heels of a week where we saw the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel and the president directing his attorney general, Pam Bondi, to go after his political opponents if they speak ill of him. There's a disconnect then, to me, between what Charlie and Erica Kirk want and believe in with Turning Point USA and what the president, who says he hates his political opponents, believes in.
And there is kind of a disconnect on the right among Republicans. Tucker Carlson was there today. Tucker Carlson has come out against Republicans who are trying to silence the debate, who are naming and shaming people on social media to their employers to try to get them fired. He's saying, don't do that. If the government does this, the next step is they come after you. So there's a lot of discussion on the right about whether this should be done. I spoke to one First Amendment advocate with a widely known group who said this is one of the tragedies of Charlie Kirk's assassination. That speech is being silenced.
Which is the opposite of what he was doing.
A free speech champion.
Right.
Which is why he would hand the microphone to someone who disagreed with him politically or religiously and say, prove me wrong. That was what helped galvanize Charlie Kirk as a national political figure. And
I'd add, playing off some of the message we heard today on the religious side, also appealing to young men. You know what? Work hard, get married, raise a family, very traditional values. He pushed that and tried to get young men in their 20s, maybe adrift, as many young men are. They don't vote. Try to get them not just onto the Republican side, but living a life he believed in.
Right, a Christian life. And a lot of questions, I am sure, will be up for discussion as the week goes on and people begin to dissect what we heard today and what we didn't hear today. And one of the things that I didn't hear was, let's come together as America, as Americans. I heard a lot of people pointing fingers at the left. I didn't really hear any unification speech, which is what I wanted to hear.
There wasn't much uniting. There was quite a bit of dividing. If there was any uniting, it was around what Charlie Kirk believed in, saying that was the message.
All right, Bram, we're going to sit tight for a second. We're going to go out to Danielle Nottingham. She is live outside State Farm Stadium. Danielle?
Yeah, and just listening to what you guys were talking about, the sentiment has been a lot different out here in front of the stadium all day today. Everyone who I've spoken to said they feel so excited and energized by seeing all of these people come together for one cause. Now, earlier we were in the right spot. There were a lot of people. Now folks are just kind of trickling out to where we're stationed. But I found this great group of young people. They were inside. First of all, tell me, how far did you travel to get here?
We're from Orange County, California. We got here last night.
So you've been camping out since last night?
We got here at the stadium at 2:30, 3 a.m., and then we were just standing in the parking lot.
And what did you think about today's memorial?
I thought it was amazing. I thought the best part was how clear the gospel was given multiple times. Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, they all gave the gospel really clear, and I thought that was amazing. Also, the scripture printed everywhere for everyone to hold up, and I bet Erica just felt so loved and supported by all these people.
So what do you feel inspired to do in the future moving forward after hearing all these speakers today?
I feel inspired to get closer to God, first of all, and also to just pursue Charlie's vision and dream with Turning Point, and just go to more Turning Point events and really just get more involved in this movement.
Now, I think I had another speaker back here. What did you think about today?
Yeah, I thought it was amazing, just the inspiration to share the gospel, and me personally, I feel a lot more inspired to do that, and just I feel like that's what Charlie would have wanted, just to spread the good news, and that's what we're here to do on earth. So I think that's the main point I took away from this memorial service today.
Any big highlights for anybody? Anything stand out in particular?
Erica's speech was probably my favorite, just because of how she touched on so many different things, and so many things that we really need to hear as young people, with marriage and just the different roles that we have in life. And also Don Jr.'s speech was really good and had a lot of funny moments.
Well, thank you guys so much for staying out here with us in the sun. And just like you guys have been saying all day, Charlie Kirk's inspiring young people, the young movement. We've seen a lot of young children out here, young adults, and people who said that moving forward, they want to spread the word of the gospel. They feel more energized by their spirituality and their religion more than ever. And again, people that I'm talking to, person after person, they said that they just love that everyone came together today outside of the stadium in a peaceful way.
Yeah, and not surprisingly, Erica Kirk's remarks really resonating with a lot of young people, and especially a lot of the young ladies, you know.
Absolutely.
All right.
And I think that her words also helped heal that crowd, which hung on her every word today.
Yeah.
Cole Sullivan continues our coverage live outside State Farm Stadium. Hey, Cole.
Hey there, guys. We've seen a lot of what you've heard from other folks here, but I just want to draw a contrast to what we saw when we got here pre-dawn this morning. The long lines of people waiting in line, snaking through all of the parking lots here at State Farm Stadium as people waited hours and hours. You heard those folks from Orange County got here 2:30 this morning. I talked to folks who said that they saw people lining up as early as 11 o'clock last night. People really sticking it out for the long haul for this ceremony, or this memorial, which really lasted all day today as well. Now, as we see folks leaving, it's almost the same situation in reverse. I can see behind me lines of crowds just kind of filing out, going to their cars again. We saw the standstill traffic here on 91st behind me earlier. Not so much right now, but a lot of that is because people haven't made it to their cars yet. You can see that ambulance going by behind me too. That's something that we saw this morning as well. It is warm out here, especially for folks who are not from Arizona and not used to this kind of heat. So people traveling from all over the country ended up in a position where they were waiting in a hot parking lot for a long time. And we actually talked to a group of folks who said they just saw so many people calling for medics and needing help from heat-related illnesses that they decided earlier this morning that they weren't going to stick it out. They were going to go and watch this event unfold on television. And I think folks who did stay got a mix of a memorial for Charlie Kirk, a political rally for the movement that he founded, and also a church service in many ways, with multiple pastors speaking as well and talking about Kirk's powerful belief in his faith, and also Erica Kirk's words forgiving the man accused of killing her husband. One of the things politically that stood out to me through all of this is the movement that Kirk founded really continued and pledged to continue here today. Turning Point, the organization here, of course, in Arizona, founded here in Arizona, made clear that that is not stopping. One of the speakers said they will be back on college campuses. Their online podcasts and shows will continue this coming week as they work to try to continue that legacy that they say really began with Charlie here, as we see more folks leaving this area as that steady stream of tens of thousands of people makes its way out of State Farm Stadium. Guys.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, that definitely seemed like a message there that there is certainly more to come, right, in the future.
I think so, and this is a day where we all witnessed a part of political history.
For sure.
I think people will talk about for years to come the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the organization that he founded, how his wife stepped up when she could have been grieving and unable and instead said, I will take over for my husband and my partner, Charlie Kirk.
Yes, so we want to thank you very much for joining our coverage since earlier this morning. We want to thank you for watching the extended newscast here on 12 Plus. And remember, you can find so much more on the app, including 12 Sports, and we also have special coverage of our local top stories as well.
Thanks for watching, everyone. We appreciate you, and we'll see you back here later on tonight for 12 News at 10.
the south. When they came in from the south. So and everybody else obviously thought they were going to take off to the north, but no.
Off they go, just like that.
Yep. That's right. I got the motorcade.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, good on you.
First one, the president? At least I think so. I'm not seeing it on the radar. Who is this one? I think Air Force 2. We'll have to see.
Yes, after a very long wait.
For the past several months, 12 News I-Team has been investigating Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship accounts. That program will now cost $1 billion a year for about 90,000 kids. The program has been hailed as a model for other states that also want to do the program. It was also sold as a way to get poor kids out of failing schools, but hasn't really done that. We take a look, and we hope you enjoy our series here on 12 Plus.
Here we go.
When former Governor Doug Ducey signed universal vouchers into law, he promised our kids will no longer be stuck in underperforming schools.
House Bill 2853. Now all Arizona children will have an opportunity at an excellent education. The sky's the limit. The law of the land. Thank you.
A promise he's since doubled down on.
These kids are trapped in failing public schools, and it's time to set these families free.
This spring, Ducey promoted Arizona's education experiment in Texas, where Texas Governor Greg Abbott was promoting that state's own voucher plan. The Texas plan, like Arizona's, offers any parent, regardless of income, to get a publicly funded voucher. A typical voucher in Arizona is between $7,000 to $8,000 for private school, homeschooling, or therapy. But are those kids leaving failing public schools? 12 News analyzed state and federal public records, finding 45% of all kids getting vouchers were never in public schools at all. That means taxpayers are now picking up the tab for kids they never had to pay for before the voucher expansion.
This is the privatization of education. So vouchers, are really setting up a whole new system of education that creates a two-tiered system for winners and losers.
That's Beth Lewis. She runs the 20,000-member Save Our Schools Arizona. The group advocates for more state spending in traditional public schools. Are families taking kids out of failing schools?
I don't want to say that that doesn't ever happen, but only 1% of Arizona's schools are rated F by the state's letter grading system. We know that most of the vouchers are going to rich kids.
Here's what state data shows. Thousands of kids are leaving some of the highest rated district and charter schools in Arizona. 12 News found the top 5 school districts losing kids who took vouchers are Mesa, Deer Valley, Chandler, Peoria, and Scottsdale. Their most recent letter grades, B, A, and A. Millions of dollars in public school funding leaves these schools along with those students. Then there's Basis. During his 8 years as governor, Ducey routinely praised this charter operator. U.S. News and World Report regularly rates Basis as having some of the best public schools in America. In fact, the Basis Peoria campus last year was rated the #1 high school in the United States. Yet, over 400 Basis kids left for vouchers. It looks like a lot of kids are actually leaving really high-performing schools and using the ESAs.
I think parents sometimes leave because they're sick of school districts where the school boards are dominated by left-wing people.
State Superintendent Tom Horn is a steadfast supporter of the voucher program.
You have a conservative community, but a very left-wing school board that emphasizes things like DEI, which I'm fighting now, critical race theory, transsexual things that people object to, boys and girls bathrooms and so on. And so I think that's a big explanation.
12 News attempted to reach Ducey through 2 of his chiefs of staff. Calls and texts were not returned. Arizona has 2 ways of funding education. First, there's the traditional route, funding school districts and charter schools. These schools are supposed to be open to everyone. The second is through empowerment scholarship accounts, or vouchers. These pay for private school tuition, homeschooling, therapy, or activities like supplies, like Legos. Over $1 million of Legos have been bought with vouchers. The voucher program was supposed to create a level playing field in education, so we looked at the records to find out who's winning and losing. Welcome to Paradise Valley, 85253. It's a community of some of Arizona's most rich and famous. A typical home, at least $3 million. The median household income, one of the highest in the state at over $182,000. That's more than double what a typical Arizona family makes, according to census data. Here, over 700 kids have an ESA. That's a voucher for 1 in almost every 10 homes. And this zip code is not unique. A 12 News investigation found Arizona's voucher program has primarily helped affluent families. Almost 62% of all vouchers go to homes making more than the median household income in Arizona. More than 1/3 go to homes making more than $100,000 a year. How the money is spent has very few regulations.
So if you're doing a baseball camp, you can call that curriculum.
Really?
And there's a form in the ESA handbook that you fill out with your objectives and what you're going to do, and then you buy supplemental materials to support your study of that curriculum.
Kathy Boltz's son has special needs and has had an ESA since 2017. That's 5 years before universal vouchers went into effect. State records show special needs kids get the most money, up to $47,000 per child, while the typical ESA is between $7,000 to $8,000. In 2022, Governor Doug Ducey signed a massive expansion to ESAs. Now, anyone in Arizona, regardless of income or special needs, can get the voucher.
A program that genuinely met the needs of some special education students has been hijacked by special interests who have a really different end goal in mind.
Now the Republican-controlled legislature wants to take Arizona's education experiment a step further. Enshrine vouchers in the state constitution.
The ESA program, right, began small with children with disabilities, and it slowly expanded. There were military families. There were children who were in failing school districts. But you know what? Every kid has the right to educational choice. So everyone gets it, just like everyone gets the opportunity for public school or a charter school.
That's longtime state lawmaker John Kavanaugh. He writes the budget in the Senate. He's also one of the biggest ESA supporters at the Capitol.
Education is the responsibility of the state government. We will educate all children.
That commitment has come with a cost. Before universal vouchers, the program cost the state $176 million a year. Today, the program costs the state over $1 billion a year. State Schools Chief Tom Horn says that's just fine.
If somebody is in a private school or in a homeschool situation and they find out that there's money available, that they would take advantage of it, that's what I would expect.
And how do you counter the criticism that this is an entitlement for the wealthy?
We don't ask them for their income. And so you can have zip codes that have high average incomes. We have a list of 35, but here's a few examples. A $5,000 Rolex watch, I suspect that was probably for a parent. A $24,000 golf simulator, probably also for a parent. Believe it or not, a vasectomy testing kit.
Tom Horn is an unapologetic supporter of Arizona's voucher system, yet he tells the I-Team that the best way to protect it and to blunt critics of the program is to stop parents from misusing tax dollars. That means rejecting some ESA reimbursement requests, like these charges for $64,000 in nail art and crystals.
Succeeded to some extent until we caught it and put a stop to it.
Parents, however, have dug in, trying to get the money through a judge. That's when they face Maria Sims, a former Republican lawmaker and attorney for the Department of Education. She said she's won all 8 appeals so far.
By publicizing it, we're alerting parents that this is not going to fly, that you're not going to be able to get your golf simulator or your cello or whatever extravagant item you want.
12 News examined some of those cases through a public records request. One shows that in February 2024, a family requested a roughly $16,000 ESA reimbursement for a full-size cello. We found that family in an upscale Gilbert neighborhood. Well, we were just trying to see why you try to get a $16,000 cello reimbursed.
If you're looking at the luxury one, this costs like $500K, right? $300K. Ours is $16K. Certainly there are like less cheaper, like $2K, even $500 cello out there in the market, but that will not help our son at all. It will even damage or destroy his musical talent. Yeah. And the $16,000 is kind of in the low range, actually.
Horn said this family had already received ESA funds for a piano, a commercial KitchenAid mixer, private fitness lessons, a kayak, and Chinese calligraphy painting lessons.
And they don't have any guideline beforehand. We already made the payment, and then they come back and ask us so many questions.
And after getting funds for all of this, the family put their child back into a public school.
we will support our kids' education.
After all those purchases were allowed, the cello finally was rejected because Horn's office placed a new $4,000 limit for musical instruments.
We look at fraudulent cases, and we don't just roll over and pay them, that we push back.
The Department of Education provided this video showing their 12-member staff. This team is responsible for reviewing about 2 million requests for reimbursement every year, accounting for hundreds of millions of dollars.
So we're badly understaffed. They're working very hard. I'm very proud of our administrator. They're operating efficiently, but it's a big burden.
Still, records show this team rejected $35 million in claims this school year. Governor Katie Hobbs, a Democrat and outspoken critic of vouchers, said the Republican schools chief is doing the best he can.
I think you've seen the superintendent kind of just throw up his hands over the lack of ability to administer because there's not funding to do so, and the program has grown so much.
We also asked the governor about the cello.
It's taxpayer money. It is taxpayer money, and taxpayers deserve accountability. They deserve reasonable guardrails that ensure that these funds are being spent on education, because these are funds that are being pulled out of their local public schools.
I'm Kimberly Yee, and today I am announcing that I am a candidate for State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
With conservative lawmaker Jake Hoffman by her side, Yee on Wednesday said she wants a new job. Hoffman has battled Horn over the ESA program that now costs taxpayers more than $1 billion a year, and Hoffman recruited Yee. She was the top vote getter for all contested races in 2022. They said Horn should stop interfering on what parents want to buy with their ESA tax dollars. Do you support any limits at all? Do you think parents should be able to get a cello or a Rolex watch?
I believe in school choice and an educational free marketplace. And if you take a look at the examples that you choose to use, that's 1/100% of total receipts that are coming in to the ESA program statewide.
But it's not clear how the $1 billion is truly being spent, because the Treasurer's Office refuses to release the records.
We do not have control over those records. The third-party vendor does. So if you do want to contact the third-party vendor, they would have access to those records.
The third-party vendor, Class Wallet, contracts with Yee's office to pay the Empowerment Scholarship accounts. Parents submit reimbursement requests to Horn's office, but Yee's office directs Class Wallet to pay. But you have access to them as the public official.
You're asking for information, Craig, that we do not have.
So we called Class Wallet, which is based in Florida. Craig Harris with 12 News in Phoenix, Arizona. But we shouldn't have to. Class Wallet shows customers, like the Arizona Treasurer's Office, how to get the exact information we asked for.
In order to pull reports, go to your Class Wallet dashboard and either go to the hamburger in the upper left and look for Reports in the drop-down, or you can go to the Reports tile on your homepage.
Yee's office should be able to simply download the documents, which are public records. Horn, meanwhile, was shocked that Yee was running against him in next year's Republican primary.
I always knew Jake Hoffman was a wild extremist. I never thought of her that way.
Horn said he's cracking down on fraud and waste in the popular voucher program that now has about 90,000 kids. While it grows each year, it represents less than 10% of all students in Arizona. And Horn's team has been rejecting expenses they don't believe should be eligible.
And she's adopted this philosophy, this weird philosophy that Jake has been promoting, that I should have to pay a $5,000 watch or a $24,000 golf simulator.
This upscale home looks like most others here in Queen Creek, but step inside. This 3,200 square foot home doubles as a micro school.
I've seen such a drastic difference in both my kids. My daughter specifically told me she wants to cancel summer because she would rather be here.
Meet Ariel Derrick. The Santan Valley mom has 2 kids in this micro school, Adamo, funded by Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship accounts.
The teachers care about the kids, and they make sure each one of them feels special.
Microschools are a twist on homeschooling. Instead of mom or dad teaching the kids, parents group their kids in a home with dedicated teachers. Until 3 years ago, microschools were primarily part of a charter school system. There was oversight from the state charter board and charter school administrators. When universal vouchers came into play, microschools qualify as private schools, operating with no state regulation. That's a problem, according to Beth Lewis, a teacher who runs Save Our Schools Arizona.
I think most Arizona voters, Arizona taxpayers say, if I'm giving you my money, I want to know what's going on in that school and how my dollars are being used, at least at a certain level.
As private companies, microschools like Adamo rely on ESA money.
The ESA program has been a huge benefit to many families. And in this scenario, the tuition covers the majority of what the ESA families get. I don't charge parents anything extra. If they can't cover it, I'll scholarship them.
Tamara Becker has spent 28 years in education, including running an online school. She opened Adamo in her home in 2021.
Adamo comes from the Latin word to fall in love with, and I wanted kids to enjoy what they're doing and love it here.
Adamo was partnered with a charter school. Becker said she transitioned to a full ESA program in February. She charges $6,800 a year for most kids. That's just under the amount for a typical universal voucher per student.
We had to ask all of our families to go ESA, and all but 2 families did.
She has 52 kids between kindergarten and 8th grade, one group in the morning, another in the afternoon. There are desks, cubbies, instructions on a whiteboard, and for the big kids, there's a comfy couch to watch a lesson on space and some homework.
We don't do anything really differently than a traditional school would do. We're teaching reading, writing, math, science, and social studies. 3 times a year, we do a benchmark assessment.
Those assessments are only for the parents. Private schools do not have to report to the state. Becker adds she has certified teachers and pays market rate. She adds,
wish you could yell at mosquitoes to stay off your skin? Now you can with Skeeto Band. This tech marvel harnesses sound waves to create an invisible shield. No nasty chemicals or odor. It works up to 130 hours on a single fast charge. Get a cool-looking Skeeto Band for every member of your family. It's the healthy way to yell, "Stay away, mosquitoes."
That's right, state schools officials got a stunning message on Wednesday. They may not get their June payment on time. That's because the legislature and governor haven't passed a budget, and state schools chief Tom Horn's office is out of money. School officials across the state on Thursday were scrambling for answers after receiving this letter, saying there's a $206 million shortfall for the budget that ends June 30th. Why are districts being told now? Why weren't they told earlier to maybe plan for this?
Well, I think the expectation was that the budget would have been agreed to.
The money crunch shouldn't affect most teachers who were already paid. Administrators could face a financial crunch.
Could present problems for being able to make payroll and pay bills, or cause districts to have to borrow money.
That's Paul Ty, Executive Director of Arizona School Administrators. He believes there's a big culprit for the shortfall.
The ESA voucher program has expanded dramatically this year, and there's no cap on those expenses.
The ESA program is projected to cost $1 billion next school year. Horn's office says there was a lawsuit settlement for Maricopa County schools and more students to fund than expected. At least 1/4 of the problem, or $52 million, was for empowerment scholarships. The I-Team previously uncovered how some of the most wealthy neighborhoods in Arizona are getting large numbers of vouchers. A typical voucher is between $7,000 and $8,000, but they can be in excess of $40,000 for special ed kids. There's some of the critics from the ESAs are saying, well, look at once again, ESAs have caused a significant problem to the state budget for the majority of the kids.
Well, my position is it's not, because the average ESA is about 7,500.
Horn went on to defend the empowerment scholarships and said they were not the driving factor of the shortfall, though he's recently cracked down on lavish spending. Key budget writer and State Senator John Kavanaugh was not available for an on-camera interview. He downplayed the shortfall in a phone interview with 12 News. He said, "It may be an overstatement. We are still negotiating the budget, but everyone will get paid. Lawmakers are still on a recess and have to June 30th to pass a budget." I'm Craig Harris, 12 News. Most anyone who's lived in Arizona knows about Colorado City. It's one of the most beautiful parts of the state, but it has had a checkered past. Now the community has become ground zero for vouchers. Colorado City is nestled on the Arizona Strip with neighboring Utah to the north. The small town is known for its connection to Mormon fundamentalists. Yet there is now a much different issue facing this community. It's Arizona's education experiment, vouchers.
We only have 600 students currently in our district, and we have 2 schools. We lost about 40 in our high school last year, and we lost another 40 to 50 in our elementary this year.
Meet Carol Timpson. She's the superintendent of the Colorado City Unified School District. While her district lost close to 100 kids to ESAs, that's a fraction of the total amount using vouchers. The 12 News I-Team found Colorado City, in zip code 86021, has one of the highest percentages, nearly 61%, of homes in Arizona that get empowerment scholarships. The I-Team found there were 476 students out of 783 homes using vouchers. That's more than 1 out of every 2 homes. A typical voucher is between $7,000 and $8,000. It can exceed $40,000 for special needs kids. That translates into more than $3 million in tax dollars going to Colorado City for private or homeschooling vouchers. One of the biggest winners is Deseret Academy. 3 brothers who were teachers in Colorado City Unified Schools started the private school in fall 2022. That's just after then Governor Doug Ducey signed into law the state's universal voucher program, giving everyone, regardless of income, a voucher.
We wanted the rigor of the public system with the safety of morality that a homeschool brings, and we make those worlds come together. This ESA program has been a godsend for that. None of these parents would be able to have that. We wouldn't even have created this school were it not for that program.
That's Alex Barlow and his brother Charles. The other sibling is Cephas. They opened Deseret Academy with 17 kids 3 years ago. This past school year, it had 117 from 1st through 10th grade. The brothers are certified teachers and all teach here. They said they use the same state testing standards as the school district, and they offer unique classes like sewing, construction, and Bible.
It kind of goes in tandem with the culture of everyone that we are teaching around this area, but it also is kind of going back to a traditional style of teaching, whereas back in, it seems like around the 50s era, you could say that God is this and that in school system and no one would bat an eye.
They say tuition is about the same as a typical ESA scholarship. Public records obtained by 12 News show ESA payments to Deseret Academy have gone from about $106,000 a year to over $820,000. Timpson, the school superintendent, said Colorado City schools this past year lost over $900,000 because students left for vouchers. However, she expects many will come back because of the programs her schools have to offer.
I know I'm going to get a significant return to school at some point, and I'm trying to gear up. When we had students coming in from the homeschool before, that's what mother after mother after mother said. I just had to put them back in school because I couldn't get them to do their work. It's really nice to have outside people to help you with that.
The superintendent also told me that if more students leave because of vouchers, she will have to revert to layoffs and consolidate all the kids into one building. I'm Craig Harris, 12 News. Arizona lawmakers have been on a recess for about a month because they couldn't agree to a budget. Well, now they are back, but there's still a problem. They still can't agree on how to spend over $17 billion. But this time, the problem isn't between the Republicans, who control the legislature, and Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs. It's a battle between Republicans and Republicans. They say politics makes strange bedfellows. When it comes to the annual state budget that begins July 1st, it's strange indeed. Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs, Democrats in the legislature, and Republicans who control the Senate say they are close to a deal. But in the House, also controlled by Republicans, they have their own plan.
We are focused on public safety. We have DPS raises, correction officer raises. We're focused on transportation, almost $100 million of new transportation, including I-10 and State Highway 347, and a whole bunch of little fixes too.
That's State Representative David Livingston, the key budget writer in the House. The House Republican plan also slightly cuts tuition at public universities and imposes a 3-year tuition freeze. Governor Katie Hobbs said that plan is dead on arrival, claiming it cuts public education and increases taxes on hospitals. Her office declined to comment for this story. However, the governor has an unlikely ally. It's State Senator John Kavanaugh, the chief budget writer in the Senate.
This year, the Republicans in the House did not want to align with us. They've come out with a budget that has no gubernatorial input, which the governor has seen and has said this is dead in the water.
Kavanaugh said their plan also includes raises for state troopers, but it differs in how $270 million in surplus dollars are used. It would give the governor $90 million in discretionary spending and $90 million each to Republicans in the House and the Senate. The two budgets agree on one thing: there will be no changes to Arizona's rapidly growing empowerment scholarships. The 12 News I-Team has uncovered that vouchers will cost the state $1 billion this upcoming school year for less than 1/10 of all school-age kids. Vouchers have primarily helped wealthy families and hurt high-performing school districts, 12 News found. Kavanaugh said Hobbs wanted to implement an income cap on who could get vouchers. Republicans said no way. But Senate Republicans gave Hobbs an olive branch. They would lift a spending cap for public school districts, something that's not in the House budget.
I think we all agreed on certain funding increases for schools in terms of construction, in terms of the general aid that all schools get per pupil.
Both budget writers told 12 News they hope all sides can agree to a spending plan by the end of next week. That would mean Republican House leaders would have to start talking with the governor and members of their own party in the Senate. I'm Craig Harris, 12 News. Private music lessons, gymnastics, horseback riding, all fun activities for kids. Most families have to pay for out of their own paychecks, but not if your child has an Arizona Empowerment Scholarship. 12 News has exclusively obtained public records from the Arizona Department of Education, showing how nearly 20 million taxpayer dollars were spent on just 8 extracurricular activities for kids getting vouchers. That's nearly $7 million for private music lessons, including $1 million for piano lessons, $2.8 million on swimming lessons, and at least $1 million each on gymnastics, dance, fitness, horseback riding, and martial arts. We also found $2.8 million spent on math tutoring.
It absolutely bothers me, yes. It's unjust. It's not what our tax dollars are supposed to fund.
Democrat State Representative Nancy Gutierrez, a Tucson high school PE teacher, was appalled at our findings.
If we are spending that kind of money for private schools and people to just go and get their kids those dance and piano lessons and giving them state money to do that, that is all money that doesn't get to a private or a public school. And public schools, we know, serve the majority of our students in Arizona.
Gutierrez said ESAs had a personal effect on her. She was recently laid off because of declining enrollment in her Tucson school district. She is also among the negotiators for the state budget. Why did you support a cap on vouchers?
Well, I think a cap is the least amount that we can do right now. I think if you're making over $200,000, even over $100,000, then if you choose to pay for or to have your child in private school, then you can afford that tuition. I do not think that we should be subsidizing rich people's tuition.
She said Governor Katie Hobbs, a fellow Democrat, tried to limit vouchers to families making $200,000 or less. That's more than double the median household income in Arizona. Republicans who control the House and Senate said no way.
We are protecting ESAs. We are not going to be reducing qualifications for it. So there'll be no change in ESAs.
That's Republican State Senator John Kavanaugh, the chamber's key budget writer. His GOP counterpart, Representative David Livingston, said ESAs are popular for parents who want more educational choice. That choice will cost the state more than $1 billion this upcoming school year. Livingston downplayed the I-Team's finding that millions of tax dollars were spent on ESA extracurricular activities.
We got some numbers from the Department of Education, and piano lessons have been over $1 million the last 3 years. The other reports came up before for Legos. Those seem kind of luxury items.
I think we've seen major fraud at a number of big school districts here, that tens of millions of dollars. So if you want to talk about piano here or Lego here, that's fine, but it's not the big stuff.
The Department of Education presented a new ESA handbook to the state board on Monday, outlining how parents can spend ESA dollars. A typical ESA voucher fully funded by tax dollars is $7,000 to $8,000 per kid. The amount can exceed $40,000 for kids with special needs. 12 News showed you how some parents were submitting claims for voucher payments for things like golf simulators, pianos, and a $16,000 cello. But Horn's office put a $4,000 cap on instruments. Now conservative GOP lawmakers pressured Horn to remove all spending caps. They got their way.
We have listened to parents. We have negotiated with legislators. We have made modifications. And the board adopted the handbook that we proposed by a vote of 8-1.
So would the cello have been approved?
So there have to be some limitations.
Horn said even without the written spending caps, parents need to use some discretion, and his office will use previous caps as guidelines. At the State House, Republicans vowed to make no changes to ESAs despite the rising cost to taxpayers. House Majority Leader Michael Carbone and 13 other Republican lawmakers sent a letter to the board on Monday against the handbook. Many parents also told the board they know how to educate their kids without any restrictions on spending. One of those parents was Lynn Fox Embry of Goodyear. She's adopted 3 kids, including 2 with special needs. All 3 use ESAs.
Families are afraid to use this handbook. They're afraid that they're going to end up having to pay funds back. And that's not what any of us want. We want to be good stewards of this money. We want to operate in good faith.
We told you how Arizona is on track to spend $1 billion on empowerment scholarships. Now, we've obtained public records that show thousands of ESA families aren't spending all that money. In fact, they've saved over $440 million. The data does not tell us who has all that money, but it does show some accounts are really hoarding cash. More than 10,000 accounts are sitting on at least $10,000. And nearly 200 people have more than $100,000 each. And 10 accounts, they've got more than $200,000 each, and that includes one account with more than $250,000. Governor Katie Hobbs, a Democrat, told 12 News this was not the purpose of ESAs.
This is yet another indicator of why we need common sense guardrails. I don't think any taxpayer, even taxpayers who support ESAs, and a lot of them do, would support this.
So, how did this happen? In 2022, former Governor Doug Ducey and the Republican-controlled legislature expanded ESAs to all families with no income caps. Today, a typical empowerment scholarship is $7,000 to $8,000 per year, but kids with disabilities receive over $40,000, and families don't have to spend all the money. Data 12 News obtained shows students with disabilities have the largest accounts, but students without disabilities have a combined $220 million in unspent taxpayer funds too. The amount of unused money increased by 23% from a year ago, about $80 million more. And the law allows families to spend these leftover dollars on college, something that frustrates Democrats like State Representative Nancy Gutierrez.
That's unfair. This voucher money is supposed to be used for the student that year. That's not happening. And it's just infuriating.
She added ESAs, which will total $1 billion in spending this school year, could bankrupt the state.
It's an unsustainable model. It is ludicrous, and it is just, it is unjust.
State law says a student can use ESA funding for any community college, Arizona State School, or any private college. State Schools Chief Tom Horn declined to comment on the $440 million in unused funds. His office directed 12 News to GOP lawmakers, including Representative Nick Cupper. Republicans have refused to make any changes to the ESA program and declined our interview request. Cupper said in a statement, "If there is around $440 million sitting in the accounts of the 85,000 students using ESAs, I would say it sounds like a popular program." Cupper added public schools also are sitting on unused funds and considered clawing that back. He added, "Perhaps we should take a look at correcting that." The I-team uncovered this week that $444 million was left over in Arizona Empowerment Scholarship accounts at the end of the school year. That's 10,000 accounts with more than $10,000 each, nearly 200 accounts with more than $100,000 each, and 10 accounts with more than $200,000.
I have $3.50 in my son's account right now.
Simone Bell, an ESA parent who lives outside Show Low, couldn't believe what we found.
We're waiting for funding eagerly so we can start back up. I mean, some of the numbers are crazy to me, like $250,000 rolled over. How do you have $250,000? I have $3. How do you do it? I'm wondering how are they not using it?
Bell added the ESA program provides about $40,000 per year for her son who has a disability.
So I'm grateful that they give me the option for my son to step over his shadow, and we've come a long way. So we're definitely using it for him to learn.
But students with disabilities had access to ESAs well before the Arizona legislature expanded the program to what it is today. In 2022, ESAs were open to any family, regardless of income or disabilities, and it exploded. It's projected to cost $1 billion this upcoming school year. But not all the money is being spent, and nearly $50 million was in inactive accounts, meaning the accounts were not renewed or even touched for at least 1 year.
Once a child is no longer an ESA participant, the money is supposed to revert back to the state.
Dave Wells is the research director of the watchdog group Grand Canyon Institute and has been keeping track of ESA funds for several years.
And to have that kind of money be really dormant and not being utilized is really costing kids in the state.
State law allows that unused money to sit for 3 years. Then the Department of Education is required to begin the process to take it back. But the department told 12 News this has never been done.
Yeah, if it's not being used, if there's nobody active, let's use it.
State Schools Chief Tom Horn declined an on-camera interview when we asked why they haven't gone after the money. But after breaking this story, his office blamed the governor, saying in a statement, ADE is reviewing those funds. ESA staff is limited, and the governor opposed our request for more personnel in the latest state budget. We have to balance tasks like that with our day-to-day work serving ESA parents. The recently approved budget was a bipartisan deal with the Republican-controlled legislature. Still, Horn's right about the staffing. We previously revealed that the ESA office has just 12 employees, responsible for about 2 million ESA spending requests a year from parents, including weeding out any possible fraud. Horn says they haven't gotten to the money left in dormant accounts, but our analysis found it's only 12,000 inactive accounts that hold the $49 million. That's 900 accounts with nearly half of the total pot, $22 million, and just 18 inactive accounts totaled almost $2.5 million. The largest inactive account had over $240,000. Welcome to Globe High School, a place with a very deep, rich history. In fact, the first graduating class, 1910. It's also the home of former Governor Rose Mofford. And if you walk down these halls, you're going to go to the home economics class of Mrs. Wagner, but you're still going to take a step back in time. When school starts here in late July, Londa Wagner will have about 100 kids a day. It's in a classroom with kitchen sinks that don't work. The cabinets, possibly 60 years old, were built by a former shop teacher. The measuring cups, hand-me-downs the past 4 decades.
It was a time capsule.
Believe it or not, it was even worse when Wagner started here in 2018.
We found things from the 90s, and the stoves were from the 60s, and only one burner worked. And we have slowly improved.
Wagner has a deep connection to the school. Her grandmother attended classes here. Her mom graduated in 1959. She graduated in 1994, and all 4 of her kids went to school here. Today, the stoves work, there's a new ventilation system, and 8 new KitchenAid mixers, but none were paid for with tax dollars.
Okay, and how much money did you have to raise for the KitchenAids?
Couple $1,000s.
Okay.
It's a stark contrast to the tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars that bought more than 200 KitchenAid products for private homes.
I'll admit we bought a KitchenAid stand mixer and attachments, which some people would consider a luxury item, but I'm a chef by trade. I believe in the tools you use is that what you get.
Simone Bell is a parent with a disabled child who gets money from the Empowerment Scholarship Account, or ESAs. It's taxpayer money that goes to parents who homeschool or send their kids to private schools. And the I-Team found that since the Arizona legislature expanded the program to everyone, regardless of income or ability, parents spent more than $38,000 on just over 200 KitchenAid products. That includes 66 mixers that cost $300 to $800 each.
So if you buy a cheap tool, you're going to get a terrible outcome.
12 News found that ESA parents collaborate online on how to get those purchases approved by the Department of Education. That agency and the Treasurer's Office have dual oversight of an ESA program that has skyrocketed to cost $1 billion a year for over 85,000 kids. But in the public school system in Globe, there's no taxpayer funding for the same supplies. I showed Londa Wagner the public records of ESA spending.
These are all just KitchenAid products that were bought.
Wow. And knowing how hard we worked to raise the money for these Proline, this stays with individual families, and these are used by hundreds of students.
How does that make you feel?
It's very upsetting, and that's why I was motivated to speak. We should have had funding for our rural schools.
In June, she drove from Globe to the Capitol for a State Board of Education meeting.
We didn't have the luxury of funding.
But Wagner was outnumbered. ESA parents and conservative Republican lawmakers urged the state board to have no ESA spending restrictions, and the board approved a new handbook that has no hard spending caps. It's unclear what the limit is for high-end KitchenAid mixers. Wagner said her kids will have to keep fundraising to keep her cook.
Fresh pineapple is delicious, but cutting exact rings is impossible. Now, you can make rings with ease. Introducing the Pineapple Ringmaster. Simply slice the top off a fresh pineapple, then align the Pineapple Ringmaster around the core and twist. With each turn, the rings are cut in a spiral right down to the base. Give it a pull, and you're a Ringmaster! Plus, you've got a perfect pineapple cup for serving your favorite tropical drink. Scan the code on your screen now and get your Pineapple Ringmaster today.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Lena Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
If you've ever tried to clean a garlic press, you are going to love this. Introducing the Great Garlic. No chunks, no squeeze, no stuck pieces. It's faster, cleaner. If you cook even a little bit, you're going to need one of these. Scan the code on your screen now.
Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. Scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
I don't believe in wasting money. I got a couple of science projects and then my base curriculum. And that left me with a lot of money.
Can you tell us how much?
Over $20,000.
Okay, and you're going to give that back?
Yeah, it'll go back. It'll
go
back into the system.
The I-Team revealed state records showing $444 million in unspent ESA funds, including nearly $50 million in dormant or inactive accounts. State law allows parents to save their ESA dollars for college, and the I-Team found some families already are doing that. Public Records 12 News obtained from the Department of Education show nearly $700,000 in ESA funds was spent on college expenses the past 3 years, when the ESA program expanded. Over 80% of the college spending occurred last year. The largest sum, over $137,000, went to Grand Canyon University last year. Five-figure sums went to several Arizona community colleges the past 3 years. Kim Fisher said she thought about doing that.
I know that's the big controversy right now, which I really don't get why there's a controversy. Those are his education dollars.
Fisher noted that students in Deer Valley and other district and charter schools can earn college credits while in high school. But State Senator Lauren Kuby pointed out some families are holding on to more than enough money to cover the entire cost of in-state tuition.
Obviously, it was written in the law, or as a loophole of the law, that people didn't see what the ramifications would be.
The I-Team found 10,000 families had over $10,000 left over, and 200 families had more than $100,000 unspent by the end of the last school year.
But I think people's reaction is outrage. Why do we want to take away the revenue that we need for public education to favor the wealthy few?
Kuby, a Democrat from Tempe, has tried to rein in the program, which allows unused money to sit for up to 3 years. She sponsored one bill that would claw back unused money after 1 year, and another would prohibit spending leftover funds on college. She said neither was given a hearing.
I think it's time to really take a hard look at this.
The recently approved state budget includes no changes to Arizona's ESA program, expanded in 2022. It now allows any Arizona student to qualify with no income caps. Now it's expected to cost $1 billion this year for about 90,000 kids.
You know, I have heard from the legislative majority that this is a sacred cow.
Freshman Representative Nick Cupper, who served 20 years in the Air Force, said GOP lawmakers are united in their support of school choice. He said they were given a mandate last year when they expanded their majority in the legislature.
I think it's pretty obvious that the people of Arizona in general want ESAs.
Why are ESAs important to you?
ESAs are important because it opens up the opportunity for people who couldn't otherwise maybe afford to homeschool their child or private school their child, do whatever is the right thing for their particular child.
Cupper said ESAs have helped his 4 kids, including a special needs daughter who was adopted. He said he could support some minor changes, like making sure ESA dollars only are used for Arizona colleges. Now the law is unclear if ESA funds can be used for private universities outside of Arizona. He also said he may support clawing back unused ESA dollars after 2 years.
Babysitting, it's not in the law, and it's not in the ESA handbook.
Longtime ESA parent Kathy Boltz is surprised to learn the latest revelation how private voucher money is allegedly spent. Boltz says the program has been a lifeline for her son with autism, and she wants to see stricter accountability.
Previously, there were questions about if the grandparent or the aunt or uncle could be paid, but that all seems to have become acceptable and without question. Siblings too, apparently.
12 News is in a legal dispute with the Arizona Department of Ed and Treasurer's Office in an effort to get a full accounting of how hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars are being spent in the ESA program. The Department of Ed has provided more records than the Treasurer's Office, but there are still big unknowns about where all the money's going. And records provided by the Treasurer's Office look like this. That large black box is covering up vendors who were getting paid over the course of a year. 12 News is asking for transparency from both agencies. On Friday, an attorney representing Treasurer Kimberly Yee said vendor names should remain private. One reason, quote, to protect identities of minor children who provided services that would have categorized them as a vendor, like tutoring and babysitting services. That response reveals how minors and family members can be paid as vendors.
You know, if I wanted to hire a 17-year-old to tutor my 15-year-old, say, I could do that. Should that money come from the state? Absolutely not.
Arizona House Minority Leader Nancy Gutierrez is an outspoken critic of universal ESAs.
Who's deciding if that minor is qualified to provide this service? No one.
The ESA handbook only requires that tutors have a high school or homeschool diploma, and parents decide what it takes to get a homeschool diploma. The Department of Ed also confirms there's no age requirement to be a vendor, including a tutor. The ESA handbook previously banned paying siblings. Now it does not. The law says nothing for or against about babysitting services, though the Department of Ed says they don't believe it's allowed. So how much are kids getting paid as tutors or babysitters? A spokesperson for the Department of Ed says they don't believe it's possible to answer the question because they don't track the age of vendors. Yee and her attorneys did not respond to our requests for more details. Yee says she's not required by law to provide those details. In a letter Friday, her attorney writing, "The treasurer does not have financial oversight or any other statutory, administrative, or audit authority over the ESA program." They argue those duties belong to the Department of Ed. The law names both agencies, saying the Department of Ed and the state treasurer shall administer the fund.
We've seen fraud, we've seen abuse, but for our state treasurer to say that she's not obligated to really do due diligence in how these funds are spent, I find that baffling.
Kimberly Yee has announced she is running to be the next school superintendent, challenging her fellow Republican Tom Horn. Joe Dana, 12 News.
State Treasurer Kimberly Yee walked back her claims that empowerment scholarship dollars or tax dollars were being used to pay babysitters. We tried to ask her about that, and this is what happened. We were just hoping to grab Treasurer Yee and ask her a couple questions beforehand. State Treasurer Kimberly Yee has told 12 News for months that she does not have records showing how parents are spending ESA funds, though her office released these records in the past. Earlier this week, 12 News reported that an attorney for Yee said some of the taxpayer money is being paid to teenagers who tutor or babysit. Now, her attorney is walking part of that back. As we waited to speak with Yee on Thursday, one of her deputies handed me this letter, saying the claim that ESA funds paid babysitters was a mistake. But when we asked Yee about this... Hey, Treasurer Yee, do you have a minute to answer a question on why you walked back the issue of ESA dollars being used for babysitting?
Great. This meeting is called to order. Thank you, everyone, for...
She ignored us completely. Her office still has not agreed to give us the records, and Joe Canfield, her attorney who wrote the letter, did not respond for comment. Yee announced earlier this year that she plans to run for state superintendent of public instruction, challenging Republican Tom Horn in next year's primary. Horn's office has said all along that Yee's claims about babysitting were false. He said Thursday her about face, so she's unfit to run the Department of Education. And by making these claims of babysitting, why do you think she would do such a thing?
You know, it's hard for me to psychoanalyze craziness, but it's a crazy thought that we would use education funds to pay for babysitting.
Horn's office also has not provided the records showing the receipts for reimbursements despite repeated requests. Meanwhile, Democrat State Rep Nancy Gutierrez, an outspoken critic of ESAs,
I absolutely am not satisfied with the answer that you all were able to receive.
Said if neither Horn nor Yee's offices release the records, there's no way to determine who's telling the truth.
When a program has almost no oversight, that is not a good enough answer for me. My request is that the state treasurer, who is also running to be the superintendent of public instruction, release these records in their full form.
I'm Craig Harris, 12 News. When taking a trip to San Diego, think SeaWorld. It's home to one of the largest roller coasters in all of Southern California. But if that's not your speed, check out the world-renowned San Diego Zoo. Both can be pretty expensive, unless of course you have ESA dollars to spare. Then Arizona taxpayers pick up the tab.
If you are going to, I know a lot of people go to San Diego, the San Diego Zoo is covered, and that is an excellent learning experience. So ESA, really, the potential is endless.
That's a member of the nonprofit group Love Your School. Jenny Clark, a former State Board of Education member, runs it. She's a homeschool mom and nationally recognized school voucher advocate. She took her story to Congress earlier this year.
This changed everything for my boys.
Her nonprofit organization recently had an online webinar for ESA parents that 12 News joined. In part, it was to talk about how to use state dollars in ESA accounts to subsidize your vacation while complying with the program's one basic rule. Every dollar must be spent for education.
So if you are going down to Mexico, you can find something educational down there, and a tour that you're taking down there, you can get reimbursed for that with the proper paperwork.
We showed these clips to State Representative Nancy Gutierrez, an outspoken critic of the ESA program.
ESAs is up to $1 billion a year of tax money going so that families can go on vacation to San Diego.
Clark did not respond to our repeated requests for comment. Her nonprofit organization, which pays her just over $100,000 a year, isn't alone in helping parents use tax dollars to supplement their lifestyle. This is a Facebook group for Arizona Empowerment Scholarship accounts. This parent notes that the Arizona Department of Education approved SeaWorld tickets. Another asked to help write class curriculum to get those SeaWorld and zoo tickets covered. A single-day ticket for an older kid is $76, and the price drops to $66 if you're under 12. Parents gladly provide advice. One noted, you can get reimbursed for educational tickets anywhere. Another parent wrote, location doesn't matter. You could go abroad and have educational experiences reimbursed as well. Not limited to one day.
Is that an appropriate use of ESA funds?
If a student was going to a zoo and submitted a curriculum when they submitted reimbursement for the zoo, that would be an allowable expense.
That's ESA Director John Ward. We asked him about parents using their funds on vacation.
That's the beauty of ESA. It gives families who couldn't typically afford to go to the San Diego Zoo the opportunity to do that.
If you're taking a vacation in San Diego and going to the zoo, that's kind of an expensive trip.
State law allows that type of expenditure, and so we will continue to approve them.
Spending guidelines for ESA parents are in a state handbook. It allows zoo tickets, but prohibits overnight accommodations and food. Tyler Carter, SeaWorld San Diego Park president, said all aspects of his park are educational.
Completely educational, and everything we do, whether it's seeing our animals, meeting our educators, riding a roller coaster, everything has the educational component of the importance of protecting our oceans, protecting wildlife, and what we can do for conservation.
Carter also recommended families go online to find bargains. However, regardless of the cost, most tickets to San Diego attractions are likely to get approved. That's because the Department of Education implemented a policy in December because of a backlog of ESA spending requests. Since then, all expenses under $2,000 are approved automatically without any review, with the plan to audit later. Critics like Gutierrez said that can be exploited.
You could pay for a $2,000 Amazon gift card or a $1,999 Amazon gift card, use it for whatever you want to, and it's approved. School districts are fighting for every single dime they can get, and these families get $2,000 a pop. It is outrageously inequitable.
Gutierrez says she's proof the ESA's ballooning spending is hurting public schools. She says she's not going back to her teaching job in Tucson because of declining enrollment and inadequate funding.
We are cutting programs every single.
Titanium. Stronger than steel. Lighter than aluminum. Trusted in aerospace. Medicine. Advanced engineering. And now, redefining the way we prepare food at home. The Titanium Edge is prized for its strength, purity, and resilience. Resists corrosion, never absorbs odors, and remains flawlessly food safe without ever breaking down into harmful microplastics. A breakthrough 3-piece cutting board set, double-sided, ultra lightweight, and built to last. With a sleek, metallic finish that brings modern precision to everyday cooking that's scratch-resistant and dishwasher-safe. From fast weeknight prep to professional-grade slicing, Titanium Edge replaces outdated plastic and fragile wood, delivering a surface as advanced as the material itself. Titanium has taken us to the stars. Now, it transforms your kitchen. Titanium Edge. Now available through this exclusive television offer. Scan the code to order now while supplies last.
Who has tried
Hello, everyone. I'm Symphony Privet. Thank you for joining us here on Featured. We hope to inspire or simply make you smile with uplifting stories across the country. Now, it's a writing skill that almost disappeared from the curriculum, but one school in Georgia is proving this form of penmanship is far from forgotten. Dan Kennedy shows us how cursive is making a comeback.
In an age of texting and typing,
make sure it's anchored on a line.
Students at Robert Shaw are saying don't write off cursive just yet.
Reading and writing cursive, they're superpowers. So we're bringing it back.
Principal Dr. Kim Williams says that superpower nearly vanished during virtual learning.
We had to teach kids how to write again, how to hold a pencil.
So you want to make sure your O looks like an O and your E looks like an E.
This school year, her students are finding the value in the written word.
Sometimes me and my family, we see who can write their names the best.
In cursive?
Yeah.
Who wins?
My mom.
For many kids at this school, cursive isn't the only challenge.
At least 95% of my students' parents are from some part of Africa, and they actually speak another language.
Last semester, nearly every student here mastered writing the preamble to the U.S. Constitution in cursive, earning the state's rare John Hancock Award.
I think they're gaining confidence. I do.
Educators say it helps with literacy. Students say it helps with life.
You sign things, you do a mortgage. Like when you buy a car, you might need to sign something.
Even in an age of scrolling, these scribes are making it a point to write their next chapter in cursive.
And that was Dan Kennedy reporting. Now, 2 teachers are keeping the spark alive in a connection that goes well beyond the classroom. From lesson plans to laughter to an incredible act of sacrifice. Lindsay Buckingham shows us how 2 colleagues are now bonded for life.
We have lots of adventures that we do through the years, back and forth. Yeah.
Julie Bugala and Lucha Swindig have a connection that's unmistakable.
Our husbands are good friends, too.
Their more than 15-year bond and hilarious banter.
They wouldn't let us be on the same grade level.
Made even stronger by their extraordinary journey.
She got my blood in her now.
Yeah, I do. 5 years ago, I had a heart surgeries. I had 5. And my liver enzymes were high.
What started as a routine follow-up.
I was a step away from cirrhosis.
Became a desperate search for survival.
It's a very rare disease, primary biliary cholangitis.
Julie's doctors delivered devastating news.
We will have to find you a donor because my time was very limited. My spleen was about gone. So I put it on Facebook. I said, I don't ask for nothing. I give. I'm not a taker. And I said, the Cleveland Clinic put out for a living donor if anybody wanted to. My insurance will pay for everything.
Lucha saw the post.
She didn't tell me, like, I knew she was very, very sick, but not like that. Because of course we're going to work, we're doing, we're still bouncing around and doing this and that. I just text her, I'm like, what can I do? What do you need me to do?
The answer would change both their lives forever.
And she's like, well, Luch, just call this number. So I called the number. Then they call me back and, ask some questions and then make these appointments. And it was from then, it was just a boom.
Lucha would become Julie's living donor, giving 60% of her liver to save her best friend.
You didn't hesitate to help. No. Why? Oh, because I love this girl, number one. I left it in God's hands. I said, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
A remarkable gesture from someone who...
She hates blood. She'll lose it, and she did that. She did one of her biggest fears.
That's how much she loves you.
Yeah, I know.
Julie says accepting this ultimate gift came with its own fears.
I hope to God that she's okay after this, because she's my friend, and if I come out okay and she doesn't, this wasn't worth it to me.
April 14th arrived, surgery day.
I had 2 letters written, one to my son and one to my husband.
Both women survived the surgery. Their first words to each other came over the phone.
It was emotional. We both were crying because, like you said, she did that for me.
The recovery process was slow, but today, Julie is thriving.
I feel good. I mean, I'm waking up every day. Every morning I get up and I say, thank you, Jesus, for another day.
Is it possible to put into words how grateful you are to Lucha and what she did for you?
I told her I couldn't. I told you I never can repay her, but tell her I love her every day. And,
she does.
And she does. Thank her for saving my life every day.
She gets too, she gets too emotional. It's like, I know, honey, I know that.
A friendship born in the halls at school. But when Julie needed a hero, she learned she already had one.
That was such a heartwarming story from Lindsay Buckingham. Now, most of us put a sentimental value on objects that mean more to us than others. Now, for me, it is my grandmother's watch, and it makes me feel a little bit closer to her, even though she's not with us anymore. Now, for another woman we're going to introduce you to, it was her dad's classic Volkswagen Beetle, and it was almost gone. That is, until a viral search reunited her with the beloved car. James Corrigan explains.
A car can accomplish many things. It can get you where you need to go, and it can also get you to a place of comfort. For Tisha Rosado of East Berlin, those cars are the Volkswagens she collects. In July, a new addition joined her set, a 2003 Beetle from a veteran's auction. But the car of love had found itself showing its years.
The entire car was covered in mold from head to toe. You couldn't even see her adorable Betty Boop floor mats because they were just covered in mold.
Tisha had planned to take it apart and use its parts to help restore a different Beetle, until she opened the visor and found a surprise letter from the car's previous owner saying goodbye to their love bug.
I was like, there's no way that we can chop this car up and use it for parts. We need to find the owner, we need to get it running again, and we need to let her know that her best friend is continuing on.
Tisha now needed to find the owner and knew the one place she could go to spread the word: TikTok.
You know, we buy a lot of Beetles, but this one came with a little surprise. Then the card inside says, get well soon. And it says, hoping you're feeling better each day and you'll soon be up and on your way. Thank you for keeping me safe, for all the joy and fun we had.
You were my dream car. You made me feel special. I hope your journey continues and you bring someone lots of joy.
The woman going by Tree lives in New York and had bought the car in 2003 to share with her father, with whom she had grown up loving Herbie the love bug.
When I was little, my father was obsessed with Herbie. He loved Beetles. And I told him, I said, when I grow up, I'm going to buy you a Herbie. And I walked in, and there was my car. There was Herbetta on a spindle spinning around. And I said, that's my car.
After her father passed away 3 years later, her bond with the car that she would name Herbetta grew. But it was during the pandemic when the car fell on hard times, as it grew moldy and ceased running. Tree's decision to sell it to a veterans group felt as if her final connection to her father was gone.
And I hung up the phone and I just sobbed. And I looked up to my dad and I said, Dad, I failed. I said, I'm so sorry. I said, I failed you.
But less than a month later, a friend sent her a video.
I was watching the video. I literally slid off the couch and fell on the floor. And I couldn't believe this beautiful young girl who is reading this letter is sitting with shorts in my car, and it's completely cleaned.
Tisha's TikTok had gone viral, and she was able to get in touch with Tree to let her know that her love bug is in good hands. The letter inspired Tisha to restore the car and raise money through a GoFundMe to deliver it back to Tree and reunite her with her long-lost Herbetta. A gesture and a saga that has shown both that fate has a way of bringing people exactly where they need to be.
I don't believe in coincidence. I think that everything happens for a reason. And this car found me because me and Tree were both in a point in our life where we could use a friend.
In one sentence, love continues. If you think someone has passed and they are not still with you, they are with you. Love continues.
Proving that no door is ever truly closed and no amount of love can be measured in mere miles.
That was James Corrigan reporting. We have much more for you ahead on Featured. Straight up next, does this toddler have what it takes to be the best in America? Well, her parents sure think so. Coming up later in the show, you can be the judge. And the sound of a chainsaw usually means destruction, but not in this case. We'll see how an old tree could be reborn. And move over teddy bears and therapy dogs. There's a new sheriff in town. Oh boy. Up next, we meet Ryan, the emotional support robot.
Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $30 billion in asbestos trust funds now available. Over $50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of mesothelioma and their families nationwide for over 30 years. We have successfully recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for thousands of our clients. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $30 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma,
call 1-800-295-1153 now or visit us at mesofund.com.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush heads, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Lena Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, doctors often say the key to a longer life is to stay active and engaged. Now, for some folks living at a senior living facility in Denver, that connection is coming from a new roommate. Evan Krugel shows us how researchers are taking a little bit of a different approach to addressing the loneliness epidemic.
In a game of mahjong, every move matters. Mary Vapp loves the competition.
Now you lost my concentration.
As she sorts through the tiles at Kavod Senior Living with Karen Woolman.
You get a bunch of Jewish women together and you're on your own.
The occasional friendly jab is all part of the fun.
These two ladies are cutthroat. That's not on the air, is it? No, I gotta be careful.
But this game is serving a deeper purpose by keeping these women active.
Automatic door. It's great.
In a place where isolation can be a problem.
This is my husband, Douglas.
Mary lost Douglas 6 years ago before moving into Kavod Senior Living in Denver.
And he was at peace. It was beautiful, actually. But it was lonesome.
Mary never thought she'd live with anyone else.
Now we will work a bit on our biceps.
Until a man named Ryan came along.
Become aware of any sensations in your body.
Ryan is a companion robot that can play games, hold conversation, and even do yoga.
Find a comfortable seat.
Yes, I got my seat.
Sit up nice and tall.
Mary can't even fathom how Ryan works.
Now return to breathing in through your nose.
That mechanical stuff, that's not me at all.
Thankfully, there is someone who understands.
Yeah, so of course we know, we have designed it.
Mohammed Mahour is the brains behind Ryan.
As you can see, Ryan can recognize my facial expressions.
Hello. It is great to hear from you again. What is new with you today?
Can you tell me a joke, Ryan?
He's been perfecting the social robot for 16 years on the DU campus.
It's a teenager, yeah.
Like any teenage brain, Ryan is still a work in progress. Fixing those problems in the lab is one thing.
What do you do with your dogs?
My what? My dogs? I don't have a dog.
Mary's job is to offer advice from the real world.
He asks the same questions all the time, like maybe a few more new questions.
Despite his flaws, Mary sees potential.
Get the purpose of it and what they want to gain from teach people is awesome.
Mary.
Yes, dear, come.
Hello.
Come.
How are things going?
Christy Martinez, Kavod's assisted living director, is glad to have the help.
Everyone has their times that, they get a little lonely. So I think Ryan fills that space and gives them all that extra attention.
Like I said, I am going to miss him waking me up in the morning. I know.
I can always come in.
Yeah, you can.
Mary isn't sure what her husband would think of Ryan.
He wouldn't like that voice in the morning saying to get up. Who's that guy?
Mary's time with Ryan is coming to an end.
Feel the rise and fall.
As he moves off to another resident for more testing.
I have to go back to the alarm.
Laughter will still be a part of Mary's life.
Oh my goodness.
And she's happy she got a chance to develop a new kind of friendship.
He's supposed to give you the compliments.
Yeah. That's different than in marriage.
That was Evan Krugel reporting. In Texas, folks are sweating it out at the gym to help a student heal. Will Riddell shares why strangers chose to step up to support his family during this difficult time.
Push-ups, planks, and sit-ups were all on the menu at Cruise Fit Longview, a local gym hosting a fundraiser for Lucas Hardiman. Lucas is the Kilgore ISD student who was hospitalized recently after an alleged on-campus assault. Tanya runs the gym with her husband, Brian. The two were quick to step up when they heard about the family's situation.
When we saw that, we're parents ourselves, so we just wanted to help support the family and raise some funds to help with the medical expenses and other needs that they have.
Lucas suffered serious head injuries following an altercation at school where another student threw him to the ground, causing his head to strike a stool attached to a table. Lucas had to be taken to Dallas Children's Hospital, where he was treated for both a fractured skull and internal bleeding.
So what we've asked everybody to do is a $10 donation for boot camp and Zumba today, and that is all going directly to Lucas's family, and they're here today.
Lucas's father, Michael, participated in the boot camp, breaking a sweat with everyone else to support his son. The family appreciates all the help they've received in the days following the incident.
We've had people reach out from who've heard his story states away, and it's definitely just nice to still know, there's tons of good people around the world.
Good people like Tanya and Brian Cruz, who managed to raise nearly $1,000 for Lucas.
I think it was important for us to step up and help because a lot of times everyone sort of thinks somebody else will do it, somebody else will take care of it. But as followers of Christ, You know, it is our job to be the hands and feet, you know, of the church, and to be the village for the people that need a village.
That was Will Waddell reporting. Now, at last check, the gem raised more than $35,000 for the family. Now, a different kind of medicine arrives at a children's hospital in Minnesota. Ian Russell shows us how the staff is prescribing smiles with a dose of fun.
There's a million places a kid would rather be than at the hospital.
It's a foreign place for them.
Just ask Frankie
Yeah.
and her mom, Paula.
She normally goes to the fair every year, and because she's in the hospital this year, she hasn't been able to go. This is her third time being hospitalized this summer.
A break in tradition.
We are hopeful to be able to go home soon. The last 5 days have been really long. There we go.
As Frankie heals.
Okay.
It's hard to be a kid, especially when you can't do what you've looked forward to.
I like the big yellow slide.
You can do it.
But if you can't make it to the fair,
Oh my gosh.
why not make the fair?
So do you have any pet cows at home?
Come to you.
No.
Too much to pick from, right? You just want to do everything? Yeah. And we will.
You like Spider-Man?
The fairgrounds may be miles away, but today, they're right here.
Do you want to do something else?
Just bringing a little piece of the fair right to patients and families who unfortunately aren't able to experience it firsthand.
All right, Luke, lift your head.
From face painters
You have two Among Us toys.
to caricatures.
It's just awesome to be able to see them smile, see them laugh, and give them that opportunity.
The Great Minnesota Get-Together means fun for everyone.
You are doing such a good job.
To be able to experience something like the fair just makes it feel a little bit more comfy and fun.
A chance for kids to be kids.
Oh, it's beautiful.
No matter what the fairgrounds look like.
Having the fair here allows her to still enjoy her life and to heal faster.
In St. Paul, Ian Russell.
Already, don't go too far. Still ahead on Featured, the youngest are taking charge. How kids are showing that strength comes in all sizes. Plus, their wedding guest declined, but this couple didn't cancel. We'll explain how strangers stepped in to give them a day to remember.
Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $30 billion in asbestos trust funds now available. Over $50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of mesothelioma and their families nationwide for over 30 years. We have successfully recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for thousands of our clients. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $30 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma,
call 1-800-295-1153 now or visit us at mesofund.com.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush heads, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
Friday nights in Arizona mean one thing. It's fever time. 12 News brings you Friday Night Fever, live every week with highlights from the Valley's best high school football games. Get into the action with our Game of the Week, voted on by you. And Lena Washington hits the road, live from a new school each week, bringing you the heart, the hustle, and the hometown pride. Don't miss a minute of the Valley's longest-running high school football show. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Welcome back. Let's dive into what's trending now. A couple in Pennsylvania plans to celebrate their love surrounded by family and friends, but unfortunately, most of the guest list declined the invitation. Mackenzie Alker tells us how one viral post filled empty seats with strangers.
Music and singing filled Cameron Park in Sunbury Thursday morning. With balloons tied to the benches and on the pavilion, community members gathered to witness a once-in-a-lifetime event.
I met the lovely couple just a few weeks ago, actually right here in the park. I was playing music. We did like an open mic here in the park night, and they came up and approached me afterwards.
That couple is Kevin and Julie Liu. They asked Hoover if she can help them tie up some loose ends for their special day.
I said, well, I can definitely help with that. I can get people to come, and turned out quite well.
The special event, a wedding. The couple told Hoover many of their friends and family members couldn't make the trip to Sunbury for the ceremony. So Hoover stepped in, making this Facebook post inviting the Sunbury community to come out and show their support. The post received 279 shares, leaving the bride and groom speechless.
We saw more people come here. It was so exciting. Yeah, we think I have a very good wedding.
The happy couple have been living in Sunbury for a year and a half.
We're very lucky this small town. They small, but they're beautiful. The people very nice.
I have to say that I got really choked up because it is just an absolutely beautiful act of kindness that the community came out to support them, and it just shows the importance of connecting and just loving each other no matter what.
That was Mackenzie Alker reporting. I love to see social media being used for good. You know, that doesn't always happen. All right, that's a wrap on what's trending. Here's what you can expect up next. A big name in country music is making a huge impact on one middle school. We'll show you how he's giving back to the next generation of rock stars.
Your morning doesn't stop at 7, and neither does our morning news. 12 News Today in AZ is now streaming live from 7 to 9 right here on 12 Plus, so we can be here for you all morning long. Wake up a little later, finishing that workout, packing lunches, or heading out the door? We've got the local news you need when you need it.
There he goes!
12 News Today in AZ, streaming live from 7 to 9 only here on 12 Plus.
Fresh pineapple is delicious, but cutting exact rings is impossible. Now, you can make rings with ease. Introducing the Pineapple Ring Master. Simply slice the top off a fresh pineapple, then align the Pineapple Ring Master around the core and twist. With each turn, the rings are cut in a spiral right down to the base. Give it a pull, and you're a ring master! Plus, you've got a perfect pineapple cup for serving your favorite tropical drink. Scan the code on your screen now and get your Pineapple Ring Master today.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Lena Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12 Plus.
Wish you could yell at mosquitoes to stay off your skin? Now you can with Skeeto Band. This tech marvel harnesses sound waves to create an invisible shield. No nasty chemicals or odor. It works up to 130 hours on a single fast charge. Get a cool-looking Skeeto Band for every member of your family. It's the healthy way to yell, "Stay away, mosquitoes."
there. Thank you for staying with us here on Featured. I'm Symphony Privet, and we are continuing to bring you some uplifting stories across the country. And more than a dozen of law enforcement agencies across Washington swore in some new leaders, but they are a lot younger than you would think. Connor Board takes us to Washington, where little chiefs are being honored for overcoming some big challenges.
A grand entrance just big enough for the littlest police chiefs and sheriffs. 16 law enforcement departments from across Western Washington were there to swear in their chief for a day. All these kids have been diagnosed with chronic or life-threatening conditions. Today they're being honored for their strength and resilience. 8-year-old Annabelle was Tacoma's chief for a day.
Did your mom help put the pin on you, or did she?
Yeah. When Annabelle was first approached about joining the police department, she had hesitations. Her dad works for the Tacoma Fire Department.
So there was a little bit of convincing when we first presented this to her about she was a police officer, not a firefighter.
The Ferndale Police Department was represented by their chief for a day, Andy.
Because I feel like I have power.
He had his favorite parts of the day.
Bomb squad robots.
And there was something else.
But I like loud stuff.
He was really looking forward to.
You know, we just want to make this as good of a day as possible, give them something to take their mind off the things that are happening in their life.
Frankie Ramos is a new officer with the Centralia Police Department. Today he took the stage as a keynote speaker, but 15 years ago,
2010, so I was 10 years old.
He was at this same event as one of the kids being honored as chief for a day.
I just remember so many people coming together trying to make it a memorable event. There was SWAT vehicles from a bunch of different agencies, free food everywhere.
This event impacted his life, and he wants other kids to have the opportunity as well.
So I hope they keep doing it and more agencies get involved and more kids can get to have this experience.
It's really awesome, actually, just because it's usually those kids that aren't in the spotlight as much, and they definitely deserve the honor for that.
Congratulations. In Burien, Connor Board.
Already now to a middle school in Washington. Jake Wittenberg tells us how a country music singer is helping student musicians hit the right note with a generous donation.
It was an exciting day at Mill Creek Middle School.
I had to go back and read that email a couple of times.
The orchestra director is still in shock.
I couldn't believe it.
After she found out her school would receive $42,000 to help fund their music program, thanks to a grant funded by country music star Morgan Wallen.
But y'all, it ain't as good as it seems. This living a dream.
Yep, that Morgan Wallen.
$42,000 is a significant amount of money, especially right now at a time where budgets, school budgets are extremely tight.
Principal Fitney, a former cellist himself, says the money will be used to buy and replace instruments at the middle school, which has the largest music program in the Kent School District.
So we have about a third of our students are involved in some sort of performing arts.
The money will also cover new bows, reeds, and mouthpieces, anything the students need to keep the music going.
Oftentimes we see kids that the only reason they wake up in the morning is because of the orchestra class. They love the music.
To have someone else outside the community to come in and bless us with this grant, that means somebody else believes in our students just like we do.
And because of who the donor is, these young musicians can now expect a new genre in the curriculum.
I can tell you that country music will be one of them, and I think we know the artists that we're going to study.
That was Jacob Wittenberg reporting. Now we are going in the high-tech world of modern-day pigeon racing, where invisible ink and GPS tracking prove that this is no backyard hobby. Hunter Funk gives us a look at the fast-growing sport in Idaho.
Long before text messages and email, there were wings.
Come on.
Pigeons once carried words across the world.
For you to be able to send me a message, you would actually have to have one of my pigeons. And so if you had one of mine, and it's like they had them during the war, and they used them to send messages out. And what they would have is they would have a main loft somewhere, and they would take, you know, how many ever birds with them that they could carry safely. And then they would turn those loose with the messages, and they would fly back to wherever that spot was.
But today in the Treasure Valley, they carry a different task. one that requires speed.
We fly races anywhere from 100 to 500 miles.
It's called pigeon racing.
I'm just now getting these loft trained to fly around.
And to understand it, we went to John Stockwell.
This is the clock that I use. It's actually hooked up to a couple of antennas out here on the landing board, and I'll just set it, and at least for training, and now it's ready to go for training, so I'll be able to know when they come in. We do something very similar when we do for races. We set it up and then we can track them.
Pigeon racing isn't new.
Pigeon racing in and of itself has been going on since the early 1800s.
In fact, clubs in Idaho trace back to the early 1970s. But to know about it takes knowing someone who does it. John picked it up as a teen, set it down for a while, then took it back up again nearly a decade ago. The sport works like this.
Load up.
Birds are loaded into crates.
Come on, load up.
Driven miles away, then released all at once. The pigeons race back to their home loft. The first to arrive is the winner.
There's electronic RFID chips that are on each of the bird's leg. And they clock in on the system, and then we can take that and we upload all that into the computer, onto the internet, and we're able to calculate speeds based on the distance. We have the exact GPS coordinates of where they're released from, and we base it on yards per minute.
Training begins close, a few miles down the road.
As young birds, I'll put them on the landing board here. I get them used to trapping in and out and going in, and then they get used to loft flying here. And once they've done that, they actually do, after a time, they do what they call routing, which is that they'll actually let them out and they'll just take off and disappear for an hour at a time. And that's just them out trying to see what's going on in the world.
Then the distance expands, 20, 50, 100 miles away. Each release teaching them one thing: find the loft and never forget it.
I want my birds to fly 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes an hour and a half a day, depending on where I'm going and how far I'm trying to get them trained out.
Behind it all, though, is care. John mixes specialized feed, even checks the air quality before releasing the birds.
We get a lot of smoke and a lot of fires here in the valley, usually in the fall. We're trying to train out our birds, and I'm not going to waste and hurt my birds with bad smoke and bad air quality.
Idaho's Combine has about 30 members. Some are brand new young adults and families, finding the same fascination John once did.
My goal is I will give people birds if it will make sense and if it can help them get started. I just want to see more people get into the sport and to just enjoy it.
And like the birds themselves, the joy in pigeon racing always circles back.
I mean, I like to win. I don't win them all. It's just the way it is. But, you know, there's days, there's been races where I've actually rooted for somebody else to win because I'd rather they win. It's all part of, I don't know, it's all part of the fun.
That was Hunter Funk reporting. All right, let's take it over to Connecticut now, where a farm is preserving the past. One man is using his power tool to transform decaying timber into a stunning display. Jim Altman shows us how a chainsaw is carving a new beginning for a centuries-old tree.
The dust has yet to settle, nor has the sawdust.
So this was actually a dead tree, and we gave new life to it.
This is the Dudley Farm Museum, where, notch after notch, Jared Welcome has been commissioned to carve his niche. A cutting-edge artist whose works are showcased across the region, Jared is now getting his hands dirty here. On the farm that predates the state, a once towering sugar maple is taking on a new shape.
You know, what's awesome about this particular carvage, at one point this tree was tapped for maple syrup. At one point it gave shade probably to all the farmers here. Would come sit under it, have picnics right up near the road. So it has such a beautiful history to it.
For 1 week only, the buzz here has taken on a different tenor.
It really goes along with our mission to preserve the past. The sugar maple that was here was just beautiful, and unfortunately it had rot and had to be cut down. We found Jared. He had done some work with other museums, and it's just it's nice to preserve the past.
At the very top of the tree is a rooster. He's going to be eternally crowing.
And with a focus on the future. Going against the grain seems to work here.
Rather than just cutting it down and losing all those hundreds of years that this tree was alive, we're able to now repurpose it and give it a whole new life, and now a whole new generation of people can come and appreciate this carving. And really, it kind of invites you in to explore the museum and all the grounds.
It's a resurrection. It's sort of like the Giving Tree, the Shel Silverstein book, so that it's giving new life and extending its life the way that we're doing with the farm.
In Guilford, Connecticut, Jim Altman for Featured.
Now, for many adults, drinking has become a part of socializing at family functions, nightlife, sporting events, the list goes on. But a music festival in Ohio is giving people a good time without the buzz. Kristen McFarland speaks to people who are toasting to the sober life.
A celebration of sobriety and a commitment to a healthier lifestyle. Hundreds filled the fairgrounds, each with a different story, but many with similar struggles.
I've got 5 months clean right now. Doing it, it's fun. It's actually a new way to live, and I want to keep going.
Through music, conversation, and powerful messages, the event touched many, bringing comfort, connection, and hope.
It's not easy, but it's worth it.
Renee and Jeremy Sane are married and now 2 years clean. They decided to get sober together.
Struggles that we went through, and we're wanting to help others to achieve sobriety and get clean time. And going to events like this and being able to not drink and use, and it just gives people hope that, you can live a clean and sober life.
A big focus of this event is to connect people with multiple resources for anyone struggling with sobriety or actively seeking it, no matter where they are in their journey.
Many on their sobriety journey says it takes a village, with support needed every step of the way.
It raises awareness within the community that, like I said, we're in this together, and if someone is seeking treatment or recovery or even thinking about it, we're here.
As people lean on each other for support, they're hoping more will step into the sober community and spark inspiration for others to follow.
And that was Kristen McFarland reporting. Time for a quick break, but let's take a look at what's coming up next. A daughter laid her father to rest decades ago. How a new discovery is bringing him back to life. Plus, a woman expects a delivery, but not what's inside this one. We'll tell you why she's on a mission to get the property back to the rightful owner.
Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $30 billion in asbestos trust funds now available. Over $50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of mesothelioma and their families nationwide for over 30 years. We have successfully recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for thousands of our clients. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $30 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma,
call 1-800-295-1153 now or visit us at mesofund.com.
Fresh pineapple is delicious, but cutting exact rings is impossible. Now, you can make rings with ease. Introducing the Pineapple Ringmaster. Simply slice the top off a fresh pineapple, then align the Pineapple Ringmaster around the core and twist. With each turn, the rings are cut in a spiral right down to the base. Give it a pull, and you're a Ringmaster! Plus, you've got a perfect pineapple cup for serving your favorite tropical drink. Scan the code on your screen now and get your Pineapple Ringmaster today.
12 News at 6 with Mark Curtis and Caribe Divine. Talk about dedication. We're finding solutions to local issues impacting you.
We begin tonight with breaking team coverage.
Alerting you when weather threatens. Constantly working to bring you more context to our rapid growth.
We're dedicated to covering the West Valley.
Striving to make our neighborhoods better. Watch 12 News at 6 every weeknight.
Dedicated to journalism, dedicated to you.
If you've ever tried to clean a garlic press, you are going to love this. Introducing the Great Garlic. No chunks, no squeeze, no stuck pieces. It's faster, cleaner. If you cook even a little bit, you're going to need one of these. Scan the code on your screen now.
Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. Scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
Welcome back. We revisit the home of a piano player in Maryland. Now, Sean Martinelli shows us her impressive miniature piano collection, but this time she is sharing how her late father is still speaking to her even after his death.
Good stories are like good songs. They take us places we least expect. This is the tale of how Janice Kelsch discovered the perfect notes, a discovery that had nothing to do with music.
It's always going to be a treasure. It'll always be a treasure.
Janice is talking about a gift from her father, Robert Henry Kelsch. He served as an army cook during World War II. But Janice says when the war ended, her father's service didn't. He served as a husband to his wife, and when she passed away from cancer, Robert served as a single father to his 3 girls.
He treasured his daughters, and we treasured him.
Which made it especially hard for them when their dad died suddenly of a heart attack. What do you miss most about your father?
Everything. Everything. Everything.
Decades after her father's passing, Janice made a discovery.
So it's a whole story.
These scattered scribbles are letters from her dad, letters written during the war, letters that gave Janice a piece of the man she lost back.
Okay, so this one was August the 13th, 1944. Dearest, yours was received, and I was more than glad to hear from you.
In these unexpected notes, Janice saw a side of her father she never knew, from the pen pal romance with the woman who had become her mother.
Well, darling, until you hear from me again, here's love to you and the family.
To the beginnings of Robert's dream of owning a restaurant.
To have a fine diner, to serve individuals, and something that he enjoyed doing. And that's what he ended up doing to the very day that he died. He had his mind set on what he wanted, and he stuck to it, in spite of my father only having an eighth grade education.
Janice says these letters brought her father closer, made her love for him even deeper.
Well, and I'm going to do something with them.
She plans to turn the notes into a book. While Robert's life may have been cut short, his story will not. He still touches you all these years later.
Absolutely, and always will.
Always will, thanks to the messages sent some 8 decades ago, now once again delivered.
So I am closing with love to all until you hear from me again. Love, son Bob.
In Hagerstown, Maryland, Sean Martinelli.
I love that one. Now, nearly 60 million packages are delivered every day to doorsteps across the country, but one woman's online shopping order in Pennsylvania arrived with quite a surprise inside. Melissa Stininger shows us how she is now searching to reunite some priceless memories with their long-lost owner.
Because this was already taped, it would have left their warehouse.
A package on the front porch, unraveling a mystery in Wilkes-Barre. When Pat Chivarella tore open her package from Old Navy, she thought she'd find nothing more than a pair of jeans.
And I thought, okay, what is this? I looked at it and I thought, oh, maybe it's coupons or something.
Instead, she unfolded someone else's memories, photos of the 70s brought to life in color.
You could see the dishwasher, you see the tea kettle, the paneling. That's all 70s, sister.
A stack of memories.
They're dancing. You know, it's like, look at her. Like, she's so happy.
A smiling family, a celebration, and well-loved children.
Now, on our phones, we can keep a picture stored. Back in the 70s, this is what you have, and that's it.
But these weren't just tossed aside. Someone had sealed them in a worn but well-loved Ziploc bag, taped carefully inside.
But they must carry this with them all the time. You can tell.
The package went through Bound Brook, New Jersey to Easton, Pennsylvania before making its way to Pittston in transit. Pat's called Old Navy. She's reached out to UPS with no answers.
Somebody might say, oh, throw them away. What do you care? I care a lot. Because I know there's somebody.
Trying to unite these physical memories with the person who can now only hold them in their heart. Something Pat knows well, losing her sister Becky 15 years ago. These photos showing up on her stoop on the anniversary of her death.
I know somebody is saying, get these pictures back to that person.
For now, these pictures sit safe with Pat.
There's too many memories here, you know, too many memories.
A mystery keepsake and a woman looking to help these memories make their way back home.
We gotta find them. That's all I know. We gotta find them.
Melissa Steininger.
All right, we have more for you coming up next. A toddler takeover. You will meet a 2-year-old who is in the running to be a national treasure. How she's capturing hearts across the country.
Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $30 billion in asbestos trust funds now available. Over $50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of mesothelioma and their families nationwide for over 30 years. We have successfully recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for thousands of our clients. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $30 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma,
call 1-800-295-1153 now or visit us at mesofund.com.
Wish you could yell at mosquitoes to stay off your skin? Now you can with Skeeto Band. This tech marvel harnesses sound waves to create an invisible shield. No nasty chemicals or odor. It works up to 130 hours on a single fast charge. Get a cool-looking Skeeto Band for every member of your family. It's the healthy way to yell, "Stay away, mosquitoes."
Your morning doesn't stop at 7, and neither does our morning news. 12 News Today in AZ is now streaming live from 7 to 9 right here on 12 Plus, so we can be here for you all morning long. Wake up a little later, finishing that workout, packing lunches, or heading out the door? We've got the local news you need when you need it.
Dang, go!
12 News Today in AZ, streaming live from 7 to 9 only here on 12 Plus.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. During their most personal moment, show your love with the Bubble Brush. With its built-in shampoo dispenser, the Bubble Brush cleans and soothes your pet's skin while removing dirt and loose fur. Your dog will love it. Chappie gave it a 5 poop rating, our highest honor. Make bath time their most cherished experience with the Bubble Brush.
Welcome back. Every parent likes to brag about their kids, right? Well, usually that means, breaking out the phone and showing off pictures or videos of your little ones. But as Sean Giggy tells us, one Texas mom is showing off her daughter to the entire country. Take a look.
Where's your numbers on here? Look.
All parents are biased.
Yes.
But when Marissa Magallanes of Benbrook says she has the best toddler in America, she's not alone in that belief.
I am very biased, but we were both pretty surprised about that.
Marissa says her daughter's joy
Oh, yeah.
bubbles over.
For sure.
So much of what people love about 2-year-old Athena can be seen in the videos her mom posts on social media.
She likes to make people smile. We'll be at the store and she'll just bust out singing.
Because Athena's joy is so infectious, Marissa's husband heard about this contest for Toddler of the Year and asked Marissa if she thought they should enter.
Sure, let's go for it. Not really expecting much.
Of course, Marissa believed she had the best toddler in America, but good luck convincing America.
So I just signed her up, not really thinking much of it.
Which is why it was so surprising when Athena reached the top 20, then the top 15, top 10, and now top 5.
Do you think she understands or knows what's going on at all?
Yeah, I don't think so. She really sees it as it's her world and these are all my friends. And these are new people that I get to meet.
Whether Athena wins or not, Marissa says it's an example.
What do you think she found?
Reminding us of the joy that comes when we spread it to others. Wow. And Marissa is happy the nation is getting to see it.
Because she's so special, I also want to share it and share that joy that I find with her.
All parents are biased, and for good reason, because they know that although there's only one Toddler of the Year, every child has the power to make your day.
Thanks, Mom. You're welcome.
In Benbrook, I'm Sean Giggy.
The toddler who wins will get $25,000, and I'm sure her parents will find some way to use that money to set her up for the future. Now, they also will lead a parade around the holidays. Good luck to that little one and all the others competing. All right, that is it for Featured. Until next time, make it a great one.
If you've ever tried to clean a garlic press, you are going to love this. Introducing the Great Garlic. No chunks, no squeeze, no stuck pieces. It's faster, cleaner. If you cook even a little bit, you're going to need one of these. Scan the code on your screen now.
Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. Scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
Friday nights in Arizona mean one thing. It's fever time. 12 News brings you Friday Night Fever, live every week with highlights from the Valley's best high school football games. Get into the action with our Game of the Week, voted on by you. And Lena Washington hits the road, live from a new school each week, bringing you the heart, the hustle, and the hometown pride. Don't miss a minute of the Valley's longest-running high school football show. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush heads, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Nina Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Are now bonded for life.
We have
Hello, everyone. I'm Symphony Privet. Thank you for joining us here on Featured. We hope to inspire or simply make you smile with uplifting stories across the country. A Virginia school food pantry says it is fully stocked, ensuring no student goes hungry. It started as an idea that later grew into a movement. Sean Martinelli speaks to a mother whose compassion is feeding her entire community.
There's an energy here at Annandale High School, not only because their mascot is an atom, but because of people like Norma Fody.
Yeah. Easel stack.
Norma is not a staff member, not a teacher, not an administrator. She's a mother.
That's the rice.
Whose kids don't even go here. We're at the food pantry she started when her kids were students, when she learned of the need.
You'd be surprised at some of the schools who have pantries, where you think we're in Fairfax County, one of the wealthiest counties in the country.
As you can tell, Norma's got a heart bigger than that box of Cheerios.
Most people, parents do this, their kids are in school, then their kids graduate and they stop.
Or they're crazy and keep volunteering. Is that what we're getting at?
But like peanut butter belongs with jelly,
It's a community within our community.
Norma belongs here.
It kind of came at a time in your own life when you needed something.
Yes. My mother had passed away the year before.
Her mother, who once started a soup kitchen, who instilled in Norma a sense of service.
I was feeling really lost and trying to work through my own grief. And this came up, and it gave me a sense of purpose.
Now, 7 years later, that purpose carries Norma's pantry.
It's also a workout, as you can see.
Twice a month, this trailer transforms into a store.
And who knew that someone who really didn't know anything about any of this could do it?
There is a fire within Norma that burns pretty bright.
That's Annandale principal Sean DeRose.
She represents everything that Annandale is and hopes to be.
Now, other schools are replicating Norma's efforts.
It's kind of like this subculture now of school pantries.
One mom with one idea created an entire community.
We'll text each other, we get together, we brainstorm what's working for you, what's not. I think we've been referred to as angels. I don't know about that.
And as for the angel who guided her here,
What do you think she would think of all this?
I think she'd be very proud. Very proud. Because I think if kids and families know you care, they care. It's still my community. Whether I have students at this school or not, it is my community. And that's important to me.
important to the mom who keeps pushing forward Annandale's energy.
Thanks, Pat!
And its heart. Sean Martinelli.
All right, we're making a pit stop at a Texas sandwich shop where the special ingredient is the owner, Big John. Now, if you look on Google, you'll see loads of good reviews about the food, but Big John's customers say it's his heart that stands out the most. And as Adriana Diabla explains, he's always been the giver, but now his community is stepping up for him.
They call it Colossal for a reason. Not just the sandwich shop,
is that for here to go?
But the heart behind it.
I had no idea.
For years, Jonathan Merrill, known as Big John, has been feeding this community.
Every time you walk through the doors, you just get to hear that big booming voice.
A veteran, a father, and the owner of Colossal Sandwich Shop.
And I love it when people walk in.
Through inflation, busted air conditioners, and 3 different break-ins.
Thank you so much.
When it's been tough, his community has always shown up.
Nothing is about him.
This time, it's his pastor showing him support in a time of need.
And everybody knows Colossal.
Last week, Big John was in a hospital bed with pneumonia and a heart infection. Today, he was back at work because he knows this community is where he belongs.
They've saved us every time.
John and his family have poured into the community through supply drives and even cooking meals for strangers.
These guys are just a light.
But when the one who always gives suddenly needs help, his community knew just what to do. And now you're helping him back.
And now we're helping him back. Absolutely.
Salvation Home Church launched a fundraiser to help Big John heal and remind him he's never alone. For John, it's not easy being on the receiving end.
I'd rather be the giver than have to ask. Thank you.
But in Bedford, neighbors don't let neighbors stand alone. In Bedford, I'm Adriana D'Alba.
An athlete is breaking down barriers and showing everyone that with the right support, anything is possible. Lauren Bradford introduces us to the young woman who was the first athlete with Down syndrome to play collegiate field hockey.
Maggie Cutts got into sports for the same reason most kids do, because her friends played.
My friends went to go down and played with them.
In her senior year of high school, she shared the field with her younger sister, Vic.
My freshman year of high school, she was a senior, and so that was definitely my favorite season of field hockey I'll ever play.
But high school wasn't the end of Maggie's field hockey journey.
We were trying to build a brand new team, and we were looking for players who were students, and we found Maggie Cutts.
Maggie joined Penn State Harrisburg's inaugural field hockey team in 2024.
It was fun. I enjoyed being with the people that I knew, and it was just fun times.
And in the process, made NCAA history.
It was so cool to see her being the first Division III athlete with Down syndrome. It's just been such a cool thing to see, and I feel like she's just inspired so many people and just showed so many people that no matter who you are, no matter what your abilities are, like you can still play sports.
Maggie even inspired her sister Victoria to create All-Stars Adaptive Field Hockey.
I want people to have the same opportunity that my sister Maggie had. I mean, anyone can have a stick with them, roll a ball around, play duck, duck, goose on a field hockey field, like just bringing that to life, and even just bringing people with disabilities into the community, having them come to our games, having them watch. It's just so important to me because I saw how much my sister loves it, and I just want other people to get that opportunity.
Field hockey is still a big part of Maggie's life. She now serves as an assistant coach for the Lions.
And Maggie brings a lot to us in terms of her love of field hockey. It's been a great relationship, and we hope it continues to grow.
Alrighty, that was Lauren Bradford reporting. Switching gears to the boxing ring now. Young athletes from Buffalo are exchanging jabs and friendship with their peers from Ireland. Peter Gallivan shows us how boxing is bringing together the two cultures.
Within this Orchard Park gym lives the spirit of the Fighting Irish.
It was the coolest experience ever.
Delaney hard at work, training with her dad, gym owner Kevin Cunningham, and under another watchful eye, that of Kevin's mom, Lizzie Donahoe, an Irish immigrant, immortalized in this mural.
She was overlooking me while I was sparring, overlooking all the work that I put into this gym beforehand, and then it still felt like she was with me when I went to her homeland, to her country. So yeah, it was so cool.
Delaney was one of 6 local boxers who traveled to Belfast to compete as part of the program Bridges Beyond Boxing, which uses the sport as a gateway to life-changing experiences for athletes from the United States and Ireland who learn about different cultures and acceptance. For Delaney, this trip was not only her first trip with the program, it was her first actual boxing match.
You're so focused on, like, is my form okay? Is everything pretty? Like, are the punches good? And then you get hit and you're like, it does not matter. You're just going in there fighting for your life, it feels.
And although she took a few good shots, she did pretty well, going 1-1 against her Irish combatants.
I was just so proud of her.
Proud of what she did and where she did it.
I told Delaney, I said, Delaney, we're not going to a different country to fight. We're going home.
Patty Gorman worked for years to bring the program to Buffalo. Last year, his work paid off as a group from Ireland got a taste of the United States and all that the Queen City had to offer. This year, it was the Buffalo Boxers' chance to cross the ocean.
It was the greatest thing. I thought last year was amazing. This year, just seeing their faces when we got off the plane, just seeing when they met their families, seeing when they walked into the gym, seeing how just appreciative they were. I was living through their joy every single second of the day.
It was wonderful. It was absolutely a beautiful experience because you have the stress of fighting and the stress of going on a trip, but both are kind of distractions for one another. So it was just super cool experience.
That was Pete Gallivan reporting. And we have much more for you straight ahead on Featured. Nearly a century of memories unlocked, from his incredible experiences to the simple lessons he's learned along the way. We find out this man's secret to happiness and longevity, plus a full circle celebration. A girl is celebrating her double-digit birthday at the scene of her unique delivery.
Scan the code on your screen now and see why the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight has everyone talking. Definitely 10 out of 10. More powerful than I expected. Absolutely brilliant. I've got 3 more in my basket to get. Awesome. Excellent. The best flashlight ever bought. Hurry, this is a limited time TV offer. Scan the code on your screen now and get your Flash Force Tactical Flashlight today.
2025 could be a very intense wildfire season. Our drought situation is not improving.
That'll be the hottest day of the week, peaking at 106. Triple-digit temperatures are here to stay.
A lot of dust and a lot of wind.
We are so dry. The fire has burned 400 acres.
We won't see additional relief until early next week.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 12+.
Fresh pineapple is delicious, but cutting exact rings is impossible. Now, you can make rings with ease. Introducing the Pineapple Ringmaster. Simply slice the top off a fresh pineapple, then align the Pineapple Ringmaster around the core and twist. With each turn, the rings are cut in a spiral right down to the base. Give it a pull, and you're a Ringmaster! Plus, you've got a perfect pineapple cup for serving your favorite tropical drink. Scan the code on your screen now and get your Pineapple Ringmaster today.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Nina Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Introducing the Avocado Smooth Slicer. Simply cut a ripe avocado in half, then use the Avocado Smooth Slicer to pop out the pit and glide through. Cutting perfect avocado slices is oh so satisfying. Holy guacamole, you're the toast of the town. With its 2-step design, just pop, glide, and say avocado. Made of stainless steel and easy to clean. Scan the code on your screen now, and with this special TV offer, order the avocado cutting tool that will guac your world. Get your Avocado Smooth Slicer today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to hear some wise words from a guy who has lived through the Great Depression, World War II, and the digital age. Well, now he was sharing his life lessons with Candace Hare. Let's take a listen in.
What time do you normally get up in the morning?
About 4:30 to 5 o'clock.
You're an early bird.
Yeah.
Before most of us hop out of bed.
Hello. Good morning, George. Good morning. Good morning.
George Baldwin is already moving around his home in Medina. A steady stride, a familiar grin. His day always begins this way.
Pretty much a routine that I go through. Get up, and then go to the gym and work out.
By 8 o'clock, a quiet breakfast, and the day takes its familiar shape. Then his hands go to work. They've never liked to stay still.
I always have to do something.
Here, George builds stories you can hold, intricate diamond paintings and large dollhouses, ones he's perfected down to the smallest details.
I've got hunting grandchildren, so I thought I'd build it for them, but it'd be hard to ship that anywhere, transport it or anything. So I said I would more than likely give it to the children's home here.
But his routine hasn't just filled days. It's carried him through his lifetime. Tucked away are badges, a helmet.
This is my wife.
Old photographs.
I was born, of course, in February 1930. It was a depression at that time.
George grew up in St. Louis and served 4 years with the Army.
We monitored all the information from North Korea to Petropavlovsk-Kamchatka in China, and that's how I spent the 4 years.
After his military career, his routine shifted to the factory floor.
I went to McDonnell Aircraft Company because I had some people that I knew that worked there.
It was his steady work that would help define a generation, helping send the first Americans to space and launch the first space station.
It was very, I guess, encouraging would be the best word, to work on that program and with those people, because they all knew how important it was and what it means not only to the space program of exploration, but for the country.
And even today, his hands create things that touch lives beyond his own.
I would say that's life. That's what it's meant to be, making progress and helping people along the way.
That was Candace Hare reporting. Now let's take it to the beginning of a life in Minnesota. A special delivery happened at a McDonald's 10 years ago. A newborn just couldn't wait to make her entrance, giving a new meaning to fast food. Well, now she is celebrating her 10th birthday where it all started. Boyd Hubert takes us to the party.
Orders are up.
McDonald's built a reputation on food delivered fast.
Run it up.
But this is a story about a different McDonald's delivery.
When I threw open the door, what a sight it was.
Angie Creer was a Centennial Lakes police officer 10 years ago when a call came in for assistance.
Hello.
At this Lino Lakes McDonald's.
Oh my gosh.
A pregnant woman, her husband, and mother had been driving north on I-35 when she felt the need to use a bathroom.
Notoriously, McDonald's has really clean bathrooms.
The lure that brought Claire and Eric Evenson here.
Then went in to use the bathroom and quite literally sat down and two little feet popped out.
Claire's delivery was arriving 12 weeks early.
Welcome to McDonald's.
Breach.
Anything else for you?
While still in the parking lot, her mom became concerned.
As soon as we got out of the car, we could hear her screaming. And so then we ran in and...
Eric helped move Claire,
yeah,
a registered nurse, to the bathroom floor as Angie arrived.
I just started barking orders.
I do remember, Officer Angie and my mom helping me deliver Eleanor. And, once she was out, Officer Angie and I working together to help resuscitate her.
When she arrived at the hospital, Eleanor weighed just 2 pounds. Her birth earned a headline in the Star Tribune. But Eleanor's recovery lingered far beyond the time frame of breaking news.
She was in the NICU for 113 days.
I think we were readmitted a dozen times.
She had nurses at home until she went to kindergarten.
A chromosome abnormality meant multiple surgeries and years of therapy.
Good job!
As Eleanor grew, her parents shared the story of her birth.
I think it's special to me because I'm the only one in my family who was born at a McDonald's.
So with a big birthday coming up,
Very excited to be 10.
Should we go inside?
Eleanor's parents thought it might be time
Yeah.
for a family field trip.
Yeah, our first day. They were funny on the corner. I see it, I see it, I see it.
Their first trip back to the McDonald's where Eleanor's story began.
Happy birthday!
What better place
I love you.
for her party?
Happy birthday!
I
Grandparents
love you too.
and cousins
Can you get a picture?
and someone else
Oh, that was so nice.
who had a role to play.
Hi, birthday girl! How are you?
Officer Angie,
That's how you are.
honorary member of the family
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Need a large fry.
that's feasting today on memories.
We had two separate ambulances. I went in one, and he and Eleanor went in another.
I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a cop. But she's my success.
Can everyone say cheese to mommy?
This time, McDonald's also delivered cake
It's a purse.
and a present.
That is so cool.
Thanks, guys.
I suppose you would remember somebody giving birth in your McDonald's, but they were so kind and so welcoming, and we sort of now have destroyed the place twice. Happy birthday, dear Eleanor.
And maybe they'll be back. Next year, after all, is Eleanor's
Happy birthday,
golden.
Oh, I love that for them. Great story from Boyd Hubert. Now don't go too far. Here's a look at what's coming up. This mom won a grueling 62-mile ultra marathon, but it's what she did during the race that is capturing global headlines. Plus, an unexpected discovery inside a car's taillight. A bit later, we hear from a woman who made the discovery and why she says that wasn't the biggest surprise. Welcome back. Let's check out what's making the rounds on social media now. Now, if you're stressed out and deep breathing or meditation aren't working for you, you might want to try this.
Anything you're holding on to, this is your opportunity. Going in 3, 2, 1.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. In Chicago, folks gather every Sunday to just scream. No sign up, no membership, just show up ready to yell into the void with a bunch of strangers. Participants say it's an effective way to release their emotions without judgment. Because, I mean, you don't want to scream in somebody's face. That'll be a problem. It'd be a problem with me. I know that much. It's become so popular that other chapters of the club have popped up in other cities. So maybe be on the lookout to see where your nearest Scream Club is. Well, being a parent may make some people want to scream at times. A viral moment shows us the quiet struggles of postpartum life and the power of showing up. Let's take a look. Oh, this is so sweet. New mom Janet was surprised by her mom and her sister who flew across the world to see her. Now, she lives in Paris and they live in the U.S. Although her husband was there for support, Janet said she just needed her family, but little did she know they were already on the way. And when they immediately jumped into action, telling Janet here to take a shower and a nap. I'm sure they wanted some QT with that fresh baby. Thousands of women responded to the viral post, and it turned into a global conversation about motherhood and the village every woman needs. Sticking with moms here, this mother and marathon runner took multitasking to a whole new level. Let's check it out. Winning a 100K ultra marathon. I don't even want to know how many miles that is. Of course, that's hard, but try taking home the victory while stopping to breastfeed. What? Yeah, that's exactly what Stephanie Case did in North Wales. Case said her winning shows that life doesn't stop when you become a mom. That's right. Shout out to her. Ooh. All right, that's a wrap on trending. Here's what we're checking out right after this. We all have our hobbies, but for one man in Arizona, number 2, oh my goodness, has become number 1. We'll tell you exactly where you can see it all for yourself.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush heads, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
"2025 could be a very intense wildfire season. Our drought situation is not improving.
That'll be the hottest day of the week, peaking at 106. Triple-digit temperatures are here to stay.
A lot of dust and a lot of wind.
We are so dry. The fire has burned 400 acres.
We won't see additional relief until early next week.
On Weather Impact Alert days, stream extended coverage on 12+.
Wish you could yell at mosquitoes to stay off your skin? Now you can with Skeeto Band. This tech marvel harnesses sound waves to create an invisible shield. No nasty chemicals or odor. It works up to 130 hours on a single fast charge. Get a cool-looking Skeeto Band for every member of your family. It's the healthy way to yell, "Stay away, mosquitoes."
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Lena Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Introducing the Avocado Smooth Slicer. Simply cut a ripe avocado in half, then use the Avocado Smooth Slicer to pop out the pit and glide through. Cutting perfect avocado slices is oh so satisfying. Holy guacamole, you're the toast of the town. With its two-step design, just pop, glide, and say avocado. Made of stainless steel and easy to clean. Scan the code on your screen now, and with this special TV offer, order the avocado cutting tool that will guac your world. Get your Avocado Smooth Slicer today.
Thank you for staying with us here on Featured. I'm Symphony Privet, and we are continuing to bring you uplifting stories across the country. Let's take it to Missouri now, where a precious treasure was lying on a store's parking lot. A 10-year-old boy picked it up, but didn't keep it to himself. Mike Bush explains how his discovery became someone else's miracle.
You're Cal? Come here. Oh, you don't know how special you are to me.
Some hugs say hello. This one says thank you in a way words never could.
One more hug.
You're watching a reunion between two people who've never met.
Right, what could it be?
But they're bound by one extraordinary act of kindness. More on that in a moment, but first, let's go back to where this all started. In the parking lot of a Costco, there's always a sea of shopping carts and hurried lives. But where most people see pavement, one boy sees possibility.
He has been a finder of things since he was old enough to walk.
It's some sort of metal.
While other kids are looking at their phones,
it's a fly with a fungus.
10-year-old Cal Blank
It's a nut with a face.
likes to look down.
Well, I just have an eye for things that are shiny.
He finds pennies, nickels, quarters, lots of quarters. In Cal's world, the lost becomes found
somewhere in here,
and the tossed becomes treasure. So when Dad took Cal and his little brother to Costco on a Saturday morning, on the way back to the car, it was just another scavenger hunt.
He's got a color blindness, so he can, greens are yellow to him and blues or something, but he can spot things from a mile away.
And that day, something definitely caught his eye. It was shiny and too heavy to be a quarter.
I was like, well, why is it so heavy? So I just put it in my pocket. My pocket was like, meh. It's hanging down.
Later that day, he showed his mom.
Then he drops this ring in my hand, and my hand about hits the floor.
In her hand was someone's precious wedding ring, one so special its owners asked us not to show it.
This is a beautiful ring, and someone is missing this terribly.
Which brings us back to that reunion.
Like legally, what do we have to do?
It turns out the ring had more than sparkle, it had a story.
I had all these emotions. I mean,
the diamond had shined for nearly 50 years of May and Alan Preitzel's marriage, and now it was gone.
It was one of the most awful feelings. We kept saying, it's a thing, it's a ring, but it was more than that.
But heartbreak soon turned to hope. Cal's mom had called Costco and learned that someone had indeed reported a missing ring. So Cal returned it, but not before wrapping it in compassion. It was polished, boxed, and paired with a letter from his heart.
I kind of wanted to keep it because it was pretty and shiny. I hope you relax now that you have your ring back. That is exactly right. I did. Thanks to you.
I know where he parks at Costco. And
sometimes looking down is what lifts everyone else up, especially when you choose to do the right thing.
He is an extremely special kid, and you guys have to be so proud.
One young boy showing that while a diamond is forever, kindness will outshine them all.
Pretty amazing.
It just restores your faith in humanity.
And that was Mike Bush reporting. All right, come over with me to St. Louis now, where the volunteers are taking some dogs out for fresh air. Renee Knott shows us how a stroll in the park is helping to heal the emotional wounds of shelter animals.
They say all dogs go to heaven. Well, at Stray Rescue, there's a couple of angels.
I love them as much as I love my own dogs.
Helping dogs through a purgatory here on Earth.
The best thing I can do for them is to make their lives as good as it can be while they're here in the shelter.
Pam and Maria are longtime volunteers at the shelter.
I started to volunteer, and that was about 6 years ago, and I never looked back.
They've seen the evils inflicted upon the animals.
We see dogs that come from the brink of death.
It can be heartbreaking.
I can tell you every day that we leave, the first thing you're thinking is, have I done enough today?
They are determined to show the dogs a better life.
The dogs live in the moment, and that I can bring that joyful moment. That is what matters.
And for them, the journey to a dog's life begins with walking.
You know, taking the sight and the smells and the sounds.
The steps
on Saturdays and Sundays, I'm walking at least 12 miles a day.
Are transforming.
That is when I really see their true colors.
A perfect example of what love can do.
The change happening not only for the dogs, but also for their human counterparts.
Made me, it continues to make me a better person, the better human, for sure.
They're establishing a trust.
They don't have to be afraid of people, that people can love them.
With the ultimate goal of one day finding these pups a heaven here on Earth.
It's very happy tears.
A home to call their own.
We want any dog that gets out of the shelter to become a family member.
Forever.
It's like, we've done it well, good job. We got them where they needed to be.
Oh, I love any story with a dog and a happy ending. Now, an average workday for one woman in Pennsylvania turned into quite an adventure. She helped save an endangered bat species. Emily Kress shares how that bat is now being nursed back to health.
Stephanie Hoffmaster works as a parking enforcement officer with the West Hazelton Police Department. Late last week, she was helping someone get their car out of the impound lot when she discovered a bat looking to catch a ride.
Tail light was smashed out, and right inside the tail light, it was hanging. So I'm like, oh no. I got a stick to get it out. It did go out, but it hopped on the ground. It wasn't flying.
So Hoffmaster knew she had to help the tiny creature.
I did get a little plastic baggie out of my car, which is all I had, and I put it in that till I got back to the station, and then I put it in a container, put air holes in it, went home and started contacting people that would be able to take it.
That's how the bat ended up at the Carbon County Environmental Education Center in Summit Hill. Naturalist Susan Gallagher says after taking a look at the bat's features, it was discovered to be a northern long-eared bat.
And it is one that is endangered statewide, but also has federal protection as well. So when we say endangered species, you can be endangered in Pennsylvania and doing well throughout the rest of your range. This is a species that is endangered throughout its range.
Gallagher says the northern long-eared bat population was hit hard after a white nose syndrome outbreak. She says the bat now in their care is dehydrated and underweight.
These bats are tiny animals to begin with, but she's weighing in at only about 4 grams.
Hoffmaster getting the call telling her she helped rescue an endangered species.
At first I almost wanted to cry. I'm like, oh my goodness. But then I was like, wow, that's really cool that we have something like that within our area here. My biggest thing at that point, knowing that they're here and they are in the endangered species list, is to let the public know that if they ever come across a bat, please don't kill it.
If you live in West Hazelton and you have trees in your backyard, it's possible you're home to an endangered species. Every one of these bats counts. Every tree in that neighborhood counts.
Wildlife experts expect to be able to release the bat back into the West Hazelton area in the next few days.
That was Emily Kress reporting. Artificial intelligence continues to be on the forefront of advances in technology across the globe. Stephen Reels speaks to Connecticut researchers who are using the power of AI to upgrade your forecast.
The uncertainty is too high. It's very difficult to get it right with one attempt. I'm showing one storm from 2021. One model or one configuration. This code is only for making the predictions. For me, the more tools we have in our toolbox helps us get further and further into a more realistic forecast.
Make the chaotic nature of Mother Nature a little more precise.
So it gives us a best and worst case scenario.
For these minds here at UConn, that's the goal. Led by Associate Professor Marina Estitha, they're building an AI program to help remove the error of weather by using the data from storms past.
It looks at the thousands and thousands of observations in the past and tries to correct that to go closer to the truth.
How far are we going back? Is it maybe a week? Is it a month, year, a few years?
Oh, for our work, wind gust, we had storms going back to 2005.
But it won't replace the models meteorologists use. Instead, the program would use the errors from models past to help meteorologists adjust their forecast when it comes to wind or snowstorms, which could then potentially help rework the original model to make it more accurate.
You have to have that extra, the understanding of the meteorologist behind it. Is that going to materialize? Is this outburst is going to happen? Is this cold front really going to give us that thunderstorm?
Whether they're meteorologists or just people thinking, oh, is AI going to take all of the meteorologists' jobs? Do you say?
No way. That's not going to happen anytime soon, at least.
That was Stefan Reels reporting. All right, now check this out. A love of Legos, rather, for a young Oregon man helped turn his design into reality. Now, his original idea is now on store shelves. Hey, that's pretty cool. Devon Haskins spoke with the Lego creator about how it all happened.
20-year-old Alex Solly.
So this is part of my Lego collection.
Has a love for Legos.
I have all kinds of things. I mean, I've been collecting for a number of years.
From small.
This is probably my favorite right here, the DeLorean from Back to the Future.
To big.
This is the Titanic.
He's built them all.
This is the Saturn V rocket that took people to the moon in 1969.
His first set was his mom's.
You know, that was always a special set for me, and that's what got me hooked.
And as the years went by, he moved on from building sets.
This is my log cabin.
To designing his own.
So this was my original idea, and then all of the expanded stuff I added.
Using a Lego program online, he says he's built 40 or 50 of them, submitting 6 of them for review.
This is my original model that I submitted.
In 2022, he created a Lego village, modeled after homes in the Italian Riviera.
So my inspiration for this was a trip I was about to take, and I was all excited, and I was doing a bunch of research.
He submitted his idea to Lego.
It's always been a dream.
And after receiving the necessary 10,000 votes from other creators,
I thought this was a cool idea, but I was worried they wouldn't approve it.
Lego designers not only approved it, they helped him perfect it.
Here we go. So this is the Italian Riviera. It is almost 3,300 pieces.
3,251 to be exact. In August, after 3 years of work, it was officially for sale. He says it was a surreal experience putting it together for the first time.
A little bit, yeah.
Some ideas they added.
There's the crab. That's a fun one, too.
Others, his own little surprises.
So there's a mini figure right here of me with my camera, because I'm always taking pictures.
The Grant High School grad is now a junior at Cal Poly and studying computer science, who can proudly say his design made it to store shelves.
It's really fun to like make it your own and pick out all the stories from it and kind of figure out like what it means to you.
Alrighty, that was Devon Haskins reporting. We're taking a quick break, but we'll be right back right after this.
Friday nights in Arizona mean one thing. It's fever time. 12 News brings you Friday Night Fever, live every week with highlights from the Valley's best high school football games. Get into the action with our Game of the Week, voted on by you. And Lena Washington hits the road, live from a new school each week, bringing you the heart, the hustle, and the hometown pride. Don't miss a minute of the Valley's longest-running high school football show. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. During their most personal moment, show your love with the Bubble Brush. With its built-in shampoo dispenser, the Bubble Brush cleans and soothes your pet's skin while removing dirt and loose fur. Your dog will love it. Chappie gave it a 5 poop rating, our highest honor. Make bath time their most cherished experience with the bubble brush.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Lena Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
Wish you could yell at mosquitoes to stay off your skin? Now you can with Skeeto Band. This tech marvel harnesses sound waves to create an invisible shield. No nasty chemicals or odor. It works up to 130 hours on a single fast charge. Get a cool-looking Skeeto Band for every member of your family. It's the healthy way to yell, "Stay away, mosquitoes."
Welcome back. Let's head back to Connecticut now for a super-sized spectacle. Jim Altman tells us why the big Idaho potato truck is rolling across the country to spread goodwill.
Torrington, take note. A side dish is the main course supporting Main Street.
So this is the Big Idaho Potato Tour. Basically what we do is we go around to different events, fairs, festivals, parades, just spreading the word about Idaho potatoes.
I'll tell you what, it's a great gimmick.
Welcome to Starch Madness. Making a stop at Zach and Lou's Barbecue.
We're going to go for a little ride today in the Idaho potato truck.
Curb appeal meets carb appeal.
It's a lot of fun.
The Big Idaho Potato Truck trailer is hauling a 28-foot long, 10-foot wide, 4-ton potato.
I'm known as Tater Titan with the Big Idaho Potato Truck.
Monty Bullock travels the truck across the country.
Originally it started, it was just going to be a one-time deal for the 75th anniversary of the Idaho Potato Commission. People went nuts over it, and it turned into a 13-year thing now, and we hope it keeps going for a long time to come.
The truck itself has been to all 50 states. Mostly people like to ask if it's real, which is fair because we prompt the question, is it real? And it does look very realistic, but unfortunately, it is fiberglass.
And they insist that beyond the spectacle, this is all in good taste.
We also have a charitable component called a Big Helping, which today we chose Main Street Torrington, which is an organization that helps promote local events. It's one of our favorite parts of being on the road.
I love making people happy. The smiles of kids and both young and old is a lot of fun.
That was Jim Altman reporting. All right, for this next story, we do want to warn you, it might gross you out. Okay, along Route 66 in northern Arizona, one unusual roadside attraction has become a top-rated stop for travelers. A free museum dedicated to fossilized waste. Yeah, you're looking at what you think that is. Kyle Simchuk takes us inside the Posobiec. Oh my word. And tells us how this unusual collection came to be.
When it comes to unusual roadside attractions along Route 66, Williams, Arizona has a museum that's really full of it.
The Posobiec is the world's largest collection of fossilized poop. So it's all from dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals like crocodiles, fish, and even bugs. We have fossilized farts, which are insects trapped in amber that have a gas bubble coming from them.
George Franston takes pride in the 8,000 specimens he's collected and holds 2 Guinness World Records for both the world's largest coprolite collection and the largest single piece of fossilized poop ever unearthed.
It's believed to be from a T-Rex.
Franston's fascination started as a teenager, walking through a rock and fossil shop in Utah.
I saw this really neat thing in a case. It looked like a poo. So I asked the guy, I said, hey, what's the deal with this? And he says, it's a fossilized poop. They're called coprolites. And I was amazed. I was blown away, meaning this thing was funny, it was gross, but it was fascinating.
That fascination never left. After years in the corporate healthcare world, he quit, sold his house, and rolled the dice on a poop museum.
I was absolutely nervous because when you tell people you are going to quit a great job and move from a wonderful neighborhood and neighbors and friends and family to open up a free poo museum, people can be really negative. I had this feeling it would work and that there was nothing else like this in the world, more successful than I could have ever have imagined since day one.
Visitors' reactions? Well, kids go nuts. Parents are a bit skeptical at first, but usually leave laughing and learning.
Rarely do I get somebody who just comes in and I'll say poo-poos the whole idea.
Each piece tells a story about life millions of years ago, and Franston says that's what makes his collection more than just a punchline. It's science with a sense of humor.
This is something most people have never seen or heard of. I love sharing it with folks.
Wow, you learn something new. All right, that's Kyle Simchuk reporting. Coming up next, we meet 2 women who are turning their late friendship into a lifelong adventure. Their message for other folks struggling to find a friend.
Introducing the Avocado Smooth Slicer. Simply cut a ripe avocado in half, then use the Avocado Smooth Slicer to pop out the pit and glide through. Cutting perfect avocado slices is oh so satisfying. Holy guacamole, you're the toast of the town. With its 2-step design, just pop, glide, and say avocado. Made of stainless steel and easy to clean. Scan the code on your screen now, and with this special TV offer, order the avocado cutting tool that will guac your world. Get your Avocado Smooth Slicer today.
Friday nights in Arizona mean high school football fever. Catch Friday Night Fever on 12 News. The biggest highlights, the game of the week, and Lena Washington live from a new school every Friday. Friday Night Fever, streaming on 12+.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. During their most personal moment, show your love with the Bubble Brush. With its built-in shampoo dispenser, the Bubble Brush cleans and soothes your pet's skin while removing dirt and loose fur. Your dog will love it. Chappie gave it a 5 poop rating, our highest honor. Make bath time their most cherished experience with the Bubble Brush.
12 News at 6 with Mark Curtis and Caribe Divine. Talk about dedication. We're finding solutions to local issues impacting you.
We begin tonight with breaking team coverage.
Alerting you when weather threatens. Constantly working to bring you more context to our rapid growth.
We're dedicated to covering the West Valley.
Striving to make our neighborhoods better. Watch 12 News at 6 every weeknight.
Dedicated to journalism. Dedicated to you.
If you've ever tried to clean a garlic press, you are going to love this. Introducing the Great Garlic. No chunks, no squeeze, no stuck pieces. It's faster, cleaner. If you cook even a little bit, you're gonna need one of these. Scan the code on your screen now.
Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. Scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
Welcome back. Now, we always hear that it gets harder to make new friends as we get older, but not for two women in Ohio. Lindsay Buckingham tells us how they met later in life and why they are now bonded forever.
Yolanda Cruz and Ruth Devereaux are planning their next adventure.
India, treasures of North and South.
Okay, we'll find something there.
They're meticulous about choosing the perfect amount of time.
It's like 14 days.
And finding the best ways to get around on their trip.
We can take a train.
Let's take a train.
At 74 and 72, some people may be slowing down.
I've been traveling for the last 50 years.
Not this pair. Camel rides, street food, hiking, and snow tubing. These two have turned their retirement years into a worldwide tour.
We can race through airports and still be friends.
They act like lifelong friends.
Oh, she's so easy.
But here's the thing, they're not.
Yolanda and I belong to a book club, and I found out that Yolanda liked to travel and she liked to hike, and I do much of the same things.
Their friendship began with a simple invitation, coffee outside during COVID.
And it was freezing cold, and I thought, oh, this isn't a very good first impression.
Yet that first meeting led to inseparable travel companions and countless memories.
And I promptly convinced her that we should go to Sicily.
Then off to Africa, where Ruth helped push Yolanda a little outside her comfort zone.
When we were in Morocco, part of the trip was for our group to ride camels in the Sahara Desert. And I was deathly afraid of this. And then Ruth said, oh, come on, you can go. So I did go. Boy, did I enjoy that.
It's that push and pull that's led them to their most meaningful experiences.
Where you can really connect with the culture and connect with families, people who really live there.
Hole in the wall.
Our favorite restaurant was a hole in a wall. He held up, he said, I have beef bones and lentils, and we said,
oh, lentils.
And we said, okay, and bread. It was like the best.
It was the best food ever.
It was the best food ever.
Yolanda and Ruth met through Kendall at Home, a retirement community that helps seniors age in their own houses while staying connected.
Sometimes, we lose a partner or a spouse, and that loneliness and isolation can be such a challenge. And that sense of human connection, when you see it and feel it, it's a beautiful experience.
If you're hesitating about taking a chance and reaching out, just ask Ruth.
I think you just have to maybe jump out of your comfort zone a little bit, and it's just coffee. Just ask somebody to have coffee. That's all it is.
It's not a common thing to make friends, this late in life. I think if you sort of sat there and did nothing would happen. Invest a little bit of time in some new activity.
Their bond has shown them something profound. There's still so much left to explore.
I hope that we have many more adventures ahead of us. I don't see any reason why not.
Keep working out, keep those knees going.
That's right.
These two show us that life's greatest moments and friendships can happen at any stage. Lindsay Buckingham,